Well, got to get used to that. Good morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. Welcome to our February meeting here in Seattle. As we begin, we want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the council regularly meets in Seattle, Washington, on coastal Salish land, specifically the lands of the Duwamish, Suquamish, and Muckleshoot peoples. Council wants to honor the indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We're glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of these coastal Salish peoples. Okay, with that, we can take a look at our agenda. Council members, any discussion or amendments to the agenda? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have an amendment, but I guess I did want to ask for a little bit of background on the addition of agenda item C5. That was not something that we discussed at the last meeting in terms of on the agenda for this meeting, and I just wasn't clear how that happened. And so I was hoping the council could have a little bit of discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Baker for raising the question. So frankly, we weren't anticipating needing to bring this back to the council either. As we indicated previously, we anticipated that this action could be handled under Section 305D of the Magnuson-Stevens Act under the Secretary's authority for rulemaking. There was a letter which is posted to the agenda that we sent to the council to explain that due to a clarification internally within the agency, it came to our attention in the region that it's really best to have this handled through a council vote. So that's really the issue, is that the council informally reviewed this, but hadn't voted on the matter previously. So that's what we're looking for at this meeting.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the explanation, Mr. Kurland, and so that's helpful. So it was essentially an internal policy that's being retroactively applied to something we've already had in progress. So that's a little bit concerning on its face. But I guess my second question is, it just, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this. Did the agency or perhaps staff consider giving the council an opportunity to discuss when to agenda this? We've just, at the last couple of meetings, we've talked a lot about council capacity in terms of what we can take up and capacity constraints. And it just strikes me as a little confusing, perhaps for council members and for the public to understand how these decisions get made if we're having really careful and deliberative conversations at staff tasking and trying to take in public input. And yet these things happen without any public discussion.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. When I received a letter from NOAA Fisheries requesting that we put it on the agenda for a final vote, and they suggested at this meeting, I conferred by email with the chair and the vice chair and just say, well, it seems to fit for this meeting. We have time. In February, it was still before the FR notice went out. So we had adequate time to add it to the agenda. And we had adequate time within this agenda. In fact, I think we're probably going to finish the meeting early. Whereas if I look forward to the April meeting agenda, I think that's going to be a packed agenda. And I'll explain that more in staff tasking.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Baker bringing this up. Not as much just about the details of this particular, because I understand how that happened. And I also understand that council probably could have been clearer about our intent on this than we thought we were at the time. And so that's a little bit of learning for us as well. And I appreciate Mr. Witherell's point about this really did sort of seem like it fit best, but But what still concerns me and that I'd like us as a council to keep in mind and maybe think about some more is just how we get on top of our agenda. We've been looking for ways to generate efficiencies in our minds. What we thought we directed on this was not necessarily a gigantic efficiency, but it was certainly a small efficiency, and probably, the net result of a lot of smaller efficiencies can still be a larger efficiency, more control over our agenda for some of the big items that we know are coming at us, and our ability to sort of structure how we deal with those. And so I'd like us as a council to keep thinking about this. And I'd also maybe, I'd potentially appreciate the opportunity to reflect back to the agency at headquarters level that this is what we're trying to do here. Please don't push these things back down. And I'm wondering if potentially that's a subject for us to bring to the CCC and suggest at the CCC, yes, this was a small deal, but when you agency leadership put these things back on the council, there's nothing that's really small in our agenda. It can look small from DC, but by the time it hits our table, it's almost always at least a few hours, often a lot longer than that. And then that's how you lose control of your agenda is a lot of those. And so those are kind of the background thoughts in my mind on this. And again, I really appreciate Ms. Baker sort of taking this opportunity to flag that and give us a chance as a council to think about how we are going to stay in control of our agenda and be able to shape it so that we have the capacity to take on the bigger items.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Kurland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll take responsibility for this. Procedurally, we should have realized that it required a council vote. So sorry about that. We were not pushing hard to have it on the agenda for this meeting, but raised it in the letter. I forget whether it was addressed to the chair or the executive director, but raised it as something to be scheduled, at the council's discretion, and the executive director suggested it would fit well at this meeting.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Curlin, for that. And I don't want to extend this conversation any further, and perhaps I'll follow up with you and your staff later. But I guess I would like a little clarification. It's my understanding that in our FMPs, the council has specifically designated or specified that for these types of record keeping and reporting topics that NIMS has authority to proceed with them with fairly minimal council involvement if it so chooses. And so I'm just I guess I'm just saying I'd like to follow up with you for a little bit more clarification on the policy that was referenced in the letter to the council. So thank you for alerting us to that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And I guess from my perspective, ultimately, it does seem to fit well on this agenda, but certainly I and our vice chair and Mr. Witherell heard the conversation here and absolutely take that into account in these sorts of decisions as we move forward. So thank the council for all the input on this. Okay, anything further on our agenda? Thanks again, Ms. Baker. Okay, that will bring us to our B1 report. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My report is fairly short since there hasn't been much time since the last meeting. As I start most of the meetings, I give you an update on our COVID protocols, and Seattle currently has a low community level. And as such, most of the masking and other requirements are optional. I would note that I've got lunch coming in and be catered here in the meeting room over here, so you won't have to leave. I did get notice from Regional Administrator Mr. Kurland regarding his designated alternatives for this meeting in the future, and those will be Ms. Gretchen Harrington, who's the new Assistant Administrator for Sustainable Fisheries, as well as Alicia Miller. So I have those folks on my voting sheet as well. We have an executive session scheduled for Friday, to review the nominations for the newly created Alaska Native Tribal Representative seat on our advisory panel. We had those nominations open through February 3rd, and I believe we had 5 or 6 folks, and I'll get you a nomination packet before the executive session. At this meeting, the advisory panel and the SSC vote to elect new chair and vice chairs, and you'll hear those reports in their minutes. I did include a notice that NOAA Fisheries is going to call for nominations to fill vacancies on the Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee that advises NOAA Fisheries as a large about policy and direction. The due date is March 13th for letters of interest and resumes, and I've included the link on how for folks that are interested that want to apply. The deadline is coming up on February 14th for those that are interested in attending the first Marine Resource Education Program in Alaska and the North Pacific. And that's the training that is for fishermen by fishermen. And that'll be in Juneau on April 17th to 21st. And the travel to the workshop is free to participants. So we encourage fishermen to go ahead and get those applications in before the deadline of February 14th. Pursuant to our policy on written comments, I'm reporting to you that we did not remove or modify any of the comments during the lengthy comment period we had for this meeting. I've listed out recent staff and council member activities, as well as the number of committee meetings and plan team meetings that have occurred since the December council meeting. I don't plan on going over those, but that list is available for you to refer to. I will note that on Monday afternoon, per your direction, the staff provided a training session for new AP members. And I think that session went very well, and you'll probably receive feedback from the advisory panel. But not only did we get all new attendees, new members attending, we actually had about half of our existing AP, the older seasoned members attend. So it was quite good to have kind of an open, non-formal discussion with them. And I do want to give a kudos to Ms. Evans for organizing that. Most of our staff was able to attend and participate and talk to the new AP members. So I thought it went well. Ms. Vanderhoven also participated and provided her perspective from both her experience as an AP member and as a council member. And I think that was quite valuable. So I'm sure you'll want us to do that in the future, and we'll plan to do so. I do note that we did have a reception last night that was hosted by a number of companies and associations from the North Pacific, and I hope you all attended. I thought it was great. I definitely had my fill of cod and salmon and smoked scallops, so appreciate that for all those folks that and companies that contributed. As I mentioned, we do have an executive session on Friday afternoon at 4:30 to discuss the tribal representative nominations. And as I think was already mentioned, for the last 2 days, many of us were listening to the SSC workshop on changes in the Northern Bering Sea and Southern Chukchi Sea here in this room. They talked about the state of the science, the data needed to monitor and track, and the tools that we might need for management to deal with all of the changes that are occurring. I think you'll get a short report at this meeting from the SSC as part of their minutes, and they're planning to provide a lengthier report in April, in which case the council may be prepared to take some action based on that report. I don't know what that might be, but there'll be a more extensive report in April. And lastly, on my report, we have a final report from the Bycatch Research Reduction Engineering Program folks. You've heard some interim reports, but they asked if they could have some time on this agenda to provide their final results. And so I'd ask Mr. Goodman and Mr. Antonellis and Ms. Goen to come forward and provide their presentation. The presentation is loaded on the agenda, I think, at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. I have two questions. One of them, actually one question and one comment. The tribal seat information is on a e-agenda link in the executive director's report. So if council members wanted to review the applicants and the letters from them, that is readily available. My question though is regarding the AP training, and I'm wondering if you considered doing virtual training for the new tribal member so that they could get that same training that the council members had. And we can talk about that in staff tasking, or if you have a comment now, I just wanted to bring that up and mark that.
Mr. Mesereau, yeah, we've been talking about how to provide more training for the new member that's coming aboard. So yes, and it was good training, and in fact, we did some virtual training for our new SSC members along with the SSC leadership about a month ago. So.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherall, on the SSC workshop that occurred the last 2 days, I just wondered if you could summarize the expectations for the council. I know you said we'll get a full report at the April meeting, but are we then communicating recommendations on research for the broader research community? Are we communicating our priorities to the Science Center? Has there been some thought into what we do with those recommendations?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball, those great questions. And the answer, truthfully, I don't know. It might be a more discussion of the process of how to address those management tools and how we deal with that, whether it's through a programmatic changes or not. And I see Mr. Twite has his hand up, and he'll probably be able to have some suggestions that are more detailed than I can.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As I listened, I was wondering the same thing, and I think we need to have a discussion, maybe best afterwards. But I heard it is more substantive even than the way you asked it. I heard in particular Dr. Dorn sort of asking the question late in the day yesterday about, well, what does the council want? Does the council envision going, moving forward, mostly relying on our current tools? And of course, we're always developing new, but really with our current tools and our current framework in place. Or does the council really envision going back and essentially recrafting a lot of our tools and maybe adopting a more adaptive framework, higher risk-taking tolerance, et cetera? And I don't think there's a simple answer to that. I don't think there's a yes/no answer to that, but I think that's what I heard is the challenge they were really laying to us, is tell us what kind of a future you envision, and we can help provide the science to support you in that. And so I think it's really back on us to have a pretty serious discussion, but I also think that that's got to be iterative. I don't think we can have that amongst ourselves without having at least key leadership of the SSC here as well. But I'm still trying to think that through also.
Okay, I don't see any further questions for Mr. Witherall. So good morning, Mr. Antonellis and Ms. Gahn.
Good morning, Chairman Kaneen and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. Scott Goodman is in traffic. He's on his way. He'll be here shortly. And with me is Kyle Antonellis from Natural Resource Consultants. As co-principal investigators on this project, we're here to update you today on the results from the study on gear designs to reduce crab bycatch in the Bering Sea, Pacific cod, and halibut pot fisheries. This work was conducted as part of 2 grants under NOAA's Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program. And as we know, this is timely because of the status of crab stocks, and we're concerned about bycatch across sectors. So this is looking at ways to reduce that in the pot cod and halibut sectors. See if I can figure out how to advance slides. First, a big thank you to our collaborators and supporters on this project, including the council, NOAA Fisheries, and the associations representing the fixed gear sectors. I put the logos up there at the top of the slide. A highlight of this project is the collaborative effort with fishermen across sectors and with agency managers and scientists working together from the ground up to come up with solutions to reducing crab bycatch. This project was ignited after a high crab bycatch event in 2018 among the pot cod sectors. Around the same time, the council was moving forward with a new regulation to allow pots to be used to fish halibut in the Bering Sea, raising some concerns over the potential for further crab bycatch. I want to take a moment to really acknowledge and applaud the pot cod sector for stepping up after a high bycatch event in 2018 and taking the initiative to come together to figure out solutions that could reduce crab bycatch. The goal of this project was to work with fishermen, managers, and scientists to develop gear designs to keep crab out of pots in the first place while maintaining target species catch, thereby reducing bycatch and allowing cod fishing to remain on prime cod grounds. If effective, this really is an ideal solution to bycatch by addressing it before crab even become bycatch and still allowing predators to be removed off the grounds. The objectives of this project are to collaborate between fishermen, managers, and scientists to develop effective, practical designs to test, and then conduct controlled experiments in a lab, field test them, and then disseminate the findings, as we have done with updates to the council in February of 2021 and 2022, and with this presentation. Here's some photos of the pot cod gear in the fishery with the different triggers. And then here's some photos of the lab and the different types of gear configurations that we tested in the lab. We tested Hilti, Neptune, and sock tunnel triggers with several variations on those. And you can see here, let's see at the top left on your screen, there's the different sock tunnel triggers with that flap hanging down. We've got the orange triggers there, the Neptunes, and then on the bottom center are the Hiltis. And then you can see in the middle of the screen there, that's one of the slick ramp variations that we tested. And we'll go through some of the other variations as we continue through the presentation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle to talk about the lab methods and results.
Hi, thank you, Jamie. Hello, council. All right, so this work was, the lab work was done in the NOAA and ADF&G lab in Kodiak, Alaska. So each lab experiment started with the collection of about 80 crab, 40 female and 40 male. We tested 2 different samples, one with king crab in cod pots, and then we also tested opilio crab with what would be halibut pots. So essentially, we had 4 tanks that were in the NOAA side of the lab there with running seawater. They were split with a panel that was essentially what was determined to be a crab pot, and I'm sorry, a cod pot. And the crab were placed on one side and bait was placed on the other side of the panel. The different variants were set up so that crab passage through that panel would indicate that was essentially successful pass-through. So what we were essentially trying to determine was how many crab could not pass through. And so that was how those lab tests worked. We had each crab was measured and tagged, and monitored, and they were kept in 3 separate populations and picked randomly for the tests. They were kept in the Kodiak on the ADF&G side of the tanks. Yes. And so once we had results from the lab and had the specific types chosen that we wanted to test in the field, we request for vessels to participate in field testing, which was broadcast primarily through our industry gear committee. Gear options were split among vessels based partially on the suite of gear that was already being used on each vessel. Captains and crews were instructed on rigging of the gear and data collection. All test gear was labeled and placed randomly within all pot gear to be set. Fishing was done as usual. There was no specific instructions about where, how, or when to fish. Participants collected per pot data on test pots and chosen control pots, which included count of target species and count of crab by species, soak time, and set number that would be linked later to logbook data for further analysis. Captains were also requested to provide feedback regarding feasibility of gear modifications incorporated into the day-to-day fishing operations. And additionally, some vessels were provided with cameras to place inside the pots. Resulting videos provided a review of crab and fish interactions with the test gear. So here's just another close-up look at the two of the primary gear types and the tunnel triggers. This is the Hilti and the Neptune, Hilti on top and the Neptune on the bottom. And each of these for the cod fishery have 9-inch excluders throughout the tunnel to reduce halibut catch. And this was the sock trigger. This included the same 9-inch excluders you can see there. And the flap, this is a 2-inch mesh with 11 inches of hanging flap behind the entry. Okay. Scott, I think it's yours.
Thank you, Kyle. So what I'd like to do here is just walk through some of the results from our field work primarily. This one is just a quick shot of the very basic idea of did the crab go by or not. So it's a yes or no. The blue bars show the no and the red bars are the yes. So you can see, for instance, on the left-hand side, that gear had more crab passing through, just over 70%. On the far right-hand side, that is our sock and slick ramp treatment, and that had no crab pass. Go ahead. So for our second Red King Crab Lab round 2 results summary, just touching on all of the different variants that we had, as Kyle noted in the lab there in those tanks. I think you guys may have seen this before, but a couple quick summary notes are, in each case for this one where there was a sock applied, you see that no crab passed. So those shots there where it's a blue bar from top to bottom, that's no passage. It's an important point here because in each case when we applied the sock, we had nobody get through. Go to the next one. Further, some of our lab work with snow crab, similar results again. These are all the different variants from the first round. And you can see as we move from those that were more successful on the left-hand side and then applying each of the variants, we had less and less passage. The far right-hand side was a sock treatment, but it was a little bit of a different variant there. So these 3 that we're kind of highlighting or noting here are the Hilti, the Neptune, and the sock variants, as Kyle noted in his pictures there. Go ahead and go to the next one. Thank you. So our second round of lab results for Apelio, we narrowed in a little bit more and we had a couple of different new variants. We had the controls, which are over on the left-hand side. We had a false tunnel with a different couple of modifications. And then we had a vertical mesh board, a vertical web, and a vertical panel, which are on the right-hand side. a little bit more variable results here, but everything that we tested was less than the control. Again, this was just in the lab. So some of our initial pilot testing on halibut pots, which was a different part of this project also, we have here for you. This occurred in the field in September of 2021 in the halibut fishery. The key takeaways really from this one are that the false tunnel and vertical wall appeared to reduce halibut CPUE. The differences in the catch pre-net effort they were not significant due to really effectively low sample size and a lot of variability. And then that the fishing was done away from the crab grounds. And at this point, it was challenging to find targeted halibut pot effort. The results from our cod field for January 2021 in the pot cod fishery were similar in a couple contexts. One, it was generally away from the crab grounds. So we were able to see a little bit of difference in the CPU on cod, but because we weren't around very many crab, it was difficult to detect that difference in bycatch reduction that we were trying. So key takeaways here would be that the CPUE for cod and in the sock and hilty were pretty much the same. The slick ramp was 59% of the CPUE versus without the slick ramp. And again, this was a little less than we wanted for this one, but because we were not around crab. So digging in a little more quickly, closer without spending too much time here. This is the first summary where we had all of our gear variants out there for red king crab in the field in September of 2021. Very briefly, same kind of idea. The blue is, in this case, cod CPUE, and that ranges from 0 to 40 on the left-hand axis. And then red is also CPUE. The red bar is red king crab CPUE. And then the red dots represent the effort or the samples, how many pots were lifted. And that's on the right-hand axis. So depending on which variant, which gear panel, which gear option we're talking about here, there was a certain amount of cod that were caught and a certain amount of crab that were avoided. You see here that these we've put in which vessels we use for these. It may be a little difficult, but we put the different vessels that we were doing this work with, and you can see that we had a vessel effect. That second vessel starting at the left, moving over, you see a lot of red there. They were on top of some crab, and they had some red king crab bycatch appear during our work, which we've investigated a bit, and we're pretty certain that they were basically on top of a lot of red king crab. So we see some reduction with the directionality that matches our expectations. The sock was reducing that boat's catch, but they still had a relatively high amount of crab. Yep. Looking in a little more closely without.
Mr. Goodman.
Yep.
Ms.
Yeah.
Kimball.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman, you were going to go into that same issue a little more closely. I just wanted to, okay, thanks.
Actually, if you have a question about the boat effect, go ahead.
I just did. I wondered if you could explain that to me again, how you could differentiate still seeing an effect of the gear modification, but being on top of a lot of red king crab. I just missed your point there.
Yeah. So if you're looking at the 3 bars there that are the largest red bars, so those are pairs of test results for that boat. I think it's vessel B. And the first is our Hilti, and that has the highest red bar. The second is our Hilti with a false tunnel. So the catch of red king crab dropped. And then the third one on the right is with a sock, and that dropped even more. So even though we had absolutely higher amounts of red king crab on that boat, the effect was still declining with the expected reduction.
Thank you. And that's all in the same area is what you were telling us.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. The question I have is on the CPUE effect, and I noticed that on the slick ramp, there seemed to be a negative effect on CPUE, and it's curious as to why he would have that. It would seem like he had really, showed a lot of promise in the lab tests, and then when he went out on the grounds, you had this CPUE effect, and then when I'm looking at it here, it looks like that was filtered out, that boats didn't want to use those, I'm guessing, because of the CPUE effect. But I'm just curious as to why that would have an effect on the CPUE of cod, if you have any kind of thoughts on why that would be. It must have been a surprise to you, I'm guessing.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, thank you for the question. Yes, we have some thoughts on it, and we communicated with the fishermen about it. So there's a difference when you do things in the field versus in the lab, for sure. And we were trying to do gear variants that made sense with the fishermen. The reality is that we're not actually, fine tuning the real gear out there. We're still doing tests with them. So in the case of this slick ramp and a couple of our other variants, they basically just broke. So when we put them in the water, we had some white material that was flapping, blowing. The current on the bottom probably made it some sort of a deterrent potentially to fish. We do have some camera work, but I don't think we have any video of that actually occurring like while it's on the bottom. But the fishermen were noting for us that when there was a failure, they would see it coming as they were hauling the gear. So in terms of that effect, we believe it was just a contrast between lab and field.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. Continuing on without getting too deep here, looking a little more closely at this results from our September 21 field season on the first vessel level. This is the kind of results that make it relatively clear. The blue similar bars are showing that there's not that much difference between how much cod you catch when you use the different gear. The sock on the left side versus the sock with the vertical wall. And then when we go to red king crab, we see a pretty strong reduction. The sock has an amount ranging there with that red bar, averaging something like 9 crab. And then the sock with the vertical wall is far less, down averaging about 1. And then we do note quickly that the tanner crab were part of this, that we counted as well. Next one, a gear variant. This is Hilti versus the sock, kind of the same thing. The sock in this case had a little bit higher catch per unit effort for cod. And then there was a effect that with the red king crab was relatively low overall, but it was declining with the sock. Key takeaway here is that the sock appears to outperform the Hilti, but there wasn't any significant difference due to low sample size and some high variability here. Next one, Hilti and the Neptune and the sock together, kind of the same sort of contrast, digging in a little bit more. You see, relatively speaking, not that much difference between the cod catches, 2 or higher, but generally in the same ballpark. The cod looked relatively stable compared to the crab. The crab was reduced substantially with the sock. Key takeaway there is that the sock is greater than the Neptune for cod and the Hilti, and that the red king crab catch in the stock was less than both. A couple more of these just to show the consistency with our output so far. Same kind of thing. This is the Hilti and the Neptune and the sock from our study in 2022. So basically doing the same thing again, being around and on crab. Very similar results. Key takeaways again there were very similar. The sock was an improvement in the cod CPUE, and it was a lowest crab bycatch. So some of our findings and next steps, just to quickly finish up here, the slick ramps reduced cod CPUE. The vertical walls reduced crab bycatch, but they need to be more fine-tuned and made of a more robust material that'll actually do well on the grounds. The vertical panels without ramps had promising lab results, but the current and future studies in the field are likely going to show more there and be needed. And then we need possible further testing of slinky pots. In summary and closing here for our key findings, the red king crab bycatch is significantly lower in the sock trigger That was pretty clear from both lab and field work. COD CPU in the stock trigger is either equivalent or better than the other variants that we tested. And a really important part of this is that these are not intended to be prescriptive or lead necessarily to a regulatory action, but rather they're basically just backing up what some of the fishermen already know with a solid research plan and summary here, and that there's continuing work that's similar to this in some contexts that the fishermen are doing now. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any additional questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. On that last slide, Mr. Goodman, on the COD CPUE, was I to understand that that meant that using the SOC was not reducing COD CPUE much compared to status quo or compared to the other means that you tested? I just wanted to understand that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, I think it's the SOC performed pretty well overall. So in comparison to everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Misra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. This was really good verification of what we heard from you about sock tunnels in the past. I guess my question is, do you feel like the productivity for the pot cod fleet with the slightly reduced CPU that the pot tunnels create is a deterrent from them using it, or is it still high enough to make it worth incorporating sock tunnels in the future into the gear for the pot cod fleet?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think that the work we've done here shows that the SOC tunnels are good. It's a good option, but it may not be the only option. I think with all fishing gear, the devil's in the details. But we're aware that there's other efforts underway right now, look into other options that may prove to be even better. So I think the SOCs are good, and we showed that the SOCs are pretty good. But again, this wasn't part of a prescriptive plan here to come up with that as a landing point.
Thank you.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It's really appreciate seeing the results of industry-led and designed research like this. Can you remind me, is there a difference in all the configurations that you tried in terms of the existing legal environment? Are some of the configurations you tried able to be implemented already without regulatory change, or would they all require a regulatory change?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, these are all different types of variations of fishing gear that are allowed under regulations and currently being used on the grounds, with the exception of some of the variants like the vertical wall, the false tunnel. Those aren't actively being used on the grounds, but they are legal types of gear, yes.
Thanks, Ms. Goen. And so I recall in one of your first slides, kind of the last step was dissemination. And given your reply in terms of these are things that industry can be doing already, I realize you're with the crabbers, it's working with pot cod gear, but do you have a sense of how that dissemination step is going to work? Do you feel like you're there already with what you have now? Or do you feel that some more work is needed before you really start sort of disseminating? And then do you have what's the plan for really encouraging the pot cod industry to begin to make use of this?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you. These are great questions. We have been disseminating information throughout this project. It's been an iterative process. We have regular meetings with the different gear sectors and provide information to them. We held a meeting last week with them to provide this initial final results, and we'll have more meetings with them after. At our last meeting, we continue to talk to them about further refinements of gear that fishermen are already testing in the field and how we can put those through a scientific process to show that they are also continuing to improve and potentially even better than what we've done here with the sock triggers. So we will continue to have that iterative process with the over and under 60 cod fleet and the halibut pot users, and continue the dialogue and look for further gear refinements. And once our final report is turned in, we'll be posting that on websites and make that available as well.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. In those conversations that you've been having, what kind of feedback are you getting from the boats? And because they can use these triggers or deterrents now, are any of them taking this on now voluntarily, not just the new ones that you've mentioned, but doing these knowing that they have the red king crab bycatch problems that they have in that fleet?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes, the fleet has been very proactive. Many of them have already moved to sock triggers, particularly when they're fishing in the near shore area east of the red king crab savings area where there's more crab. For the pot cod fishermen that aren't fishing in that area, they tend to use different triggers if they're not on crab grounds, but many fishermen have already moved to sock tunnels voluntarily.
So thank you for that. That's helpful. To follow up on that, do you have any estimate, like what percentage of the fleet is doing that? Is it a large percentage or a small percentage or just kind of half and half? Or
through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think you'd have to talk to the pot cod sector reps to get better information on that.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Maybe I hope someone didn't already ask this question. I was writing things down, but Mr. Goodman, you mentioned at the end that sock tunnels were good or testing good, but there may be other things that are in the works to be tested. That did you have anything to elaborate on that, whether this is going to be pursued or we're looking at something else already in the industry?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I don't think we should talk about all the gear secrets right now, but we are aware that there are some good ideas that appear to be quite novel, that could even keep more crab out from a different perspective. So that could lead to, doing more BREP work just like this.
Don't see any further questions. Thanks again for the presentation this morning. That will bring us into our B2 report. NPFMC management. Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning. For the record, Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service, Sustainable Fisheries Division. I'll be here to give you the B2 report. There's a number of documents posted on the e-agenda, including the written report, a number of letters, as well as our cost recovery reports. I'm not going to be going into everything in detail, but happy to take questions at the end. First up is an update on the progress of rulemaking. It has been a short time since our last meeting, but there's been a lot of things that have moved at the end of the year. First is that we've approved Amendment 52 to the King and Tanner Crab Fishery Management Plan. This is the EDR action, and that final rule published on Monday. That'll take effect on March 8th. The comment period for Amendment 124 and 112, this was the IFQ Omnibus regulatory amendments and FMP changes. That was approved on January 3rd, or I'm sorry, that was approved earlier this year. And a final rule is expected to publish soon. We're hoping that that'll be effective prior to the start of the IFQ fishing season. but it's hard to tell exactly what day that's going to publish in the Federal Register. It's still in development. The proposed Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska harvest specifications were published and the comment periods ended in January. We're working on final harvest specifications and plan to publish those in the coming weeks. The comment period on Amendment 123, this is the proposed rule and FMP amendment to implement halibut abundance-based management that ended in earlier this week. And decision day will be March 9th on that FMP approval. If that is approved, we'll publish a final rule in the Federal Register later this year. Comments on Amendment 122, this is the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program, are invited on the FMP amendment through March 1st and on the proposed rule through March 13th. Decision day is March 30th on that, and if approved, we'll be publishing a final rule later this year. So excitingly, that proposed rule just published today for the public. We have additional information in a table in attachment 1. If you have any questions, be happy to take those.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Miller. On the PCOD Trawl Cooperative Program, first off, good news that that got published today. If I'm tracking the calendar right, though, that's less than a month for review and comment.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Twite. Thanks for the question. Yes, I know that's a little confusing. We do have 2 separate comment periods. We try to run those concurrently. And in this case, the proposed rule comment period ends just a couple weeks after the end of the comment period on the FMP amendment. That just sets off the legislative clock on when we have to make decision on the FMP amendment. However, we will fully consider all comments received on the proposed rule in making that decision. It's just we'll have to start that process before those comments come in. So we will be making a decision by March 30th. So we have a couple of weeks after the end of the proposed rule comment period to read those comments and consider those. We will fully respond to all of those comments in a final rule that'll publish later in the year. So we may not have those fully fleshed out responses to each, like all the wordsmithing that goes into the Federal Register document. However, we will consider those in making a decision to approve, disapprove, or partially approve the FMP amendment.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Ms. Miller. And I think that's driven by the council's desire to see this implemented by the fishing year 2024, right? This sort of, I mean, you described a lot of things that need to be compressed into a pretty short period of time. And so I guess I just have a question based on that assumption, and that is if in the review process, things are major issues are identified, such as around the degree of reporting, some of the things that weren't discussed in as much detail at the council at final action. And those trigger major concerns on the part of industry or others. Are we in a situation where we might be facing a fairly critical decision between ability to implement for 2024 versus ability to correct or to discuss at least major aspects of the program? Is that kind of what we'll have to weigh as after people have had a chance to review the draft regulations?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for that question. I think that the answer largely depends on what comes up in public comments, which that's hard to predict at this stage. Not having seen a lot of those comments come in yet, the substance of and the specifics of the proposed rule just being published today. I think to broadly answer your question, we'll know by March 30th whether or not if there's been something large enough that we would either partially approve or disapprove the FMP amendment, then we would know that by the 30th of March. And that would give us some time to come back to the council and talk about that, likely at the April meeting. And then so assuming that that FMP amendment may be approved and that nothing substantive has been raised in public comment, then we can have conversations about that, any specifics after that comment period closes. So I would come back and talk to you.
Ms. Miller.
All right. Additional information in your in the NIMS Management B2 report, we notified the council and the public that we have denied a request for emergency action to close the Red King Crab Savings Area. Information about that and the link to the media release is included in the report. We have two new pieces of legislation to report. There's the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force. This task force, the Science Center will be providing organizational and staff support to this task force and will result in producing a report that describes the scientific review and recommendations on filling knowledge gaps that warrant further scientific inquiry. There's also new legislation on Marine Mammal Research and Response Act. This act will require 3 reports to Congress. Will be the final outcome of that, and additional information and details in the report. We also provided updates on cost recovery fee percentages. Since the last meeting, we've finished the cost recovery process for the Rockfish program, as well as the IFQ program, and published standard prices for our observer fee program. And information about that is in your report. Full cost recovery reports for all of our cost recovery programs are also attached.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Miller. I appreciate the B2 report coverage of new legislation. And I think this will come up later in the meeting, but I did just want to ask, since we also take this opportunity to talk about NIMS progress on rulemaking. My recollection is that new legislation also includes authority for NIMS to collect fees from charter. I can't remember exactly. I don't want to misstate it in terms of supporting the implementation of the recreational quota entity. And so I noticed that is not included in this summary of new legislation, and just wondered if the passage of that legislation affects NIMS's progress on that action that the council's already taken, or where that sits in the queue at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. Thank you for the question. Good catch. We should have also included a note on that in our B2 management report, and can add that in a written update for the April meeting. You're correct. There has been new legislation that authorizes the fee collection program for the recreational quota entity to collect fees and implement a halibut stamp program. We are actively working on a work plan to identify next steps and move forward on that project, and we can provide more detail later.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Miller.
Okay, continuing on with the management report, there's also information and an update on our charter halibut permit annual registration. This was an action that was implemented in 2020 to require the annual registration for charter halibut permits. And we are happy to announce that that is now available online through an electronic process rather than through a paper process. So information and frequently asked questions are available in the report.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. That's really good news. My question for you, you may not be able to answer on the spot here, but it would be good to get it on the record at some point. What I'm wondering is, I saw that that was available, and myself and several other charter operators that own commercial halibut IFQ shares and already have an eFish account tried to follow the directions, and it looks like, and I just want to clarify, do we need to have a separate eFish account for charter permit registration? Because it doesn't automatically populate in the existing eFish account for charter operators that also own halibut quota.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for that question. You're correct that I can't answer it on the spot, but I will make a note of that and provide an answer hopefully later this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Continuing on the trawl EFP, here, there's an update in the management report on this. As you'll recall, in October, the council took final action to recommend a regulated trawl electronic monitoring program for pelagic trawl gear in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. This is currently being implemented through an exempted fishing permit. At the time, we were expecting that we may be able to implement the regulated program by 2024. As you recall, we talked about staff limitations and now expect that we may need to continue through with the EFP through 2024 and aim at a 2025 implementation date of the regulated program. So we've updated the exempted fishing permit to cover through the end of 2024. And we've also added an additional exemption to use electronic or to test the use of electronic monitoring on these vessels to detect compliance with some closure areas to non-pelagic trawl gear. We're continuing to learn even this late in the project. So that's exciting news.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for that update. And the council, I think you made the council well aware of the delay in implementation and appreciate that. And the council provided a letter asking for a possibility for funding given the late date and in that notice and the inability to get further NIFWIF funds in order to do the 2024 season and under the EFP. So I'm just wondering if we've had a response or anything internal that you can provide to know our likelihood of getting those funds for 2024.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. Short answer is we don't have an answer yet, but there are active discussions underway and I'm optimistic, but we don't have anything definitive yet.
Thank you. And just follow up that if there's anything that the council could do to further advocate for those funds to continue this project, I think, making us aware of that would be helpful. So thank you.
All right, continuing on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've posted additional information and guidance on our community development quota program on the regulation of harvest provision. This is the specific guidance we've published is about the calculation of pollock maximum retainable amounts or MRAs and allowing AFA vessels to calculate that on an offload to offload basis rather than an instantaneous maximum retainable amount. So information is posted on our website. Also, moving on to our tribal engagement update. Very exciting news. We've hired a new and excited to announce Emily Wilson. We have information on our website to provide on her background. There's a web story and you can find information on our staff directory. As the AKRO tribal liaison, Emily will greatly increase our capacity to conduct effective and meaningful outreach with our tribal partners. And she's hitting the ground running. We've got 2 current ongoing consultations. We have one tribal consultation that concluded last week on our harvest specifications, focusing on the effects of the groundfish harvest specifications on salmon bycatch. And we have a second consultation scheduled for later this month to focus on how NMFS engages with meaningful consultation. Need to finish my coffee this morning.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Krupnik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. I have a little bit of a cold. Ms. Miller, just on your CDQ guidance, wondering, this may be something that I've missed, but wondering if there's any other outreach to CDQ groups that the agency did, or is this just posted on the website for notification? And if not, if you plan on sending some information to the individual quota managers on this. Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Omnika, thank you for the question. My understanding is that this guidance was developed in response to a specific request, and that information has been provided back to the person or persons that requested more information about this. But I can follow up with our in-season management folks and see if there's any other additional outreach that may be useful.
Ms. Miller.
Okay. Moving on to our ESA Section 7. So this is our an update on the information that we presented in December. We presented a plan to conduct Endangered Species Act Section 7 consultations to evaluate the effects of our GOA and Bering Sea groundfish fisheries on ESA listed species and critical habitats. Since December council meeting, we have created internal working groups and begun compiling information necessary to complete the analyses needed for these consultations. Additional information is included in the report. So the main point here is that we're continuing to work on this and we'll engage with the council as we go. Next up is I'm excited to announce some personnel changes and some new staff especially in the Sustainable Fisheries Division. Behind me, you'll see Gretchen Harrington. You may have seen her at our December council meeting as well. But we didn't include a write-up in our B2 report. So happy to announce that she's joined Sustainable Fisheries as our new Assistant Regional Administrator. She's been the Assistant Regional Administrator for Habitat Conservation since 2018, and we're excited to have her back in the SF division after her 6-year hiatus. We also have a few new Lantern detailees. So this is a program where we basically borrow employees from other portions of the agency as an opportunity for learning and growth. We have Joel Kraske joining us from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center Fishery Monitoring and Analysis Division. He'll be working with us on a part-time detail and helping out with a variety of projects. We also have Justin Kavanaugh will be joining us for a detail assignment. He's currently working with the West Coast Region's Permits and Monitoring Branch in Seattle, and we're excited to have him help out on Catch Share Branch projects. We also have David Bryan joining the Sustainable Fisheries Division from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, where he works as a biologist with a focus on technological approaches to reducing bycatch design of gear and to observe fishing gear and fish behavior. He'll be helping out with a variety of projects in the Sustainable Fisheries Division in the coming months. With that, I'll note that we do have a written in-season management report. I'm not planning to walk through that in detail, but we do have Mary Farunas online if there are any questions.
Mr. Down.
I made it back in my seat just in time because I was waiting for this and I appreciate you the brevity of not needing to go into the detail. I've read through the report and I appreciate that very much. My question is on Pacific cod and the Bering Sea at the end of the 2022 season. That it's not detailed exactly in your report, but it's my understanding that there was about 1,400 metric tons of Pacific cod left in the Bering Sea. And I'm sure we'll hear some of this on in public comment because I see we've got a public comment letter on this. So I thought I'd just ask you now, and I'm glad that Ms. Furness is on the phone, Ms. Miller. So whichever one would like to answer this. My question is understanding the impediments to trying to do much at the end of the year. There were vessels that were fishing in the Bering Sea, even though Pacific cod was closed for most folks. It was open in the Bering Sea for CDQ, and there were CDQ vessels fishing in that area that would have gladly liked to have harvested that 1,400 tons. But there was if you could identify the difficulties in trying to, for this year and going forward, looking at that ability to open the season back up for a short time, even a week, would have been something I did, the letter that's in the public comments indicates that there's about 600 that there was about roughly about $6 million worth of cod that was left in the water, and I did some quick math on that, and that would have been about 1,550,000 pounds of finished product. And today's prices, I come up with a number that's actually larger than that. So, and I just finished working on a report on cod valuations, among other things. So, so I know what the current price of cod is, but, so I'm just curious, when we're looking at, it seems like a small amount of cod because we're dealing with 2 million metric tons in the Bering Sea, but, it's a large number for, a fleet that's trying to find any cod they possibly can, and crews that could have, that, used this about 30% of this money or more would have went directly to crew members. And so it's a large amount. So I'm just curious if you could just address that rather than bring you up after public comment and ask you. I thought I'd just ask you now. So thank you for the long-winded question, but that I wanted to make sure she understood what I was asking about. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Miller or Ms. Furunas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that was sufficiently long enough to see if Mary's available online.
Ms. Furunas, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you.
Hi, Mary. This is Kayla. You will need to unmute yourself. *6 if you're on the phone.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, although we need to mute something in the room.
Turn your speaker down. If you turn your speaker down and turn your mic on. Is she on her phone?
Ms. Furunas?
How about now?
Okay, all right. We hear you now, Ms. Furunas.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So I have to turn my phone way down, I think, and so I can't really hear you, but I'll try to respond here. Yes, we had to decide to close the Bering Sea sub-area for non-CDQ Pacific cod around October 7th. So that's quite early in the season to try to project what we need for incidental catch through the remainder of the year. However, it is correct. We could have looked at reopening Pacific cod in the Bering Sea for the non-CDQ sectors later in the year. We didn't receive any requests to do that. So we didn't take a closer look at it. And we did see that there were vessels participating in the CDQ Pacific cod fishery, and there was still quite a large amount of Pacific cod remaining in that sector, over 2,000 metric tons by the end of the year. So I think we were assuming that vessels were continuing to participate in that fishery. And I do realize there is a difference between the Pacific cod allocation to the CDQ groups and to the hook and line CPs.
Thank you, Ms. Furunas. Mr. Down, did that answer your question?
I think it does. And I think it just to make sure if it's okay, if I just, yes, that answered my question. I could expand on that a little bit if it would be okay, but.
Well, perhaps that would be more appropriate after public
Thank
comment, if you've gotten the answer that you're looking for. Okay. Mr. Mesereau. And thank you, Ms. Furunas. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I have a quick question for you regarding the Lantern program. I took a look at it online and I was pleased to see that you're getting more staff to help. But it looks like it looks to me like it's an employee-driven program. If people want to go elsewhere, they apply for it. And if they've done good work, then they get to go. And I guess I'm happy to see we're getting more help. But are we losing employees to this and they're going to other regions as well? Or is this a one-way street for this Lantern program so far?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, that's an excellent question. And so one of the things that we've focused on in the Alaska region is providing opportunities for learning and growth. So as you note, this is a two-way program, and we have had several staff participate in Lantern details in the past, especially within SF as well as other divisions. And so we have had employees complete details with other regions such as the West Coast region or in other divisions. I will say at this point in the Sustainable Fisheries Division, I think it's a net gain at this point in time. And we do have additional hiring actions in progress. It's just those are too early to really provide a meaningful update on where they are. We are working on them and working on hiring additional staff.
Any further questions? Great. Ms. Miller, you're concluded?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the NIMS management
Okay.
report.
All right, thank you again, Ms. Miller. Okay, next up is our NOAA GC report. We've got a written report in the agenda. Any questions for Ms. Watson, or is there anything you'd like to provide?
Through the chair this morning, no, we do not have an oral report, but happy to answer any questions if folks have them. Thank you.
And I don't see any. Okay. That will bring us to our D5 ADF&G report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that must have come up more quickly than we thought. Can we stand down for just a moment? We have a few items in this, or maybe I can get started. Actually, sorry, just thinking. How about I quickly do the CDQ decennial review since I'm sitting here, and then we can move on to the more typical ADF&G report. And then we also have a presentation on the State of Alaska Bycatch Task Force. Is that okay? All right, Mr. Chair, just very briefly, you will see posted under B5 a brief document that provides an update on the 2022 Community Development Program, or CDQ decennial review. And by definition, this process only happens once every 10 years. And so it is currently ongoing, but council staff asked us to provide a brief overview just to inform the council and the public of progress on that process. And just to be very clear, this decennial review really is outlined, and the requirements for the review are outlined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act and also in State of Alaska regulations. There is no formal role for the council, just to be very clear. And so in terms of the progress, as of February 8th, which was yesterday, 2023, the 2022 decennial review is ongoing, but is expected to be complete prior to the April 2023 council meeting. And at that time, ADF&G will provide the council with information on the finalized process. And again, as I mentioned, the Magnuson-Stevens Act specifies that the state of Alaska will undertake the decennial review process and determine whether each CDQ group has maintained or improved its overall performance with respect to the criteria that are specified in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And then state regulations establish the process for the state's review. For the 2022 decennial review, each group submitted a decennial review report to the State of Alaska's CDQ evaluation team by the November 1st, 2022 deadline. And on January 23rd, 2023, the state CDQ evaluation team provided written notice to each CDQ group and to the National Marine Fisheries Service Alaska region of the state's proposed recommendation regarding whether each CDQ entity has or has not maintained its overall performance with respect to the criteria during the review period. Now, state regulations allow a CDQ group to request a hearing regarding the state's determination within 30 days after the date of the state's written notice, which was January 23rd. So that means that CDQ groups have until February 22nd, 2023 to request a hearing. And if the state of Alaska receives any hearing requests, we will schedule a hearing process and finalize the decennial review process consistent with the state regulations. If the state does not receive a hearing request, we will provide written notice to the National Marine Fisheries Service that the determinations provided on January 23rd, 2023 are final. And the following pages of the document that's posted under B5 really just summarize the decennial review authority and requirements as outlined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act and State of Alaska regulations. And that concludes my update, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions? Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the update. Just a quick question. It may have been here and I may have missed it. How many CDQ reports are you actually dealing with?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. Each CDQ group submits a report on its activities. So there were 6.
Ms. Drobnica.
I'll give this another try. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I'd just like to thank Ms. Baker and others who were involved in the state's evaluation team for their accessibility and communication during the process. It was a tremendous amount of work from everyone involved over the last half of a year or so. And I think the sector really looks forward to sharing the outcomes in April. And there's obviously a lot of substantial amount of benefits and workforce development, job creation coming out of this program. And I think there's a lot to be proud of from all the leaders involved throughout the last 30 years. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Any further questions? I'll just add my thanks to you, Ms. Baker. I know it's not a process that comes up very often. So a lot of new people in the administration since the last time we had a review, and I thought the process, as Ms. Drobnica said, went very well. So thank you very much, and to your team. Okay, if there's no further questions on the CDQ decennial review, looks like Ms. Bush is here for the ADF&G report.
Good morning. I'm waiting a second to see if the presentation can go up. Okay, I think I can share my screen. How do I do that?
Yep, stand down for a few minutes. For those online, we're going to stand down while the presentation's loading.
It's okay, I can.
Okay, we have the presentation loaded and
Yes.
can resume. Ms. Bush.
Yes, for the record, my name is Carla Bush. I'm an Extended Jurisdiction Program Manager with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. The department was assigned administrative support for the Alaska Bycatch Task Force, so I will be providing that presentation today. The task force was established by Governor Dunleavy on November 18th, 2021, under Administrative Order 326. This was later superseded by Administrative Order 332, which expanded our membership by 2 members. There were 7 members total from across all the commercial fisheries, halibut, salmon, the trawl industry, crab industry. We had sport fish representatives, charter fishery representatives, the Commissioner of Fish and Game, as well as the commissioner or the representative from DCCED, a member of the House and a member of the Senate. There were 15 voting members total, all except the representative of the House and the Senate were voting members. The administrative order defined bycatch as those fish which are kept and harvested in a fishery but are not sold or kept. The task force was careful not to wade into issues outside of that definition of bycatch, so we did not talk about hatchery wild salmon interactions or intercept fisheries where fish can be legally kept and sold. So this was strictly just those fish which are harvested but cannot be kept or sold, either because there's no market for them or because they're required to be discarded by regulation. Purpose of the task force was to explore the issue of bycatch and provide recommendation to policymakers. And in this case, that's the governor of Alaska as the lead policymaker for the state. The Fish and Game webpage or website has a webpage dedicated to the Alaska Bycatch Task Force. The final report is posted there, as well as all of the meeting minutes and audio. The objectives of the task force were to first study what impact bycatch has on fisheries, evaluate and recommend policies. These included state recommendations for outreach, research recommendations, and management recommendations. The task force was to ensure that the state agencies are leveraging their available resources, and the task force was to use the best available science to inform policymakers and the public. To complete these tasks, the task force broke into 4 committees. The first committee, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Committee, was a foundational committee meant to support the work of the other committees. For example, all of the research recommendations that funneled up from the 3 species area committees were sent first to the Science, Technology, and Innovation Committee, and they compiled and organized those before sending them on to the full task force for their consideration. Focusing again on high value bycatch species, the task force broke into 3 different species / area committees. The first was the Western Alaska Salmon Committee, which focused on Chinook and chum salmon and interactions with Bering Sea groundfish fisheries. The second was the Gulf of Alaska Chinook salmon and halibut committee. And the third was a crab committee that focused on the major crab fisheries in the Bering Sea, snow crab, tanner, and red king crab, as well as tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska. These next few slides provide an overview of the many presentations that the task force received. We had 45 meetings total between January and November last year, took public testimony at 43 of those meetings, and received numerous presentations from subject matter experts. We had input from council staff, NIMP staff, both the regional staff at National Marine Fisheries Service and Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff, from the Observer Program, Engineering and Conservation Department, as well as Sustainable Fisheries. We had Ian Stewart and Dr. Alan Hicks from the IPHC provide presentations, and fish and game staff as well from our crab section out in Kodiak. This slide just provides the presentations that were given to the full task force and to the Science, Technology, and Innovation Committee. The slide here is the presentations and information provided specifically to the Western Alaska Salmon Committee, to the Gulf of Alaska Salmon and Halibut Committee, and then the presentations and information provided to the Crab Committee. The links on these pages will take you to those meeting information pages on the Fish and Game website as well, and there are links to the PowerPoint presentations as well. So starting with state engagement recommendations, the task force recommended to establish a process and a way to provide more easily accessible information on bycatch, to provide an opportunity for input on council issues before each meeting. And this is something that Deputy Commissioner Baker and I have already begun or reestablished, I guess, before each meeting, before each council meeting, we hold a Alaska stakeholder meeting to discuss the council agenda items. The task force recommended supporting the educational tax credit program, which is soon set to expire, and suggested expanding this program to include technology or gear modifications that reduce bycatch, which was a top research recommendation of the task force as well. They requested that the state engage further in trying to get information on salmon bycatch in Russian fisheries through our contacts at the State Department and elsewhere. Suggested using the bycatch task force as a excuse me, I don't have my notes. To establish a permanent bycatch advisory entity using the bycatch task force sort of as a role of how maybe to do that. And then suggested that the state develop a bycatch policy.
Ms. Bush?
Yes.
Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bush. I just wanted to ask about the first bullet, just for perhaps the benefit of the council and folks participating in the meeting, since bycatch related information is often, as discussed in the task force, related to federal fisheries management, so council and agency. Can you just expand a little bit on what the task force was actually recommending there? In terms of, I recognize this is a specific recommendation for state engagement, but quite frankly, I'm struggling a little bit and looking for input and help on what exactly the task force was recommending there.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker. So many members of the public expressed frustration in accessing information on bycatch. And so it was generally just improved communication on bycatch information. Perhaps part of that is development of the bycatch policy, but also just website development with bycatch related links, bycatch information, informational forums, or other forms of outreach were recommended. So just, those of us familiar with the council website or the NIMS website know where to go to find updated salmon bycatch information, but it takes a bit of digging. And so the public was expressing some frustration with just how to locate that information. And so better ways, I guess, that the state and our partners can work together to try to provide bycatch information that's more easily accessible for the public. So.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bush. I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit on the last bullet, which is developing a bycatch policy. I assume that is to develop a bycatch policy for state waters fisheries. Is that correct? Or was the idea that the bycatch task force would develop a bycatch policy for federal fisheries? It seems like we already have that with Magnuson. Just wondering if you could expand a little bit on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. So they recommended that the state of Alaska work with the Alaska Board of Fisheries and stakeholders and perhaps a bycatch advisory entity if one is created to develop a state of Alaska bycatch policy that could then be used by the Alaska Board of Fisheries when addressing state water bycatch issues and could be considered by the state of Alaska representatives here on the council, but it focused on the state and the state processes.
Ms. Bush.
Okay, shifting now to research recommendations. So the discussions at the Alaska Bycatch Task Force highlighted the difficulty in identifying research that's strictly bycatch focused. Most of them agreed that there were clear research needs to reduce bycatch, but there's also a need to improve our understanding of the target species in order to identify impacts to those species from bycatch. Gaps were identified that needed to be addressed for managers to more fully understand and assess what impacts bycatch may have on some fisheries. They did, it was notable that 3 research recommendations crossed all species and management areas, and all 3 of these areas are important to improve bycatch avoidance. And those include gear modifications and improved technology, research such as salmon excluder work, pot modifications, and the use of technology to identify hotspots was discussed. And this area also requires collaboration with industry and would benefit from agency support. The second is updated discard mortality rates. The assumed discard mortality rates, which inform stock assessments and other management measures, are in some cases outdated and may not reflect the current industry technology and handling practices. And finally, this is a big one we've been discussing for a while, and that's shifting distribution patterns. So data is necessary for determining the shifts and patterns with the changing climate. Both salmon and crab have experienced shifting distribution patterns, and it's critical to understand these patterns both temporally and spatially to ensure that the best information is being used when developing bycatch mitigation measures. There were 2 overarching research goals for salmon. The first was research to improve our ability to determine the stock of origin of chum and Chinook salmon taken as bycatch. And the second was research to reduce bycatch through improved understanding of distribution and migration, particularly of Western Alaska chum and Chinook salmon stocks. Better understanding of the migration patterns would help us predict and therefore avoid hotspots within the Bering Sea region.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. On these recommendations, and particularly the one to improve ability to determine stock of origin, were those, and I'm not cross-referencing with the report, were those targeted toward fisheries other than federal fisheries where we have very well delineated stock of origin on an annual basis? Are these targeted toward other fisheries that might take salmon? I'm just trying to figure out, or is it further delineate within any of those categories, those coastal groupings?
It's my understanding, Ms. Kimball, that it was further delineation within those broad stock groupings that we currently have.
Through the chair. So trying to break out coastal Western Alaska to a more refined Kuskokwim or something like that. That's the origin of that recommendation.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes.
And while I have the mic, I just wanted to ask overall on the research recommendations, are those directed to the broad research community? Are they directed toward the Science Center and federal entities, or are they directed toward the state on research?
Yeah, through the chair, Mrs. Kimball. And generally, they're all directed towards the state because that was the focus of the task force. But we understand that these research recommendations are broader than just what the state is currently studying.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Bush.
Yeah, so more specific recommendations for salmon. The first was to what was on the relative importance of mechanisms that drive salmon abundance and fishery impacts. These are further studies on marine migration patterns relative to the groundfish fisheries, improved stock-specific information like age of the bycatch, improved understanding of fishery impact. So further adult equivalency modeling for Chinook salmon, perhaps in the Gulf, if we could ever get there, and for cum salmon in the Bering Sea. Research for salmon on additional non-adult abundance estimates. So understanding what the critical survival periods are for Western Alaska salmon, understanding how ocean and climate conditions may impact future runs, and understanding what the role of diet, health, disease is on survival and spawning success. Another recommendation for salmon was to address observed and unobserved mortality. Excuse me, I've shifted to crab now. So for crab research recommendations, the overarching recommendation was to address observed and unobserved mortality caused by gear interactions. Under this heading includes research on the impacts of repeating capture and discarding of females and sublegal males, for example. Understanding more about the data gaps, the uncertainties in the directed crab fishery catches, and unobserved catches in the state Pacific cod pot fisheries, and for some of the state tanner crab fisheries, for example, in the Gulf. Understanding more about habitat disturbance and the effects of bottom contact gear. Again, on crab, continued research on critical crab habitat to better inform where we have open and closed areas for commercial fishing, and what areas are important for crab at different life stages. Shifting to halibut research recommendations, the overarching top goal was to investigate better ways to estimate total removals and discard mortality. And then under that, studies on the impacts of repeated capture and discarding of halibut, impacts of fishing gear on habitat, better understanding the movement between the IPHC management areas, to investigate halibut diet and growth rates and how that impacts changes in length at age, studies on commercial fishery size limit and the trade-offs of possibly removing or changing that minimum size limit, and then determining the relative fecundity of halibut based on size and age and how that changes.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Carla, is this your last slide on research?
Yes.
Okay. Before we went off research, I just wanted, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Carla. And I wanted to follow up on Ms. Kimball's question earlier in terms of just noting, there's a lot of information in the bycatch task force, and necessarily Ms. Bush needed to limit her presentation, but I did, following up on Ms. Kimball's question in terms of to whom were the task force's research recommendations directed. And while Carla is absolutely correct, the report was essentially prepared as recommendations to the governor in the state of Alaska. The task force did address exactly the issue that you raised in terms of there are a lot of groups that do research, and we obviously want to collaborate and be cooperative to get the best use of our resources. So I just wanted to point out to Ms. Kimball and the public that on page 11 of the Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force, there are some general research recommendations from the task force for process in developing research priorities in terms of, some recommendations directly to the state, but also to implement strategies to encourage and facilitate industry and agency cooperative research, create methods for collaboration with Alaska Native tribes, organizations, and other research entities along those lines. So I just wanted to point that out, since that was definitely an area of focus for the task force, and they did provide some specific recommendations on that topic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Bush.
Thank you. And thank you, Rachel, or Ms. Baker, for pointing that out. So moving now to management recommendations. The first covers all species and was a top management recommendation from the task force. And that is that the state of Alaska should support taking incremental measures through the regulatory process to improve bycatch utilization, with a particular focus on species that are otherwise marketable but are caught with non-targeted gear or discards in a directed fishery that are required by regulation. So to focus on bycatch utilization and to make improvements where we can incrementally through our regulatory process was a main recommendation for management from the task force. They broke out their management recommendations by both fixed gear recommendation and trawl gear recommendation. The first few slides here are their recommendations for fixed gear. The first here is to reduce the incidental take of bycatch through pot gear modifications. And once pot modifications have been identified that can reduce bycatch, they encouraged the exploration of putting those modifications into regulation to incentivize their use. If that makes sense. So sometimes we want to keep our regulations more flexible, but where it makes sense to implement those changes through regulation. And then to address the lack of monitoring in the directed Gulf of Alaska tanner crab fishery and the state managed pot cod fisheries. Other recommendations for fixed gear included evaluating seasonal closures of bycatch hotspots for pot gear. I think this was largely focused on the Pacific cod pot fishery. To examine the impacts of retaining all legal crab in the directed fishery. And they recommended a rationalization program for the over 60 Bering Sea pot cod fishery. Shifting to trawl gear. Oh, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bush. Was there discussion about PSC limits for trawl gear as a management measure?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, for trawl gear or for fixed gear? Through the chair, Mrs. Vanderhoven, I think that was part or maybe part of what could be considered under an over 60 pot cod rationalization program. I don't think there was any specific discussion about bycatch limits for the peacock pot fisheries overall.
Ms. Bush.
Shifting now to trawl gear, the management recommendations included reviewing the effectiveness of fixed open and closed areas for trawling and to continue to develop flexible spatial management approaches, requiring full observer coverage on non-pelagic trawl gear catcher vessels in the Gulf of Alaska, and to require full monitoring on Gulf of Alaska pelagic trawl catcher vessels and tenders. And I'll note that the council did take action at an earlier meeting to recommend the EM program for pelagic trawl catcher vessels, which is currently underway, I guess. Other trawl gear recommendations included the state should consider an abundance-based management program for halibut bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska. The state should consider requiring full retention of tanner crab in all Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries for a period of time to adequately assess removals, and to consider a rationalization type management tools for the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. The final slide on management recommendations for trawl gear include working to achieve real-time genetic reporting that provides the composition of Western Alaska salmon in the bycatch, working to establish a scientific-based chum salmon cap, and the state should consider applying Bering Sea crab bycatch limits across the entire stock boundary. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Any final questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bush, I'll just note that I wasn't clear at all what to expect from the task force when it was first announced. And I have to admit, just as one council member, I'm pretty impressed with the thoughtfulness and the the depth to which a lot of these go, which I guess really leads into my question then, which is sort of what's next from the perspective of the state? You described some of that in terms of providing some direction to, for instance, the Alaska Council members. And some of the recommendations provide a vision for that, but in particular, several of these things are going to require require additional state resources pretty clearly. And has the governor announced an intention to put together a budget package and a legislative package to begin to implement the aspects of this that the state has primary responsibility for?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, the governor has received the report and has confirmed that he's received the report and is currently working with the commissioner and others to identify how those fit into state priorities in the coming years. And we do expect an op-ed or some information coming from the commissioner here in the coming months that would indicate what those priorities will be.
Bush, on the previous slide, there's a couple of bullets there. Work to achieve real-time genetic reporting that provides a composition of Western Alaska salmon in the bycatch. And then the second is work to establish a scientific-based chum salmon cap. I was wondering if the first bullet fed into the discussion of the task force, the first bullet fed into the second. Was that intended to be a chum salmon cap of Western Alaska salmon? Was there any conversation about that, or was it just an overall cap?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the two are related, but they were provided as a separate management recommendation. The first could involve both Chinook and or chum salmon, trying to get at Western Alaska Chinook salmon, but also at the Western Alaska chum salmon, to have sort of more real-time information if that's possible. Right now, as you know, there's about a year delay in getting the information back. And then working towards a scientific-based chum salmon cap, that recommendation is clearly focused on trying to minimize the take of Western Alaska chum salmon in particular, understanding that there are a lot other chum out there that we are less concerned about.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Any further questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bush. I do appreciate how the report was laid out and then the PowerPoint to provide the summary points for the council. Thank you for that. I'm just wondering if when provided to the governor of the state of Alaska, if there's a clear delineation between which are purely state-driven actions or recommendations and which need to go through other bodies like this council, and then which actions maybe are actually ongoing in either the Board of Fish or the council process, and which would be entirely new efforts or changes. I don't know if you can share that level of kind of internal workings, but it would be nice to know whether some of that context is being provided in the final distribution of this report to the state.
Yeah, the final report, there's no plans to change, I guess, what's in the final written report. But we do have plans. The chairman of the task force, Mr. Jensen, and I will be presenting to the legislature in the coming month or so. And it's my intent to revise this presentation as needed for that audience. So I'm happy to take any suggestions that you have.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. And just to add on a little bit, and in terms of, you're right, Ms. Kimball, the report from the task force did not necessarily make those distinctions among management bodies. And that's exactly what our federal fisheries staff, which is the three of us that attend these meetings, are working with the commissioner to help identify and make those distinctions in order to help identify those priorities, because we do recognize we need to work with our partners and determine what is ongoing. There are some things that are various stages going on in the council process, perhaps at the agency within the task force report, to provide a comprehensive picture to the commissioner, ultimately to help us determine priorities. So thank you for asking that question. That is essentially what we are doing right now.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to compliment Ms. Bush on her presentation. I know I couldn't have done near that well, but it was very good and very comprehensive. There are some things that we recognize that we couldn't do because it goes across bounds, our bounds, and we realize that. And that's another thing we're probably still going to have to work on a little bit to figure out where our boundaries are and what we can do. But we encourage a work together type atmosphere on some of the issues that are cross boundaries. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, and thank you for chairing the task force on our behalf. I don't see any additional questions. Thanks, and thanks again, Ms. Bush. So it's getting close to break time. There's a written report. Was there going to be any oral presentation on that? Okay. All right. So if there's any, okay, anybody have any questions on the written report? We can have Ms. Henry address them. All right. With that, let's go ahead and take a morning break, come back at 10:10, and we will resume with our B reports. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we're ready to continue with our B items. Up next is we have a written report from the U.S. Coast Guard and can entertain any questions if there are any on that report. Okay. Oh, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I understand that from the written report as well as just from side conversations that the Coast Guard's continuing to I don't know whether adapt operations a little bit, but just make sure they're configured for continued sort of scrutiny around the international maritime boundary in the Bering Sea. And I'm just wondering if there's anything you want to share sort of additionally at this point that you felt comfortable sharing about that. It's certainly, just of a increasing headline importance as well as concern to, I think, the whole council family.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for the question. There's a lot to unpack in that question. I can certainly talk about it a lot more offline too, but in general, you're correct. What you're seeing in the report and what you're seeing in actual day-to-day execution of our missions is a spreading of that mission a little bit. But still good resourcing levels to get after those things. But in terms of Ukraine, Russia, the relationship along the maritime boundary line, we're certainly paying attention to that more. And then as we push even outside of the Bering, looking at counter IUU south of the Aleutians and pushing over towards Japan area where we do an annual operation associated with counter IUU with our Canadian partners, Japanese partners, those kind of things. There's a lot going on at the 17th district, but in terms of resourcing constraints, I would say that hasn't changed a whole lot over time between the aircraft that we've got in Kodiak, big ships that come up now from California, Hawaii, the ships that we got in place. We're still in a really good place, in my opinion.
Thank you. That's really good to hear. And it's sure glad to have the Haley back too. I think that's very timely.
On the Haley, she spent, just for your awareness, she spent several months. It was almost 6-7 months in dry dock, unexpected. So those families spent a lot of time away from, or those crew members spent a lot of time away from their families. So we're happy to have them back in Kodiak. And I think they're only a few weeks away from getting underway and getting back, doing the job in the Bering that they're designed for. So thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain, for that response. And in follow-up, I mean, I note in the report, which I know you provided to the council previously about the Russian vessel that was actually determined to be fishing inside the EEZ in May and June, and had several incursions. And then you had to increase your surface and air presence to deter incursions for the rest of the year. So on that budget question, or is that level of effort something you see needing to be ongoing, or because it looked like a distinct difference from what we had planned in the first half of the year?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, again, thanks for the question. That vessel, I think you're referring to I'm probably going to butcher this, but the ichthyolog crossed the line, fished on our side. We reported that to the Russian border guard. They took action, provided a violation to that vessel, and then reported that back to us. So anytime that we get that kind of interaction with the Russian border guard where we actually get reported back to, we see that as a positive relationship point. And then also that the system is working, because if we didn't have that kind of system set up where the Russian border guard was actually holding those folks accountable, we would have to apply a lot more resource to the maritime boundary line to protect our EEZ. So that's what we're sensitive to. And certainly with Ukraine in the background, we're more sensitive to it now. And then you add in that one migrant event that we had off St. Lawrence Island also, that kind of spiked our interest. So we did apply more resources to the maritime boundary line at that time and during the time of the illegal fishing that happened there. But then nothing has happened since, and there's no indicators that more is about to happen either from from our standpoint. So we'll continue to watch, but again, it was 2 spikes that we saw and nothing since.
Further questions? Thanks again, Captain Brunel. That will bring us to our B7 report. We do have a written update that is posted to our e-agenda that essentially says there are no real updates to provide at this time, although I do think we have Mr. Fassbender and Mr. Martin on the phone if there are any questions. And I don't see any. Okay. We can move to B8, the IPHC report. And here to provide that is Ian Stewart and Baja Kutnajak. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the council. My name is Basia Gudnijak, and I will be presenting as a IPHC Fisheries Policy Branch Manager a report with the outcomes of the 99th session of the IPHC annual meeting that took place last month. Okay, thank you. The 99th session of the IPHC annual meeting took place between 23rd and 27th January 2023 in Victoria, British Columbia, and the meeting was open to the public, and we had participation both in person and there was an option for remote access. The IPHC meeting website is here linked below, and all the documents provided during that meeting are available. One of the major decisions from that IPHC session was the decision on mortality limits for 2023. On the slide here, we have these mortality limits presented by IPHC regulatory area. The total mortality limit for the whole IPHC, for all IPHC regulatory areas was 36.97 million pounds distributed between the areas. This mortality limit implies a change of or decrease of 10.3% at the coast-wide level, with a varying percentage between the regulatory areas. At in the IPHC regulatory 2A, that is the US West Coast, we had no change. The TCY, or total constant exploitation yield, remained at the level of 1.65 million pounds. The TCY for 2B, that is British Columbia coast, was decreased by 10.3%. The highest decrease was noted for the IPHC regulatory areas 4A and 3A. Those were over 17%. The next table here provides the detailed projected detailed projections based on the adopted mortality limits, and this includes fisheries fishing limits that are result of the adopted mortality limits and the domestic catch sharing arrangements. All the details are in the table, and I have here Dr. Stewart, who can provide more background for the decision on the mortality limits.
Dr. Stewart.
Good morning, council members. Ian Stewart, International Pacific Halibut Commission. Conduct the stock assessment each year and other management supporting analyses. So very briefly, I'm just going to walk you through what I think are the most salient results from this year, and also speak to the catch limits that were set and the projection for the near future for the Pacific halibut stock. So the first thing that we noted this year was that all of our coast-wide indices were down quite strongly in 2022. And this corresponds to the lowest fishery performance or efficiency that we've seen in 3 decades in terms of the catch rates recorded in logbooks up and down the coast across all IPHC regulatory areas. This is largely being driven by a transition. We are seeing a jump from a strong 2005 year class across a very wide gap in low recruitments to the next year class in line being the 2012 year class. And this transition as you can tell, being fish that being much younger led to quite a drop in catch rates in 2022. We began to see this a couple of years ago in the survey, and the largest part of the transition occurred this year or this last year in 2022 in the commercial and other fisheries. As I noted, this low recruitment that occurred from 2006 to 2011 is the strongest driver in the current stock dynamics. This continues to reduce the productivity that's available and, of course, therefore, the yield that's available to the fisheries. Getting right into the data, this figure shows you 3 different indices created from the IPHC's Fishery Independence Setline Survey. On the left, we have relative numbers per skate or catch rate in numbers. In the center, catch rate in pounds. And on the right, catch rate in legal pounds to give you a sense of how these things compare. You'll note that the decreases and the percentages there indicate the decrease from 2021 to the 2022 observation. The decreases get larger as you move from numbers to pounds to legal size pounds. And this indicates that the older, larger component of the stock is declining more rapidly. And we are now shifting to a younger stock and smaller fish. And to really show you this in another way graphically, this is a plot of the age composition data from the 1990s. Each circle represents the proportion of fish caught at that age in that year. And so strong diagonal patterns, as I've outlined here, indicate strong year classes. And you'll note the 1987 year class was a very large year class, producing over 200 million pounds of yield for the Pacific halibut stock. The 2005 year class is the most recent year class that's been producing the backbone of the fishery for the last several years. And now in 2021 and 2022, we start to see a stronger contribution from this 2012 year class, which was 10 years old in last year's information. You'll note between those last 2 diagonal lines, there's a bunch of small circles there, and that corresponds to that 2006 to 2011 period of low recruitment. When we look at the legal size catch rates at a coastwide level, this is the figure I showed you before on the left, and now I'm comparing to the coastwide commercial trend in commercial logbook reported catch rates, and you'll see that the trends are nearly identical over the last approximately decade or more. We saw this strong dip in 2022 in both series, both the Fishery Independence Setline Survey and in the commercial fishery. The coastwide trend was driven most strongly by the core of the stock. IPHC Regulatory Area 3A is the geographic and biomass center of the stock, and that's where we saw the largest decrease. After a bit of an increase in 2020 and 2021, we saw a very sharp decrease in 2022, and that was mirrored by decreases in both gear types in the commercial fishery and IPHC Regulatory Area 3A. However, there is a little bit of good news in this story, and that is with regard to size at age. So this is our historical reconstruction of size at age for female halibut, showing you here 5 different age categories, noting that these fish were very large for their age in the 1970s, declined quite strongly into the early 2000s. And then now, particularly for the younger age classes, we're starting to see an increase in size at age. So this is good news, although this is a trend that is likely to take years to decades to make an appreciable effect on yields coming out of the fishery. So with regard to the modeling that was conducted this year, we made some adjustments. This was a full assessment year after 2 years of updates. We made some adjustments to the estimation of natural mortality in one of our 4 stock assessment models. Now estimating that information directly from the data. This did result in larger projected yields at long-term reference points, although it had little effect on the short-term forecasts of relatively low yields. We continue to estimate that the spawning biomass is stable, but this stability is being created not by the same fish persisting in the stock, but through a very rapid transition from older fish to younger fish. And this is critically important right now in terms of the reliance on a single year class and the maturity of that year class in the near future. And finally, the estimates of surplus production have remained very close to the status quo catch levels. So with the overall mortality has been around 40 million pounds in recent years, and level of surplus production has been very close to that, which has led effectively to a fairly stable stock in terms of spawning biomass over this most recent several years. If we look back across stock assessments, this figure shows you the red dots here are the results of the last 10 stock assessments. The blue band is the results from this year with the considerable uncertainty interval, particularly back in the 90s. We're all probably aware of the strong declines in spawning biomass through the early 2000s, and then the stock has been relatively stable since then, with a small peak around 2016 to 17 as the 2005 year class reached full maturity, and then a slow decline after that as we've essentially been waiting out this period of poor recruitment from 2006 to 2011. And as I've noted several times, we had a good year class in 2005. We had 6 low years in a row. And then we're now seeing a slightly better recruitment in 2012. But to be clear, this is not akin to the year classes, for example, that have been seen in sablefish in recent years. This 2012 year class, we don't estimate to be as large as the 2005 year class. So it's enough to keep the stock flat, but we're not projecting a strong increase based on this year class. We will need 1 or more additional strong year classes before we start to see any appreciable change in the stock trend. And of course, because we don't see these fish for several years, approximately 5 to 8 years in the Fishery Independent Setline Survey and in the fishery itself, we have considerable uncertainty about year classes after around 2013. And 2013 already is estimated to be quite poor. So at this point, we're now looking to 2014 and later for evidence of another year class coming behind 2012. And to put this in context, if we look farther back, this is a reconstruction of recruitment strengths going all the way back as far as we can. Clearly, the estimates in the early part of last century are highly uncertain. But what I want to highlight here is that this 6-year low recruitment period is the lowest run or the longest run of low recruitments we've seen since sometime in the 1960s or 70s. And so this is why we're at a period of atypically low productivity for the Pacific halibut stock, something we haven't seen in a number of decades of this many low recruitments in a row. So finally, looking forward, we estimate that the fishing intensity in 2022 equates to an F51%, which is lower than our reference level of F43%, which you'll note is actually relatively low compared to that's exerted on many groundfish. The status as of the beginning of 2023 is estimated to be at 42% relative spawning biomass. So we don't estimate the stock to be in a conservation zone at this point. However, we recognize that the fishery is at the lowest catch rates it's seen in a long time. The adopted mortality limits for 2023 at 37 million pounds are projected to be below the surplus, meaning we're taking less fish out than we could and still maintain the same spawning biomass. Therefore, we have less than 50% chance of decrease in spawning biomass in the near future, 38% chance in 2023, and only a 7% chance of that spawning biomass dropping by 5% or more. So this catch limit has a reasonably high probability of at least maintaining the stock at a stable level, if not seeing a small increase in the next several years. That it equates to just a 25% chance of dipping below our B30% management trigger, and only a 25% chance of seeing an additional fishery decrease in 2023 moving forward. There are some, as I noted, there are some additional risks though, the primary one being this reliance on a single year class. These fish from the 2012 year class were estimated to be only approximately 1/3 mature, or 1/3 of the fish were mature last year. And we're counting on that to, over the next 2 to 3 years, to increase to near full maturity, say 4 to 6 years from now. So we are relying on that year class to stay on schedule, and that is certainly an additional risk. As I noted before, the stock is at an unprecedented low level of actual fish in the water. Even though we don't identify this as a conservation concern, we do recognize its effect on the fishery in terms of catch rates and fishery efficiency. And finally, as I noted, these period of low recruitments has left us in a spot where we have very low productivity relative to what we would expect over the long term and what we've actually seen over the last 100 years. And so in the end, we have seen downward trends over the last several years, even though the fishing intensity has actually been lower than our reference levels. We've been fishing the stock quite lightly, but yet we're still seeing declines, and that's being, again, largely driven by this low period of low recruitment. And there's lots of resources for additional information. That was a very abbreviated synopsis of this year, but each of these links can provide you with extensive additional information. I'll pass back to Dr. Zak.
Thank you. In terms of other decisions of the commission took decision on fishing periods, accommodation of the 2A management transition, charter management measures in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A, recreational bag limit in IPHC regulatory area 2B, onboard consumption in Alaska, and new qualifying logbook in IPHC regulatory area 2A. All these changes are incorporated into a new version published of the IPHC fisheries regulations published on 2nd February 2023. And in terms of more details on those changes, the commission adopted fishing periods for 2023 and for all commercial fishing for Pacific halibut and IPHC regulatory areas. And this fishing can occur between the 10th of March and the 7th of December. I will note that with the transition of management authority of the IPHC regulatory area to a non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery from APHC to Pacific Fisheries Management Council and NOAA Fisheries per published NIMS rule, the IPHC no longer needs to consider setting dates for the 2A non-tribal directed commercial fishery. These dates will be set by NOAA Fisheries. However, I will note that these dates will have to be within the overall commercial fishing periods dates set by the commission. The commission also adopted charter management measures for IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A. For area 2C, the charter measures are one fish bag limit with size limit of less than or equal to 40 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. The fishery will be also closed on any Monday between July 24th and December 31st. In IPHC regulatory area 3A, the charter measures include 2 fish bag limit with 1 fish of any size and a second fish less than or equal to 28 inches. Wednesdays and 9 Tuesdays will be closed to retention of Pacific halibut. The specific dates are included here in the slide. And as previously, there is a limit to 1 trip per vessel and 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day. And this year will have no annual limit adopted. These measures are a result of the mortality limits adopted by the commission, and the full set of proposed measures can be found in the proposal B1 available on the IPHC website. In terms of other changes, in waters of British Columbia, the daily bag limit is 2 Pacific halibut of any size per day per person. But as the new change is that this limit might be increased to daily bag limit of 3 Pacific halibut per day per person, but only on or after 1st of August. This provision shall remain in effect through 2025 unless extended by a vote of the commission. So this is this increase that will be brought to the commission again in 2025. In what as another regulatory change adopted by a commission, in waters of Alaska, each Pacific halibut might be cut into no more than 2 ventral pieces, 2 dorsal pieces, and 2 cheek pieces with a part of skin on each piece naturally attached. The new flexibility of the regulations include that either 1 dorsal piece or 1 ventral piece from 1 Pacific halibut on board may be consumed during the recreational fishing trip. And as a last regulatory change, in IPHC regulatory area 2A, that is on the US West Coast, a Pacific Coast groundfish non-trawl logbook provided by NOAA Fisheries is now an approved logbook for reporting Pacific halibut. Looking ahead, the Commission also accepted the offer of the United States of America to hold the 100th session of the IPHC annual meeting in 2024, and this session will be held in Anchorage, Alaska, between 22nd and 26th January 2024.
More details on the meeting can be found on the website link here. I will also note that we adopted the report from the meeting yesterday and is now available on the website as well if you're interested in any additional details regarding the decisions and the discussions that took place in Victoria. And with that, I can also take any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you both for the presentation. Looks like Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your presentation. I'm not going to ask you why you can only eat one piece of halibut on board, but it was sort of curious regulation. I've never seen that before in any other fishery. My question for you is this. An agreement was reached. I just want to get context on where we're at with the IPHC in regards to future agreements. An agreement was reached between the contracting parties between Canada and the US. The proportion between the allocation for Canada and the US remained the same. And the next time the commissioners would be able to have a discussion about that in particular would be in 2 years, or at each meeting, can they bring up the treaty and discuss the apportionment between the contracting parties?
For the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for this question. Yes, the commission made agreement on that will be valid only currently for 1 year. So next year, for the whole regulatory process, there will be another decision for the mortality limits for the 2024.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on Mr. Mesereau's question, and if I may just offer some overall perspectives on where the commission ended up. So Andy, on your question specifically, the two contracting parties had a number of discussions over a period of months aimed at hopefully a long-term framework for a catch sharing agreement, and were unable to reach a long-term agreement. So we ended up with just a 1-year agreement. But the parties are continuing to talk and not waiting until the next IPHC meeting cycle. We actually have a couple of meetings scheduled starting this spring. So that's good from my standpoint, that the lines of communication remain open. Regarding the commission's decisions on the overall allocation and the TCEY levels, I'll just share that as the head of the US delegation, I'm quite concerned about kind of what the dashboard is showing us about the resource. And Dr. Stewart did a really good job of highlighting some of those indices that are concerning. So I won't reiterate the specifics there, but I was really encouraged by the level of attention that so many stakeholders from both the US and Canada were paying to those, the attention they were paying to those indicators, and the shared sense that we need to be cautious in our approach with the resource. So that's a good sign. The US commissioners really benefited very greatly from the many US stakeholders who devoted their time, their experience, and their brain power to developing and recommending mortality limits. We had a number of meetings with US stakeholders in advance of the annual IPHC meeting to touch bases on these issues. We had a couple of meetings with US stakeholders during the week of the IPHC meeting, as well as separate discussions with the Area 2A treaty tribes, and also heard from the conference board and the processor advisory board, all providing input to the commission's decisions, as well as you might guess, a lot of side conversations and emails from stakeholders. At the risk of stating the obvious, it is quite challenging to balance the huge variety of biological and socioeconomic considerations across all the different regulatory areas. And after very carefully considering the stakeholder recommendations, which included recommendations from stakeholders for pretty substantial cuts, ultimately the US commissioners decided that some additional cuts were needed and appropriate in several of the regulatory areas. And that was both in response to area specific conditions and also to help us get the overall coastwide TCEY down a bit lower to reduce the level of risk that Ian touched upon, consistent with the Secretariat's decision table that they provide. So Ian went over that the coastwide TCEY cut of 10.3% relative to last year reduces the level of risk to a 38% chance that there'll be a declining stock trend in 2024 that's less than in 2023. In area 3A in particular, and also in 4A, the resource trend is quite concerning. With the set line survey results being down by 37% in 3A in 2022 and by 26% in 4A. And we also saw corresponding decreased fishery performance and hear from fishermen about what they were seeing in those areas. Stakeholders in both 3A and 4A recommended a 15% cut in those two areas. And that's pretty significant that stakeholders would offer that up. This was a very difficult decision for the U.S. commissioners, but we actually chose to go a bit beyond that in those two areas and instead cut them both by 17%. I realize, and all the U.S. commissioners realize that all three of us, that it was a big reduction in 1 year, but believe it was called for under the circumstances. And just noting that in addition to the 2022 survey results, we considered some concerning signs regarding coast-wide stock abundance and trend, the unprecedented low population level that Ian touched on here, low catch rates, poor recruitment, heavy reliance on a single year class, et cetera. Ian noted some new information on natural mortality rates that suggests higher productivity for the stock than had been previously assumed. So that's cause for a bit of optimism, but overall the indicators suggest that we may be seeing challenging conditions for the halibut stock until recruitment improves. So that's noteworthy. Regarding the regulatory proposals, the 3 fish bag limit for British Columbia that was advocated by the Canadians, they were looking for a permanent change to a 3 fish bag limit, and the U.S. raised some concerns about that and the potential implications for the U.S. charter sector, essentially in creating a marketing disparity between U.S. and Canada, and that resulted in a change in that regulatory proposal that Canada agreed to accept our proposal to have the 3 fish limit apply only late in the season as a mop-up to allow Canada to manage their harvest to achieve the total allowable catch. And also they agreed to a 3-year sunset on that provision. So we can assess for any negative consequences before deciding whether to retain that late season option on a more permanent basis. As for the deregulatory proposal to allow limited onboard consumption of halibut for recreational fishers, it is only one piece, that is true. But this is, again, a deregulatory proposal intended to provide some flexibility beyond what the current regulations allow. And that was something that the U.S. had proffered, and we're pleased to get Canada's support on that. Let's see, I think I will leave it at that in case unless there are any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to repeat what you said. Maybe it's for you, Mr. Kurland or Dr. Stewart, but when I listened to the presentation on one of the slides, it was pretty clear that the mortality limit adopted, and please correct me if I get this wrong, Dr. Stewart, was more conservative or lower than what could have been adopted and still avoided a negative population effect. That's what I saw in the presentation. So my question is whether there's a threshold or something in the decision-making of the commissioners that you're trying to use to guide those decisions. Are you looking at the kinds of things that Dr. Stewart put in the presentation, like not more than a 25% chance of dropping below that management trigger for spawning biomass? Are there things like that are guideposts for making decisions like the one made this year where the catch limits are lower than they could have been and avoided a population effect? Or is it that combination of outreach and public input and negotiation that's really driving you to those decisions?
Mr. Kurland.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. It's a little bit difficult to sum that up in a concise answer, but it's a little bit of all of the above. There isn't a clear harvest policy with clear direction on decision-making for that. And the reference level that the commission has been using for a while seemed a little bit out of sync this year because of the new information on natural mortality rates that Dr. Stewart highlighted. So the commissioners and stakeholders too, for that matter, were left in a little bit of an uncomfortable position where at face value, it looked like the catch rates could go quite a bit higher, but there was, as I indicated, quite a bit of consensus around what the indicators were telling us, that a more conservative approach was warranted. During the workshop yesterday, I raised a question about this issue relative to Ian's comments on reference levels in general and what to do when we're seeing something that may be sort of out of phase with what the reference levels are telling us. The short answer is there was quite a bit of kind of best professional judgment involved, and that was really greatly supported by what stakeholders were telling us, both commercial and recreational, and the commissioners benefited a lot from those perspectives, in addition to the great scientific advice from the Secretariat.
Ms. Kimball.
Just a quick follow-up, somewhat related, and Dr. Stewart, in the past, you've provided us some information on like how the model is performing or your confidence in the assessment. I didn't know if you had anything to share on the status of that for this presentation, whether we feel more confident we're seeing less retrospective bias. Well, you've evolved that quite a bit, and I wondered if you had something to share there.
Thank you through the chair, council member. Yes, the technical issues that the Pacific Halibut stock assessment was encountering approximately a decade ago have been largely taken care of. We've made some substantial improvements and developments in the stock assessment. As you saw from my slide, over the last 10 years, the results have been very consistent. We've been seeing this slow decline in the stock coming. What we don't know is the year class strengths coming up. And so like for many species, we are waiting to see the effect of recruitments moving forward, and those are going to be the primary drivers of the stock. As Dr. Curlin noted, we did make some changes in this year's stock assessment, improving the estimation of natural mortality, but that's well within the normal improvements made across many stock assessments on a year-to-year basis.
Okay, go to a question from Ms. Baker, and I'd remind members of the public who wish to testify on the B items to please sign up prior to the end of these reports. That's coming up soon. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for Mr. Curlin. I wanted to thank you for providing your perspective on some of the decisions at this year's meeting. I can't help myself. My question really is about the change in the possession limits and the now allowable consumption, apparently, of some portion of halibut in possession in the Alaska areas. And I agree with Mr. Mesereau, that strikes me as a slightly unusual regulation. So my question is, can you please remind the council and the public how the agency communicates IPHC decisions each year? It just strikes me that sometimes regulatory changes like that very directly affect, the fishing public that don't participate in our meetings, that feedback loop sometimes is difficult. And so can you just, or perhaps your staff, remind us of the way the agency communicates? I'm interested in the Alaska areas, of course, to fishery participants, the changes such as that change in possession limit coming through, because that has been an important issue for some stakeholders for many years.
Mr. Curlin.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for the question. So we don't have a set process per se on that. Certainly stakeholders who participate in the IPHC process are well aware of the discussions around this and where things ended up. But all I can say, which may not be entirely satisfying, is that we will be trying to publicize this. There were a variety of proposals for onboard consumption that were in front of the commission this year. And the ones that were not supported, that was because of enforcement considerations, that they would not provide good avenues for addressing the possession or bag limits. We felt that this deregulatory proposal that was adopted was kind of a good compromise that provides a bit more flexibility for users without raising those enforcement considerations. So we'll be working with our public affairs staff and trying to get the word out and certainly welcome input on the best ways to do that. Thanks.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think my question is kind of connected to what Ms. Baker was just asking you. And I guess I got a lot of feedback after the IPHC decision from charter stakeholders that they were sort of shocked at the results and surprised and not prepared. And I informed a number of them that it's all available virtually, that you don't have to go to these meetings or halibut committee meetings to understand how you got there. And I think the issue is more outreach related than it is scientifically related. I think your slide 16 might give you the impression that there wasn't a biological imperative to take a cut that big, but then your slide 17 explained the long-term trend of why it is. And I think it would be really helpful if that long-term trend slide was made available, because from the charter perspective, particularly in 3A, last year, they received a 25% increase in the survey, and this year it went down by 37, and they left a bunch of fish in the water, and they're taking a significant cut. And so when you try to connect those separate points that every charter boat operator knows, but they don't follow the IPHC or this process, there's this knowledge gap in how you got to where you did. You did a great job explaining it, and I think Mr. Curlin did an exceptional job as his first time at an IPHC meeting negotiating for the year. It's all of it's difficult, but I think being able to connect to the general public with just a simple explanation of how you got to where you did prior to the meeting, maybe for next year, to make that information about this last year available so the public has that in their mind. Then when the catch limits come out, they won't be so surprised by them, particularly in 2C. I think that the day of the week closure for some operators really threw a wrench into their plans because they got that information late in their booking season. And in 3A, we're sort of accustomed to it and we don't have lodge packages. But that one, I got a number of emails from stakeholders that were really upset that that was ever considered. But it was on the table since our halibut committee met in October. And had they known that, they probably wouldn't have reacted the same way. So I guess what I'd be looking to maybe see if there's a way. I know that your recreational fishing coordinator has a listserv of a lot of charter operators, and I think getting information out that way at least allows it to be disseminated. But I think if people knew the status of the stock, they wouldn't be surprised by the reduction. But if they're basing it on how many fish they left in the water and what the survey was the year before, it's almost unimaginable that you would take that big of a reduction the following year. And the more we can inform the public and the less surprise there is at the results. I know from the perspective of being at the IPHC meeting, you'd think that you're getting input from all the stakeholders, but when there's 900 boats, numerous operators, a whole bunch of them don't follow this at all. And they just take the results of the IPHC like they do the weather. It's what comes at them. And so knowing beforehand a forecast of what the weather might be or the catch limits might be really helpful in outreach. So I don't know if we can do something like that to sort of improve the communication, but it would be helpful in keeping confidence in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. And Mr. Curlin, thanks for the additional comments too. Those were really helpful. And those answered one of the questions I had. So I guess I'd just like to make a comment on that. The question I had prior to your additional was the effect of the 3 fish bag, not from a conservation standpoint, but from a messaging standpoint, and sort of hearing loud and clear the commission's message that what we're seeing now is what we can expect for quite a while. And it's a higher risk situation. It's certainly not a conservation situation, but a higher risk. I still fail. I appreciate that the US did negotiate that down considerably, but I still fail to see how a 3 fish bag, even late in the year, even with the sunset, is consistent with the commission's overall messaging about the current state of the halibut population. And clearly it's inconsistent with the very strong conservation message that's being sent with the regulations in the adjoining areas. just a comment. Doesn't need a, any sort of response unless you think that's useful, but the messaging, even more to me than the marketing, is just unfortunate at this point. The question I have relates to a question that I've asked a lot over several years, and that is the status of the commission's consideration of decreasing the size limit in the commercial fishery. Again, I'm having trouble reconciling the very slow pace of consideration of that, which first and foremost would reduce the impact of directed harvest on females. And when the population is at mature females, and when the population is in this status with this kind of prognosis, why the commission isn't moving more quickly to more evenly balance the impacts of the directed harvest on males, and reduce at this point, it's a fishery that's still largely dependent on mature females as its target. I just can't understand why it's taking the commission so long to consider those kinds of changes. There's also tremendous economic benefits, it seems to me, of being able to switch to a part of the population that I think we all agree could sustain a somewhat higher harvest than the overall population can. So,
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and Mr. Twite for the comments. So on the 3 fish bag limit, a couple of relevant considerations. One is that it is that's a limit specifically for the recreational sector within the allocation that is available to Area 2B. So it does not increase that allocation. The way Canada presented their proposal for the 3 fish bag limit was really premised on their desire to have a little bit more flexibility in management of the charter recreational sector to be able to use up the total allowable catch that's allotted. And they have used that on a trial basis in the past couple of years, only late in the season as kind of a mop-up, just to allow a little bit more flexibility to use the allotted allowable catch for that sector. And that's what led us to put the counter proposal forward to only have this be applicable in the late season, not have it to be for the whole season, as well as the marketing considerations I mentioned before. As for the size limit, that's something I don't think came up in the summary from Basha and Ian, but the commission did decide to essentially table the any consideration of changing the size limits, and that was primarily driven by consideration over what it would do to the economics of the resource in potentially doing away with size limits and then having that have uncertain implications for prices, and just not feeling like there's a good enough body of information to guide decision making on that. So at this point, the commission is not anticipating making any changes to the size limit.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for you, Dr. Stewart. Because of there's so always strong industry reactions and from industry participants and market participants on these kind of presentations. I just wanted to ask you a question. So we don't currently have a conservation issue, and that's because of the flat line that's projected going out into the future, which is good. The question I have that the uncertainty there is future recruits, of course, and so did you? I know you've done this work, but I'm just trying to recall. But when you look at the past and you look at the current recruits that you had at 2012, I think there was 2005, and then there was the one in the 90s. And is there a correlation, a mild correlation or a strong correlation between cold years and warm years? And when you project out these warm years that are being projected in the future, like we saw at the SSC workshop just yesterday. Does that, are you more easily able to predict future recruits based on that, or is that just problematic? I'm curious as to that if that helps to, if that helps to lower your air bar kind of projections, or whether that increases that.
Thank you. Through the chair. It's a great question. We have spent considerable amount of time trying to understand the recruitment dynamics of Pacific Halibut, and particularly what drives these stronger year classes. As you noted, part of that research has indicated that during periods of positive PDO, which are generally warmer conditions in the Gulf of Alaska, we do see on average a higher average recruitment or number of young fish entering the Pacific Halibut stock. However, that has not proven to be a good predictor of individual year classes. It tells us for a time period of a decade or two, now on average, we're going to do a little bit better. But in terms of predicting individual years, it provides us very little. And we actually spent considerable time as part of this year's full stock assessment, evaluating several different statistical methods for reconciling environmental information and recruitment strengths. And I'm sorry to report that we did no better than the existing relationship, which is just this decadal observation. I would also add that we know even less about the recruitment dynamics as they're affected by the environment in the Bering Sea. We know that these fish are utilizing the Eastern Bering Sea as an area of rearing, particularly 0 to maybe 5 years old. And but we don't know the effects of recent changes that have been observed in the Bering Sea over the last 5 or so years. We really don't have any correlation between that and recruitment strength.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. That will bring us to public comment. And looks like we have 9 members signed up to testify, 9 members of the public. First up is Duncan Fields, then David Bain, and then Chad C. Just a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Associations have 6 minutes. I think we'll have a timer going in here. So please keep an eye on the time, or I will let you know when your time is up. Good morning, Mr. Fields.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'm still passing out paper. Those of us at an earlier generation, I think, find paper more secure. But I also have my testimony electronically submitted as well. I am Duncan Fields, and I served on the Governor of Alaska's Bycatch Task Force as a representative from, quote, an organization that represents Alaska Natives. As you're aware, I've worked for the Old Harbor Native Corporation, the Alutiiq Village of Old Harbor, the Yuzinki Native Corporation, and the Native Village of Yuzinki for over 30 years on fisheries issues. I'm here today to talk to you about the State of Alaska Bycatch Task Force report. Necessarily, this report is very detailed and covers both fisheries in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. And moreover, the recommendations cover multiple gear types as well as substantial research. I believe when reading the report, and even though I was on the Bycatch Task Force, it happens to be too, I get confused and I lose sight of the clear path forward for the council and other regulatory bodies in all of the detail of the report. And I think that was reflected by many of the council's questions this morning of the state. I'm here to suggest that the council focused on 2 or 3 recommendations and take action at this meeting to further initial priorities. That's not to say that additional task force recommendations shouldn't be considered by the council moving forward. However, the council taking initial action and 2 or 3 recommendations at this meeting will reflect both the council's intent to take bycatch issues seriously, as well as the council's responsiveness to the work of the task force. I appreciate the council's ongoing work on Bering Sea salmon bycatch concerns, and I assume or I know that that will continue. But in addition, and this is really what I want to talk to you about, I'm suggesting that the council should identify better bycatch utilization as a priority issue, better bycatch utilization as a priority issue. The task force recommendation is, and I quote, "The state of Alaska should support taking incremental measures to the regulatory process to improve bycatch utilization with a particular focus on species that are otherwise marketable, but are caught with non-targeted gear or discards in a direct fishery that are required by regulation." That was a task force recommendation. And you, the council, this body, is the primary regulatory body that could approve bycatch utilization. So with regard to your questions of who should take on what or who would allocate what with regard to better bycatch utilization, it's the council that must take on that task. And so my ask is you as a council, take an incremental step forward and that you direct council staff to develop a bycatch utilization white paper to inform the council as to a path forward. I think you're all aware of the acute need for better bycatch utilization, or said differently, aware of the waste that occurs when we annually throw away just in the Gulf of Alaska about 20 million pounds of dead fish, in the Bering Sea that much or more. Many of these species, halibut, pollock, cod, rockfish, black cod, all have market value. The current bycatch discard practices of our marine resources increasingly, I think, raise questions about the council's fiduciary duty as stewards of the public resource. Let me say it differently. Outside of our fishery family, if you will, or our fisheries orbit, throwing away dead fish doesn't make sense to anybody. It just doesn't make sense. And I believe it's been a problem. I believe it is a problem. And I believe through this task force recommendation, we could see a catalyst to move forward for the council to begin to change the paradigm relative to bycatch utilization. I'm thinking the council needs to develop a pilot bycatch utilization program. You would identify a gear type, a fishery, a particular species, some kind of an initial step forward that's not too large, so that we could actually implement it and learn from it. If we learn from the pilot program, then we could expand it to other fisheries and other species. I'm suggesting that initial program be considered perhaps in the Gulf of Alaska. I believe the trawl fleet represents the best opportunities for better bycatch utilization. I think a white paper would further direct the council regarding species, but I have had a lot of folks suggest that halibut is the best species to start with. My interest and recommendation to the council is not to be too narrow relative to the Gulf of Alaska or which species or which gear type, but really to develop a white paper to inform the council to move forward so that you don't take off too large of a chunk in your initial foray into this area, and you develop a relatively discrete pilot program for better bycatch utilization. Always, and we know this, as bycatch utilization is discussed, who gets the money or how the revenue is spent is always part of the discussion. But before talking about money, I want to stress the importance of first agreeing as a matter of public policy on the need for better bycatch utilization. And that the path forward is develop a pilot program for the council to move forward with. Fighting about who gets the money.
Mr. Fields, I apologize, your time is up. Can you provide a concluding comment?
Could I say, who gets the money clouds the issue and serves to postpone action. The next issue is, will bycatch utilization inhibit the council from reducing bycatch in the future? Some people argue that. Again, I think that clouds the issue. I think the council will always have the mandate through National Standard 9 to the extent practical to reduce your bycatch. That doesn't preclude you,
Mr. Fields,
from also better utilizing.
Let's go ahead and see if
bycatch.
there's.
Thank
if
you,
there's
Mr. Chairman. for
Any
the summary.
questions? All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Fields? And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fields, for your testimony. And I think you spoke to this in terms of your or a recommendation that you have heard among fishery participants for area and species to perhaps think about this pilot program. So my question is really about your request for the council to task a discussion paper. And do you have any specific recommendations in terms of when we task staff with a discussion paper, it helps if we can provide parameters around which staff should consider the information they include. So it is focused in a way. And so beyond, do you have suggestions for how the council should frame those parameters to help give staff a little bit of direction on a pretty broad topic as you clearly described?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. On page 4 of my testimony, I've outlined 4 or actually 5 general categories to move forward for a white paper. It's been suggested by a couple of folks that I need to be maybe a little more specific. The goal of the white paper would move the council towards the development of a problem statement and elements and options for analysis to develop a pilot program. Again, I wouldn't presume to have all of the answers relative to what should be in a white paper, but I'll refine these general suggestions and resubmit to the council sort of a path forward should the council want to consider a white paper, Ms. Baker.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fields, I agree with your premise that as our nation experiences sort of increasing food insecurity, the fact that we're dumping edible food overboard, I think grows increasingly bothersome. That said, though, I still have a couple, what I hope are hard questions for you. One is your argument that we should treat this as one of our highest priorities. And I'm looking at things like adapting to climate change as equally, or maybe even more so, a priority. And I guess I'd just like you to reflect a little bit on a little bit further. I think you provided some indication why you think this should be one of our current hot topics, one of our current high priorities, but we've got others and you're well aware of those. How do you rank this against some of those others, and why are you pushing this because it is a major new initiative that would involve a lot of resources and probably preclude us from tackling some other things?
Bill, it's Mr. Twite. It's a good and important question. I think we always have to focus on big picture issues like essential fish habitat. Many of these things related to climate change generally are outside the council's purview or difficult for the council to get their arms on. Not that you shouldn't continue to try. But there are things that are concrete management measures can improve the way our industry does business and improve the public perception of how the industry does business. As you know, I'm on the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute board, familiar with MSC certification and a number of the other certification bodies. And I think there's an urgency to make progress on bycatch utilization because of the people outside of our circle that are looking at what we do and evaluating how we manage our fisheries, Mr. Twite. So many issues, many initiatives are very important to the stakeholders. I wouldn't say this is the most important, but I do believe this is an issue where the council can make concrete progress in a limited period of time that is recognized or will be recognized outside of our circle as significant, Mr. Twite. Finally, why is this important to me? And I'll be very brief. When I started doing fisheries work for the community of Old Harbor and Lady Zinke, the first question that the elders in those communities asked me was, why are we throwing the fish away? There were vessels fishing in Sitkalitik Straits outside of Old Harbor, and they would watch from the windows, throwing halibut, blackcod, and other fish away. They couldn't understand it. And it was the first thing they asked me to do, stop the waste. I'm 30 years later. With my engagement with the process, I think the council's made some progress, but there's still much to do. That's why it's of interest to me, Mr. Twite.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Fields. And I will confess that's one of the hardest questions I still have to answer about this process. So I appreciate that. Second question, you're suggesting, and I appreciate the idea that we focus on one area, but you're suggesting an area that we've expected a lot from, the Gulf of Alaska trawl, and not given them the tools to actually accomplish that very well. And they've come back repeatedly and told us their level of frustration with the council continually making new requests of them and continually ignoring their basic response of, yeah, we'd like to do that. Please give us the tools. Why can't we look for a fishery where we're not hearing that, where we have given them the tools? Why are you suggesting we start with a fishery that has the least number of tools to accomplish this and the highest level of frustration with our continued asking them?
Thank you, Mr. Trott. I think there's a couple of questions embedded in that. The initial response is, does this preclude or is Gulf rationalization of the trawl fleet required before implementation of this? I don't believe that it's exclusive. I believe you can start a pilot program, particularly if you focus on halibut and some sorting protocols on deck, without regard to whether or not you have a rationalization program for the trawl fleet in the Gulf of Alaska. That is also a recommendation of the Bycatch Task Force, that we focus on trawl rationalization in the Gulf. But I think these are separate recommendations, not necessary to track one with another. I think that was the question you were asking. I supported the Bycatch Task Force recommendation with regard to trawl rationalization. If it's balanced, if it protects communities, if we're aware of and accommodate the lessons we've learned from other rationalization programs, so we don't harm particular stakeholders in that process. I'm very supportive of moving ahead with rationalization with those caveats. The second part of this question was relative to why the trawl fleet. And again, I would defer to the council. I want to make progress on bycatch utilization. And if the council wisdom is to focus on another gear type, I support that. But practically, the trawl fleet has the most bycatch and the most opportunity for bycatch savings. And so I believe it's logical, I believe it's best bang for the buck to initiate focus on that fleet. Would it increase hardship? Perhaps. Would it have value to the fleet? Perhaps. If we create a revenue stream from bycatch utilization that helps pay for better observer coverage, that not only helps the trawl fleet, it helps everybody that are stakeholders in the industry. So I hear your question. I understand that it may be an additional burden to that particular fleet, but I believe that bycatch utilization, better bycatch savings, is worth the effort to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Canine. Thank you, Mr. Fields. My question, in all due respect, is a question on how well fleshed out this idea is. So I'm curious. I just immediately thought of, well, what's the processor's response going to be to this? Or, largely these are catcher vessels that operate in the Gulf of Alaska. Are they able to process small halibut or small salmon? Is there any market, and what's that, but they're under legal size and this kind of thing. So, have you spoke to the processors? And then also the trawl fleet's ability to do things like you're suggesting here to deck sort on a small vessel. We've seen success in large CPs, but not in a small CV format. So I'm just wondering how much interaction you've had with the processors, and if this maybe is something that could be fleshed out a little further with them and then brought to the council, rather than expecting the council to do that work. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. I would say that I've had several interaction with processors, but of course, processors are not a monolithic voice. There are opportunities to market smaller fish or different size species, probably at lesser market value. There's also issues relative to quality. We don't know how halibut caught in a trawl delivered to the dock, what the quality would be, but perhaps less than longline caught halibut. I use an analogy, and I think it's analogy processors that I've talked to understand is sometimes you want butter and sometimes you buy margarine. And I think that a secondary market for non-longline caught, just for illustration purposes, I'll say halibut, could actually enhance the market penetration of halibut generally, because halibut is a very high priced species, competes in the white tablecloth market. With decreased halibut quotas, we lose market share to other whitefish proteins. And having a bycatch halibut product priced at a different price point could actually benefit the industry. These are speculative kinds of conversations I've had with processors. Other processors, of course, as you indicate, may not want change. However, I would note that in the Canadian experience, or in the IPHC experience, they sell smaller halibut as part of their longline catch surveys. The market value of those, as indicated at the IPHC meeting, was approximately 12% less than the full-size halibut. That tells me, yes, there's a market for smaller halibut, and yes, there's a price differential, but not a large price differential. Relative to the trawl fleet, I've had less conversations with the trawl fleet. This is something that would be of a burden to them, but I also think that they could see value in creating a revenue stream from the bycatch without throwing it away. Again, a white paper is not an end result. It's not even a problem statement and issues and options. It's an information gathering exercise so that all those voices would then come to the council relative to moving the issue forward. Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Fields. I miss your thoughtfulness on the council. You've obviously put a lot of thought into this and I appreciate it. And I also appreciate your comments regarding the fact that if the council decided there was maybe another species or fishery that we could do something like this with, that you would have no problem doing that as well. I guess what I'm most intrigued by is the thought of a pilot program. And I started thinking as questions were being asked about the size of that, you could almost consider a pilot program that would have one vessel processing a small amount of salmon bycatch and try it and see how it works without imposing a regulatory burden on anyone. I think the scope of the pilot project to me is an interesting concept because it doesn't impose a burden on a fleet or even a number of boats. And I was just wondering how you envisioned what you thought the size of a pilot program might be that would be a digestible thing to consider without alarming the fleet that they were going to have to start dealing with landing and processing perhaps millions of pounds of fish they were discarding in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I think it's important to have a white paper amplifying the various fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska and the current bycatch in those fisheries. There is currently a trawl cod fishery in the Western Gulf, but cod in the Central Gulf has been used primarily as a bycatch species. There's a substantial amount of discards relative to rockfish in the fall as other trawl species or fall fisheries are prosecuted. There's also discarding a substantial amount of pollock relative to the 300,000 pound trip limit, which seems particularly egregious as a regulatory construct, on artificial regulatory constructs that may need revisiting. But specifically to your question, what I would envision is identifying a species, a fleet, and then the seasonality of that fleet, maybe not comprehensively for the year, maybe focused on the targets of that fleet, either flatfish or cod. Unlikely pollock would have much bycatch savings. And so I think you can be discrete both in area, gear type, bycatch species, and seasonality with the additional information that a white paper would bring to the council. Did that answer your question, Mr. Rez?
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I hope this is not too similar, Mr. Fields, but have you thought about using an EFP for this process, that like doing that discrete look? I mean, because you've mentioned some of the limitations in terms of we don't have a flatfish catcher vessel fishery in the Gulf that's taking halibut as bycatch right now. We don't have a central Gulf cod fishery that's a targeted fishery, but we have that very small Western Gulf fishery. So there's some limitations. Have you thought about approaching a fleet through an EFP? Because it seems like if you're asking us not to focus on the revenue stream portion of it and just on the policy aspect of it, then what the pilot program is doing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is looking at the operational aspects and whether we can separate fish on board so we know what was targeted, what was bycatch in order to go into this new system that you're proposing. So am I getting that right, I guess, on what you're trying to test with a pilot project and whether an EFP has been considered?
So to the question of was an EFP considered? No. I've viewed EFP more in terms of the industry improving itself. And we've, seen that in terms of extruders in the Bering Sea and various EFPs that John Galvin has done in the Gulf of Alaska relative to trawl behavior and movement of gear and those kinds of things. This seems outside of that sphere to me. I could be persuaded otherwise, but this seems more of a policy regulatory step rather than something that you would initiate with an EFP. Again, as long as the council moves forward with bycatch utilization, I don't bring a bias to the table to say you have to do it this way or the way I recommend. But it seems to me that this is outside of what the council has traditionally used for an EFP. Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Field. I've been struggling a little bit how to try to ask my question. So I hope this makes sense. I guess I'm thinking about your proposal and the donation program that we already have in place with C-Share and trying to anticipate what impact something like this could have on that program and why something like this pilot program you're proposing instead of just expanding or doing something to encourage additional utilization through the C-Share program.
Thank you for the question. I have to smile because I wrangled twice to try to get 100% retention of Chinook salmon in the Bering Sea specifically to help further fund the C-Share program without success. It's a great program and I think it needs and could be expanded. I think when we're talking about bycatch utilization, though, we're talking about volumes far beyond what C-Share can handle or distribute or otherwise use. And so I think these kinds of steps forward should integrate C-Share and the mission that C-Share has to distribute protein to those in need. I think particularly if we could expand bycatch utilization to feed, if you will, or to be distributed through government programs, particular school lunch programs. Again, that helps everybody in the industry because it gets people eating fish. So I don't see this as competitive with C-Share. I see this as parallel to C-Share, and that through this program, well, through the initial pilot program, there may not be a direct impact to C-Share, but as we would expand this to other fisheries, C-Share would be a partner as part of the program and part of the decision process relative to how the program's structured. I mean, part of C-Share's issues have to do with quality of product form, distribution. They rely on, free transportation and those kinds of things. And this program is more based on economics and a revenue stream. And so while they're not incompatible, we would have to work at making them compatible because they're very different in terms of both focus and execution. Did that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Last question, and I know your testimony was not to get hung up on the revenue stream, but the paper itself and what you're requesting does include a couple bullets on how to deal with the revenue stream. So I'm wondering if you could talk about what is the revenue stream? Like, is someone getting paid for this fish to be delivered, or is someone getting paid to process the fish and market it? And then does some portion of that revenue go elsewhere? I just realized, I don't know what revenue stream we're talking about. If you could explain that.
So my vision or idea, if you will, is that bycatch that would otherwise be disposed is brought to the dock. That it would be sold to the processor, but it would be accounted for on a separate ticket. As often happens in the state context when you fish over a regulatory period, even if the weather's bad or something. We do this with more frequency than I would like. And so we deliver fish for the benefit of the state of Alaska on the state of Alaska ticket. So I envision something similar to that would occur. What revenue the processors would pay for the product would be on a competitive basis. There would be no set price per se. But this would increase processors' volumes in some fisheries substantially. Given the amount of bycatch, for example, in the flat fishery, should that return in the Gulf of Alaska, sometimes discarded bycatch exceeds the actual directed catch. So you'd benefit the processors, which are always working on, cost per unit effort through their plants, the throughput of the plants. What to do with the money then, the revenue stream? I believe that the best use of money derived or received in this way is stakeholder engagement in the decision process. As part of the white paper, and this is a key component because of the agency's involvement, I'm unsure whether or not the revenue would simply be given to or be transferred to the agency, National Marine Fisheries Service, or whether the council could set up a third-party entity of stakeholders that would involve National Marine Fisheries Service and others to receive the revenue and make policy decisions relative to the distribution of that. That's really what I would like the white paper to amplify for me. Even if the revenue has to stay within the agency, and we know the agency manages taxes that are paid on the fisheries for the observer program, and there's other kinds of things where we have revenue going from the fishery to the agency. The revenue stays within the agency. I would stress that the bycatch utilization program would need a group of stakeholders that would be make recommendations to the agency or be consulted by the agency rather relative to the distribution of funds. I see these funds as an opportunity to reinvest in the fishery, to benefit the stakeholders. Consequently, I would like stakeholder involvement, stakeholder voice, if you will, in how these funds are disposed of. Ms. Kimball, without additional information through a white paper and additional consultation with the agency, and I've had a couple of informal ad hoc conversations, I can't be more specific. But as I see it, revenue comes from the delivery of the product at the dock based on market price of the processors. That revenue is transferred to the agency. It may either stay within the agency or be transferred to a third party. But in any case, I'm advocating for a stakeholder decision-making body that can either make recommendations to the agency or make spending decisions that use this money for the benefit of the industry, the benefit of the stakeholders. And in my paper, I've outlined just some ideas that people have mentioned: increased bycatch or increased observer coverage, better surveys. The halibut surveys this year had 80 stations less than they did in the prior year, or some number like that. Ian could tell you exactly. Funding entry-level fishery opportunities. We weren't able to do that through the amendment on halibut a year or so ago in the council. Maybe this would be a revenue stream that would provide loan assistance for entry-level fishing opportunities. My favorite, of course, is Energize the CQE program, or now we have the RQE program. Both are stakeholders in the halibut fishery. Both could be energized by this revenue stream, but I'm not wanting to foreshadow where it goes, how much of it goes to one cause or another. I think stakeholders involved in the process are the best decisional body to do that.
Thank you. I'll follow up on offline. I've used my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for Mr. Fields? Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay, next up is David Bain. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. David Bain. I'm Chief Scientist for Orca Conservancy, which is a nonprofit organization based here in Seattle, dedicated to the conservation of killer whales worldwide. But we have a focus on southern resident killer whales, also known as Puget Sound killer whales, although in reality, they range from Central California to Southeast Alaska. And the majority of the population spends the majority of its time outside of the Salish Sea. I'm here to ask for you to begin taking actions to reduce catch and bycatch of Chinook salmon that originates in rivers within the southern resident range. The reason for this is we think there are three main drivers of killer whale population dynamics. One is prey availability. The second is disturbance from vessels. And the third is exposure to toxic chemicals. Modern research on killer whale population dynamics began in the early 70s, and that was right after captures for public display. And the population was reduced well below carrying capacity. So it started to recover from that. And then as it got closer to carrying capacity, we saw a crash in salmon stocks in this region. And with that, we saw a reduction in fishing effort, which reduced vessel disturbance. And our whales were able to do well, despite the reduction in salmon. However, then we saw the growth of the whale watch industry. And while our salmon stocks remained low, the killer whale population began to decline on a pace with the growth of the whale watch industry. However, we saw the whale watch industry peak, and at that point, we saw our salmon population start to fluctuate again. And what we saw was our whale population track the salmon population. And then after several years of that, we saw the whale watch industry start to vary. And we started getting a complicated interaction between disturbance and prey abundance. So, we had changes in numbers of whale watching boats. We had changes in whale watch regulations. Washington State Legislature right now is considering additional regulations. And, that kind of makes the data analysis tricky. But we are able to observe things like the body condition of killer whales using drones. And what we're finding is the whales that are thinner are the ones that are most likely to die. We're able to determine pregnancy from drone observations, and then we observe whether those females have viable calves or not. And what we're finding is the chance of having a viable calf is lower when prey availability is lower. So to summarize, we need to rebuild the prey population. I forgot to mention with toxins, those have been increasing over the years. So even though things like PCBs and DDT were banned in the 70s, they're probably having their most serious effects about now and should start declining in a few years. But we're seeing new toxins like flame retardants and PFAS that are accumulating. But anyway, because the population dynamics are tied to prey availability, we need to increase that. And the long-term solution is freshwater habitat improvement. So things like dam removal, habitat restoration, but those are practices that take many years to have an impact on the whales. Besides dealing with disturbance, which we've done about as much as we can, the other quick thing is to change fishing practices. And without spawning habitat, there's no need to reduce the overall take. But if we can shift the location of fishing to be riverward of where the whales are feeding. That would make more prey density available to the whales and increase their foraging success, increasing calf survival, which increases recruitment and would increase longevity, would reduce the interval between calves, and generally lead to an increase in survival. Also, in the interaction with toxins, a lot of them are lipid soluble, which means that a fat whale can store toxins in its blubber where it's harmless, whereas thin whales are storing it in cell membranes where it's physiologically active and impairing the immune system and leading to developmental abnormalities. So I think I'll wrap up there. Be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bain. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? All right, don't see any questions. Thanks again. Next up is Chad C.
Right, Chairman Canine, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Chad C. I'm the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I'm speaking to a public comment that we submitted in regards to B2, the NIMS management report. The Freezer Longline Coalition wishes to comment on the concern from our fleet about remaining unharvested cod allocation in the Pacific cod fishery, Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery in 2022, and the need for more precise management to minimize closures and ensure full utilization of the stock. The FLC represents the owners of 19 active commercial fishing vessels that participate in the freezer longline sector of the federal Pacific cod fishery in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. FLC member fishermen are almost entirely dependent on the annual harvest of Pacific cod, predominantly in the Bering Sea. Our member companies employ over 1,500 crew on their vessels each year, with about 20 crew deployed on a vessel on a given trip. FLC members were disappointed to see that 2022 ended with 1,399 metric tons of allocation remaining in the directed Pacific cod, Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery. We respect the challenge NIMS has, NIMS and season management has in facing and annually managing the allocations across the many sectors that utilize the cod resource. However, in these years of low Pacific cod allocations, we must find ways to best utilize all of the Pacific cod that is allocated each year. Conservatively, 1,399 metric tons of lost harvest equates to over $6 million in foregone revenues for fishery participants. Bering Sea Pacific cod is the second largest groundfish fishery in the North Pacific and is utilized by nearly every sector and gear type operating in the Bering Sea. Perhaps more than any other stock, precise management is critical to ensure that all participants have a fair opportunity to fully harvest their allocation and that all available harvest is fully utilized on an annual basis. In periods of higher abundance, of tools and practices in place by in-season to manage the stock were sufficient to avoid major disruption in the fishery. However, as we know, a combination of factors has created unprecedented challenges in the fishery. These include historically low ABCs and tax, an annually increasing GHL set aside for the Bering Sea state water cod fishery, and an increasing proportion of the cod allocated in the AI versus the Bering Sea, putting more pressure on the Bering Sea cod fishery under the existing BSAI sector allocation structure. Combined, these factors have resulted in early closures of the Bering Sea cod fishery for the last 3 years. For our fleet, this has meant thousands of tons of unharvested cod in our sector each year. On average, we've left about 4% of our cod unharvested in each of the past 3 years, which is this year amounted to 2,281 metric tons of unharvested cod. We urge NIMS Alaska region to consider options to more precisely manage the fishery to fully utilize available harvest and to ensure all sectors have the opportunity to fish our allocation. In 2022, the directed Bering Sea cod fishery closed on October 7th. FLC members were left on to harvest our remaining directed Bering Sea BSAI allocation in the AI only, where effort is constrained by several factors relative to the Bering Sea, as FLC has previously spoken to. Additional available harvest in the Bering Sea would have further extended the Bering Sea fishery and allowed some vessels in our fleet to avoid more costly, less productive harvests in the AI. Given the low tax we are experiencing, all of these additional revenues are important to our vessel operators, crew, and communities that are supported by the earnings from the harvest in our fishery. We understand the factors that in-season must account for in estimating remaining non-directed harvest of Pacific cod in the Bering Sea, amongst other factors that prompt a closure of the fishery before the last fish is caught. We acknowledge that some amount of allocation must be set aside to account for operations in other fisheries. However, it's hard for our fleet, as dependent as we are on Pacific cod, to watch as the resource goes unharvested. A consideration of how estimates can be refined or less cod set aside is needed to avoid waste and support cod-dependent fleets like ours. Short of extending the Bering Sea cod season before it closes, FLC members could have also made vessels available to harvest the remaining allocation later in the year. While more time is better, we can work to accommodate this with even a short lead time to adjust fishing plans. A number of our members continue to participate in the CDQ Pacific cod fishery in the Bering Sea in December. If given the opportunity, our sector can work within our cooperative to accommodate available harvests in our fleet to harvest additional allocation in the directed fishery, whether it's vessels fishing CDQ or gearing up for the 2023 directed A season. FLC appreciated the work by in-season to facilitate a cleanup of remaining cod in the GOA Pacific cod fishery this year. We would encourage a similar consideration of how a similar arrangement could be made in the Bering Sea cod in the future. FLC also urges additional consideration of measures to minimize overages by other sectors that can reduce the amount of Bering Sea Pacific cod available for harvest in the Bering B season and impact the closure of the fishery. The under 60 pod cod CV sector, for one, has consistently exceeded its allocation in recent years, requiring in season to redirect cod to the sector to account for the overages. More precise management is needed to ensure that overages such as this or PSC overages in other fleets do not occur and further minimize harvest opportunity for other cod dependent sectors. Similarly, FLC continues to express strong concern about the fairness of allowing some cod sectors to be granted additional allocation beyond covering overages to harvest well in excess of their annual allocation, while the freezer longline sector struggles to harvest their initial allocation before facing a closure of the fishery. As noted, early closures in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery since they have begun, we've annually left about 4% of our cod in the water. Despite our efforts to maximize our catch to make up for our lost harvest in the Bering Sea with operations in the AI. We understand these rollovers are part of the rollover structure established under Amendment 85, but we believe that there needs to be some consideration of how those considerations of the changes in the fishery can be addressed. With that, I will close. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. C. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. C, going back a few years, the October 2019 council meeting, the National Marine Fisheries Service provided a discussion paper on stranded cod, and I understand the council didn't take any action at that time. I'm wondering if you've looked at that recently and if there are any items from that discussion paper that you think have merit and could be helpful.
Mr. Curlin, through the chair, thank you for that question. It did occur to me in preparing for this meeting that we did have that discussion in 2019. I need to go back and look at that in more detail to see if there are some things from that. But I appreciate you bringing that up. I think that's a place to look to see if there's something more we could do with that.
Further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. C. So I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. I have read your letter. It doesn't seem like you're not asking for anything direct action from the council or any kind of a motion or anything here. So I just wanted to clarify that that's the case. And also I'd asked Ms. Farunas for some clarification on why this issue existed. And she gave an answer. And so my understanding of this, looking for your clarification on this, is that really this is opening up a discussion that you'd like to have with the National Marine Fisheries Service and season management and others to try to find these efficiencies and see what can possibly be done to avoid this situation and the other situations you pointed out.
Mr. Down, through the chair, thanks. Yes, I would agree with that assessment. I think it starts with a renewed conversation within season and the Alaska region about what measures might be taken, whether it's looking at that discussion paper from before or just looking at practices on in-season decision-making that might help to reduce the potential for overages or to extend the existing cod season. So again, and this isn't to be critical of in season so much as it is just an acknowledgement that what we've seen in the last 3 years with these early closures is that there's things that need to be relooked at, I think. And two, so we don't have cod remaining and that those with allocations can fully harvest them. So I would start there. And I did appreciate the feedback that Ms. Froon has provided in terms of having some more communication with about the needs and the interest of our fleet to harvest any remaining allocation in the year. I think there's never been in a situation until recently here that fishery has could be reopened. And so this is something that we would, I would say, of course, want to have that opportunity. And so we will communicate that within season and ensure that we can work towards that chance if that opportunity comes up this year and future years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. C.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Any further questions for Mr. C? Don't see any. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, it's coming right up on noon. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break, and we'll come back and finish public comment. Come back in 1 hour at 1 o'clock. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with public comment on our B agenda items. Next up, testifying remotely is Rudy Sakata.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Rudy Sakata, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Coastal Villages Region Fund, one of the 6 community development quota groups. The CDQ program is entering its 4th decade. What began as a creative experiment by this council to support isolated Bering Sea communities has become one of Alaska's great economic success stories. The 6 CDQ groups spend tens of millions of dollars annually in support of subsistence and commercial fishing, infrastructure, job training and scholarship, tribal projects, fishery conservation and research, and much, much more. In 2006, Congress greatly expanded CDQ's purpose beyond supporting in-region fisheries. Today, our statutory mandate is to 1, invest and participate in the Bering Sea fisheries, 2, support economic development in Western Alaska, 3, alleviate poverty and provide social and economic benefits for our residents, and finally, 4, achieve sustainable and diversified local economies. CDQ is a unique program in 3 ways. First, CDQ is the only federal program that distributes a valuable and renewable natural resource rather than federal funding to eligible communities. Second, CDQ is the only non-competitive federal program that doesn't use a formula to ensure a fair and equitable distribution of benefits. This creates stress on our programs. As our population grows and demand increases, we have to change our benefits delivery using the same level of resources. Third, CDQ has an unusual oversight mechanism, a high-stakes review of an entire decade by the state of Alaska. Groups risk losing up to 10% of their CDQ quota if they underperform. The state recently completed this review. It found that CVRF was successful in both our fishing operations and our benefits program. Our quotas will not be reduced as punishment for poor performance. I want to share some highlights from CVRF's decennial review report and the state's decision letter. CVRF represents 20 communities and nearly 10,000 residents, more than any other CDQ group. Our resident population grew by 14%, and this resident population growth was the fastest among the CDQ groups. Poverty remains endemic in our region. Only 5 of our 20 communities have running water and flush toilets. Still, the number of workers in our regions grew by 6% and wages grew by 19%. We believe CVRF is the largest private sector employer in our region. CVRF's 2 largest programs work together to support subsistence and commercial fishing. The People Propel program helps residents to buy skiffs, outboards, 4-wheelers, and snow machines. The Mechanic Welder program runs shops to help maintain and repair this equipment locally. We have even partnered with Honda of North America to provide warranty repairs on Honda ATVs in Western Alaska. We have 3 communities where they support the only service-only dealership for Honda in North America. The state also acknowledged the decision to close our Platinum plant in 2016. As our population grew, the plant's benefits became more concentrated with our commercial fishing families. Our board decided unanimously to close the plant and divert the subsidy to other programs, such as our Mechanic Welder shops, which support all of our families and communities. CVRF continues to work with our commercial fishermen on other projects, for example, the salmon fishery in Quinnahock, as well as interest in restarting the halibut fishery. The last decade saw CVRF undergo extraordinary change. We are proud that this decennial review supported our growth strategy so that we can better serve our nearly 10,000 residents. Recent surveys back this up. Our residents say we're doing a good job as well. CDQ has a bright future. As the groups expand their industrial investments, we believe salmon bycatch will also improve. Our board, consisting of 20 region residents, ensures that we view bycatch as something to minimize no matter how low it is, and not some high cap number to not exceed. The significant near-term, one of the most significant near-term risks we see is the possible designation of a marine sanctuary around the Pribilof Islands. That proposal serves the narrow interests of a single tribe with about 400 members. However, it also threatens the viability of CDQ, which serves nearly 30,000 Western Alaskans. Ironically, those 30,000 are also members of 64 additional tribes. Through CDQ, most of them rely on the Bering Sea to help alleviate greater poverty than what exists on St. Paul. We hope any sanctuary's goals and objectives do not supersede the council's scientifically sound fishery management. Unfortunately, that's how the sanctuary law reads today. New legislation may be necessary to preserve this council's authority to sustainably manage Bering Sea fisheries. In closing, we are grateful to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Alaska Department of Labor and Workforce Development, and the Alaska Department of Commerce and Community Development for their time and attention to the CDQ program. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sakata. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sakata, for that overview. And my question is brief. We don't have anything related to the sanctuary program or any proposed sanctuary proposals at this meeting, but we do have in our B reports a notice that NIMS will be providing an overview or presentation at our April meeting. Were you aware of that opportunity to further comment on the sanctuary proposal?
We do know that it is upcoming, and we appreciate the opportunity in the future.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Don't see any. Thanks again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Right, next up is Frank Kelty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Frank Kelty. I'm testifying on behalf of myself with just kind of some exciting news from the #1 fishing port in the nation on Alaska. It's been 12 years since the last time the council held a meeting in Unalaska, 2011 in October. But I just wanted to inform the council that high-speed internet has made it to Unalaska. I talked to the hotel manager, and the hotel is being wired in as we speak. We also have an additional airline flying into Unalaska. We have 2 airlines there now. So I just wanted to put this little bug in your bonnets for sometime in the future that I think Unalaska deserves some consideration for having a council meeting again. You know, it's the #1 fishing port in the nation for going on 25 years. And I think with the internet problem taken care of now, better transportation, and, you know, transportation costs and hotel costs are still high everywhere. But as you may recall, some of the old timers that have been on the council for a while, that, you know, there is like council rates that some people, businesses will work on to draw people in. So just wanted to give that blurb about the changes there in Unalaska, and hope that the executive director and the chairman and the next incoming chairman will think about Unalaska when they start looking at their future schedules. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Are there any questions? Anybody wondering who he meant by old timers on the council?
Well, yeah, there's not as many old timers as we used to have. I guess Dwight would have to qualify for that, Mr. Dwight.
Right. Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if my wheelchair wheels weren't locked, I'd be going after Kelty right now.
Oh, that's right. I still got 100 pounds on you, buddy.
Mr. Kelty, Mr. Witherell has a question.
Yes.
Frank, I was going to follow up with you on the side, but I'll ask right now. Are there any bigger meeting rooms or space available for the council to meet? We were cramped. I remember where the council met, and we were cramped where the AP met.
Well, we could have the meeting out at Kelty Field. There's lots of room there. We have the bleachers. No, the meeting room situation, I would say the hotel meeting rooms are the same as they were. I think there would be, we have some very good space at City Hall if we need to have people meet in the City Hall auditorium. And there's also another auditorium at the school. So if we had to spread people out, the room that the AP used at the Unicy plant seemed to work very well. It was a good sized room. So I think we could handle the SSC and the council at the chambers. And also, depends on what's on the agenda. If it's a short kind of agenda like you're having at this meeting, maybe it wouldn't be a problem.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think with the hybrid aspect, as long as we have the internet and people can testify remotely, I think that probably resolves some of the issues we had with previous meetings and finding rooms in Unalaska.
And that's why you haven't heard from me on this topic. I forgot to bring my Sharpie to make a sign, It's been 11 years since you've been doing Unalaska. Anyway, the chairman would gavel me out of order for sure.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since Mr. Witherall opened the door here, I was going to follow through with this idea with Mr. Witherall, but it seemed like with his question, it's appropriate to ask that now. So I was at the meeting in 2011. I wasn't on the council, but I was at the meeting in 2011. And I was running a fishing company at that time that had a bee season opener at the same time the council was meeting. And I recall that industry had, they had some folks from industry that were up in arms because they couldn't find hotel rooms for their crew members. And so the timing was a little, so I'm just wondering if you've got any answers to that, or you've talked to industry, or something's changed in industry that June is, that we're not usurping the availability of rooms for crew members to come in and fly out to get on their ship.
Mr. Kelty, your mic, please.
I didn't see the red light. I thought maybe you cut me off. But that's a good point. But usually our meeting would start 1st or 2nd of June. Pollock bee season doesn't start till June 10th, and not everybody shows up right at June 10th for the Pollock start of the bee season. The freezer longline sector, they go year round. So, but I can't remember for sure how much activity the freezer longliners do early in June. But I think the first week of June, for like the council's doing nowadays, like a 4-day meeting, or on some of these shorter meetings they're doing, it might be able to work out. I did mention that to the people at the hotel in Unalaska to get their take on it. So.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Next up is Linda Benkin and Jeff Farber. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Linda Benkin with Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, and Jeff Farber with Alpha, as well as Alaska Trollers Association. We wanted to provide a little bit of information, what we see as a important narrative on the Wild Fish Conservancy lawsuit, be available to answer any questions you might have, and also to thank NIMS for their work to revise the BIOP and the ITS, and ADF&G for their role in that, as well as for their participation, the state of Alaska, in the lawsuit. I think our organization. You may not know ATA as well. Both are organizations made up of owners of small boats, fishing families with a really deep commitment to maintaining the health of fisheries as well as the health of oceans. Every single one of the people who fish care about what happens to the fish they depend on, enjoy seeing whales, appreciate everything that lives in the ocean, and works hard to maintain the health of that ocean. With this lawsuit with orcas, it's quite clear to us that the problems those whales are facing has nothing to do really with fisheries, these whales carry one of the heaviest loads of industrial toxins of any marine mammal in the world, which unfortunately is passed on to their young at birth. They're living in an area that's become extremely busy for shipping, on average 35 container ships a day that are transiting that area. The water is polluted. There's a lot of whale watching. There's a huge amount of noise disturbance in the water that makes it difficult for them to locate prey. And I would point out that all killer whale orca populations are thriving with the exception of these southern resident killer whales. The big difference between that population and other orcas is they do live in this very polluted water for most of the years. And on the fishing side, we don't think fishing is the issue, but certainly our fishery, which occurs 1,000 miles away from where these whales spend most of their time, has a lot smaller impact than fisheries happening right in their habitat. The numbers we've seen is approximately 64,000 Chinook are taken in the Salish Sea, sort of epicenter of where these whales spend their time. At most 600 Chinook maybe are taken in the fishery that's 1,000 miles away. Those fish that if we didn't take them, would still have to make it back down here without being caught or eaten by something else to provide any benefit to the whales. So from our perspective, it's a pretty bizarre lawsuit filed for reasons other than benefits to orcas, but has the potential to have a really major impact on our fisheries and on our region. And I'm going to let Jeff speak to that a little bit.
Jeff Farver here testifying on behalf of myself, although I'm on the Alpha board and the ATA board involved in this issue. And I think most of you know me more through halibut fishing and that kind of thing, but I'm a troller really by trade. That's probably 95% of my income. And the reason I chose that fishery is because it's literally a year-round fishery aspect, and it's the Chinook fishing that makes that possible. So I'm just going to kind of give you an overview of the fishery a little bit, since you don't really hear about salmon trolling. The state of Alaska manages it, and just give you some numbers there. So it's the second largest fishery in the state by number of participants. It's consistently in the top 3 most valuable fisheries in Southeast Alaska. There's a troll permit in all or almost all, every 35 community, all 35 communities in Southeast. The total economic output about 85 million. The residency rates at about 85% Alaskan, and most of those are Southeast Alaskans. And it's really it's a fishery that, without being able to troll for Chinook, doesn't really make, if you can't do that, you're not really viable to say fish for coho or some of the other species. So it's really that year-round aspect, the residency rate, and the reach, the economic contribution, how that ripples through Southeast. Communities like Elfin Cove, there's 17 residents, every one of them owns a troll permit, right? So I mean, that's just the kind of reach it is. So while we certainly care about all marine mammals and all life, I think Linda kind of covered the main topic there. This case is now in the presiding judge's hands, and we're waiting for a final decision, which we're not sure what it will see yet. So it's just kind of FYI, and come up and say hi to you guys again. Thanks.
Conclude your comments. Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much for your testimony, and hi. Are there any questions? Mr. Misro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks both of you for bringing this to our attention. I've been tracking this as well. And I guess what I'm really asking you at this point is if you have any idea when you'll receive word from the court in terms of their determination and your subsequent fate as a result of it. Mr. Mesro, I thought you were going to ask me what kind of fishing gear I was using this winter, and we can talk about that offline. That was beta, but no, and maybe I wasn't clear. We're waiting. I think it was on the 24th of January, the last filings were made for the court case, and the presiding judge could come out with a decision anytime. I don't think there's a real deadline, from what I understand. So it could be a week from now. It could be a couple months from now.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the testimony. I'm just not up to speed on that. Who are the actual defendants in the lawsuit?
So the lawsuit was filed through the chair, Ms. Kimball. The lawsuit was filed against the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the state of Alaska Trawlers Association has intervened as defendants in the case.
Don't see any additional questions. Okay, thanks again. Okay, next up is Deborah Giles, then Werner Wilson, and then last up will be Scott Goodman. Good afternoon. Ms. Giles, can you get your mic button? There you go.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Southern Resident Killer Whales. My name is Dr. Deborah Giles. I'm a researcher in the Salish Sea. I study killer whale scat using a scat detection dog to help us locate killer whale feces. I'm testifying today as a killer whale scientist, but also as a conservation biologist. And as such, it's imperative for me to advocate for saving ecosystems, not just single species. Chinook salmon are a crucial part of the Pacific Northwest ecosystem and have been a major staple food source for killer whales and tribes for centuries. Today, the backbone of this ecosystem is breaking down, with many West Coast Chinook populations on the brink of extinction. Without resilient ecosystems, there is simply no Chinook salmon to support fishing for killer whales or humans. While fishing is only part of the Chinook's decline, it continues to contribute to their decline. Sadly, many Chinook salmon caught in Alaskan waters are from home rivers in BC, Canada, Washington State, and Oregon, the home range of southern resident killer whales. Whether caught in Alaska as mature Chinook salmon or as immatures, these salmon are denied the opportunity to return to their natal spawning grounds to produce the next generation. And this would be after giving the southern residents a crack at them. The catch records show that Chinook salmon continue to decline in age and size, and fisheries contribute to this change. Bycatch of immature Chinook salmon in the Gulf of Alaska, groundfish trawl fisheries, and the Southeast Alaskan troll fisheries is causing age overfishing, contributing to a high percentage of younger and smaller Chinook salmon. The end result is seen in the decreased productivity in BC and Washington state waters. These younger and smaller Chinook salmon are less suitable prey for the southern resident killer whales, who are highly selective for old, large Chinook salmon. Historic numbers of southern resident killer whales would have been possibly as high as 2,000, and certainly around 200 before the fisheries, the capture for marine parks occurred. Now we just have 73 individual southern resident killer whales that are a unique population genetically and culturally that do not interbreed with other populations. Each whale needs between 300 and 450 pounds of fish per day, depending on the sex and age class. With the average size of Chinook in Washington state just around 12.5 pounds, that means the whales need to forage so much more and therefore expend more energy, significantly more time than they did in the past. This declining abundance in size and age of preferred prey makes the whales more susceptible to noise and environmental pollution. Malnutrition makes them more vulnerable to disease and much more likely to miscarry their calves. Up to 69.8% of southern resident killer whale females who are getting pregnant are losing their calf before the calf is born viable, or the calf is born and dies right away. And those females are nutritionally deprived. Ultimately, I believe we have a shared goal. We want to see Chinook salmon flourish again, to have restored ecosystems so that fishers, both human and whales, can thrive. I wanted to comment quickly on the folks that commented just before me. The southern residents range is Southeast Alaska to Monterey Bay. Mostly they're offshore Washington, Oregon, and in the summertime, we used to see them in the inland waters of the Salish Sea. Declining populations of Chinook throughout the whale's entire range is having significant changes in the whale's behavior and where they're occupying their range. The the folks before me commented that the fishing in Alaska is not the problem. The problem is with toxicants, environmental toxicants, human-caused toxicants, and vessel impact. So presence and associated noise of vessels. We have an incredibly thriving population of what we used to call transient killer whales. These are mammal-eating killer whales. We're now calling them Biggs killer whales. This is a group of animals that's increasing at an incredibly fast rate, with females giving birth. We used to say a normal birth interval was between 3 and 5 years. These mammal-eating killer whales some of these females are giving birth more frequently than 2 years. Right after they give birth, they're getting pregnant again and giving birth to healthy calves that are living. The exact opposite is happening with the southern resident killer whales, and the only difference, literally the only difference, is that the southern residents don't have enough food throughout their range. So I'm happy to take questions. I had some more comments, but I think that's about it.
Thank you, Dr. Giles, for your testimony. Are there any questions, Mr. Mesereau?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. You're the perfect person to clarify my question. There are some orca researchers in South Central Alaska that collect scat from the orcas in the waters of the Gulf and Resurrection Bay. And what they determined was that while fishermen like me always think that orca's primary food source is Chinook salmon, in fact, in that area, at least, it's mostly chum salmon because there aren't as many Chinook available. Is that the same with this southern population, or do they have a different diet preference in the Salish Sea?
The southern residents are preferentially eat Chinook salmon. They're the biggest, fattiest salmon. It's why we all want to eat them as well. They do vary their diet at different times of the year to take advantage of different populations of salmon. The only ones that southern residents have never been documented eating, either through feces or analysis of prey remains after a predation event, are pinks. Literally, the whales catch them and play with them, carry them around on their head, but they don't eat them, which is unfortunate. We had a huge number of days in the fall of 2022 with the southern residents down here in South Puget Sound, foraging on, we believe, chum salmon that were probably not able to get up their Natal River because of lack of water. So to answer your question in the short form, yes, they do eat other things, but they preferentially eat Chinook salmon. They work very hard to seek out and find those few salmon that are out there. They don't eat mammals at all, though. They also catch and kill those, not infrequently, but they just haven't yet taken a bite. Culturally, they're completely distinct from mammal eaters.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I think I might have missed the comparison you were making to the transient orca population. Were you saying that the transient orcas that you were referencing and the this other
Fish eating.
population, are occupying the same area at the same times for the same amount of time from Southeast Alaska to Monterey Bay?
The so-called transients, Biggs killer whales, are increasing in abundance and duration in the inland waters of the Salish Sea. So they're spending more and more time here every year because their prey is so high. So the mammal eaters eat seals, sea lions, porpoise of different species. So their menu is wide and it's full. My point is that the southern residents are occupying timing wise about the same amount of time, or probably even less at this point compared to the mammal eaters that occur in the inland waters. So that's a little confusing. They come and go and they ply the waters on the outer coast. But by doing a side-by-side comparison, the Biggs killer whales are spending more time in the Salish Sea, and yet their populations are thriving. So the argument that the southern residents are declining because of the lack of space and heavy noise and heavy pollution doesn't fit, because the mammal eaters are actually higher on the food chain. They're actually more toxic than the fish eaters because they're eating higher on the food chain. So I just wanted to point out that it's clear that the southern residents are highly constrained in their population growth because of prey. They're just not getting enough to eat. We're losing adults, males, just as they're entering breeding age. We're not having almost very little recruitment. We should be in a population of 73, 75 killer whales. We should be seeing 6 to 8 newborn calves being born every year and living. And some years we go 2-3 years without having any calves being born that are living. We know from the fecal samples, we can analyze the pregnancy hormones, that these females are getting pregnant. They don't have a problem getting pregnant. They just can't carry them to term. And the ones that are losing their pregnancy have nutritional deficits that we can also see by looking at nutritional hormones.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Giles? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here and to give comment in Alaska. And just one more second. I would just really love to see fisheries management done through the perspective of a salmon, as opposed to being quite as divided as NPFMC and PFMC. Thank you so much.
Werner Wilson.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Werner Wilson III, and I'm Senior Oceans Campaigner for Friends of the Earth, or FO. I'm also a member of the Chilliwack tribe in my hometown, Dillingham, Alaska. I'm commenting about agenda item B5. I've been working on this issue of salmon bycatch for 15 years now, since 2008. Tens of thousands of Friends of the Earth members across the U.S. continuously support efforts to reduce king salmon bycatch in U.S. groundfish trawl fisheries. It's hard to see our king salmon runs struggling. In the Nushagak River in Bristol Bay, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game just listed our run as a stock of concern just a few months ago. In 2022, we only had a run about 46,000 Chinook coming back out of an escapement goal of 95,000 fish. So we are following the work of the Bycatch Task Force very closely and looking forward to seeing your decisions at future meetings. It's not just the people of Bristol Bay who are concerned about these Chinook figures, but people all around the Western Alaska coast, as well as here in the Pacific Northwest. We in Alaska have a lot in common with the indigenous peoples here, as we all highly value our Chinook. And the killer whales here are viewed as sacred beings. I want to echo some of the previous comments on the endangered southern resident killer whale with only 73 individuals left. They're largely dependent on Chinook as they're biologically unique, to my understanding, than transients. They don't eat larger mammals as stated earlier. I think it might be due to evolution or something. There's more data about that somewhere else. In this region, they used to have more plentiful runs of salmon than even in Alaska to rely on. So species like the southern resident relied heavily on salmon more than they did historically here as a primary food source. We know there are a lot of factors affecting the fish and whales in this area, such as agriculture, pollution, climate change, shipping, and dams. Friends of the Earth tries to influence decisions at several venues to help the salmon population grow, so the southern resident whales don't become extinct. But fishing factors, as you know, might be contributing or are contributing. For North Pacific Chinook prohibited species catch by groundfish trawl, not troll, fisheries that this council is directly responsible for. I did look at NOAA Chinook bycatch data from 2022 and saw that there are 11,668 Chinook bycaught in the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. There were also 6,337 caught in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands trawl fisheries. I then compared those numbers with a report about genetic stock of origin estimates by NOAA, led by Chuck Guthrie, that showed a combined 85 to 90% Gulf of Alaska Chinook bycatch would likely be heading to West Coast or British Columbia rivers, which is critical habitat and feeding grounds for the southern resident killer whale. Where the Bering Sea Chinook bycatch is smaller at 22%. So when I crunch these numbers together, both the counted bycatch in both Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska, as well as the genetic stock of origin data, I found that in Gulf of Alaska, there are about 10,000 Chinook caught by the trawlers that would otherwise be headed to British Columbia or West Coast rivers, and about 1,400 bycaught Chinook from Bering Sea trawl fisheries. That's about a combined 11,400 Chinook. That may not seem like a lot, but nowadays it is, as we are seeing king salmon crashes everywhere. This impacts not only the orca, but also the tribes here who have historically depended on these fish. I understand there could be other factors that may impact them. The question of whether or not these salmon would even actually make it to the river back, whether other species like stellar salines might eat them first. But either way, this number is rather appalling, and something needs to be done about it. We're not even talking about the Pacific whiting fishery here on the West Coast that also has salmon bycatch. And we have yet to do an analysis of the fisheries that the Pacific Salmon Commission accounts for. But when I completed these numbers, I'm sure it will, when I complete the numbers and put them all together, I'm sure it'll be a larger number. And this is just all based on the reports that are publicly available. And I just want to remind people that next month, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council will also be meeting here in Seattle to talk about ocean salmon fisheries issues. So I urge NMFS and NOAA staff and this body to consider all of the above to help protect the endangered southern resident killer whale and our king of salmon. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Wilson. I thought I heard, so please correct me if I heard you incorrectly. Thought I heard you suggesting that the salmon populations in the lower 48 were historically even larger than the salmon populations in Alaska. Did I hear that correctly?
That's what I heard, especially when we're talking about certain species. Like I don't know if you've ever read the book King of Fish, but that's what was suggested because the habitat was much larger in terms of lakes and the river system. And so that's what that book by David Montgomery had suggested. And he did some analysis of both anthropogenic information, but also just historically. And we're comparing it to today. So it could be hard to do that, but I would suggest reading that book and that has some facts available in there.
You're suggesting there was more habitat in the Pacific Northwest than there is in Alaska?
I mean, so the Columbia River is huge and there's a lot of lakes around here, as you know, and I did suggest that, yes. So when we're talking about the habitat that historically has been before habitat destruction, things like dams and all of that stuff, I don't know because I wasn't living back then, but reading those accounts in the books and looking at the science, that's my understanding.
Mr. Mesereau. No, okay. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, last up is Scott Goodman. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Council. My name is Scott Goodman. I'm the Executive Director for BSFRF. I testified earlier today. I missed the opportunity to show you some of our really cool video from inside the pots from the BREP work this morning. But if you want to see that, let me know. I've got it with me. Kind of neat high resolution video from inside the crab pots showing cod and crab primarily together. I wanted to take just a brief time here to update you on a winter spring Bristol Bay Red King Crab Research Charter that really has come together very, very fast, probably about 45 days ago. A number of people were shaking the bushes and hustling to get some funds here. So first of all, a big thank you to the agency, to NOAA and to ADF&G to get this pulled together. Some important thank yous to ABSC also for shaking the bushes here on this to get to where we are. But really, this is the first little shot to do a winter survey. This is a sampling, a distribution over a core area of Bristol Bay. We're just a few days away from signing charters with 2 boats. Saturday, we selected those 2 boats from a pool of 14 that had expressed interest here. So there was some pretty good interest from the crab fleet to do this. Focused on a core area of the bay. It's not the whole district. We don't have the ability to do that. We expect that we're going to be probably ice constrained here or weather constrained or both to an extent. Really, this one is about 3 very simple objectives: to do a measure of the winter and spring CPUE of Bristol Bay Red King crab using pots. Secondly, to take satellite tags and apply those tags to our king crab that we collect at our 4 highest density areas. And those tags are programmed to pop up right before the NIPS summer survey so we can corroborate the densities in that way. And then thirdly, we're going to be doing some limited gear work with the pots. And this would be primarily pointed at soak time, but really contrasting 2 different types of pot that are both red king crab variants. This is a really good opportunity for us to step up and do some fast-paced research here. So we're thankful to have this opportunity. Outcomes from this are expected to be used pretty soon, hopefully this fall. And just to give you an idea quickly on scale, really we're talking about 1,000 to 1,200 pot lifts. So this is really pretty small amount of work, but takes about 20 to 25 days to do it and to plan it. As I noted, 3 pot gear types. We're not retaining any crab, so no commercial crab retention here at all. And we're getting about 175 tags out. Just a quick update for you on this. I wanted to put it on your radar. I think the CPT co-chair may be presenting on this as well, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to ask questions if there are any. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Just a quick one, that the entire survey is taking place in March. Was that what you testified?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, close. It's about a 20 to 25 day charter per boat. So we're talking about almost 50 boat days starting on about March 12. So it's going to go over into April a bit. So this is a slightly later than we want it to be, but it's going to be timed with depending on what ice is really doing. It still gives us, I think, a fair glimpse. If we pushed it any closer to the summer survey, we lose some of the potency about differentiating between a couple periods here. But yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. That's exciting that you managed to pull this together. That's great. Would you anticipate that the results of this would provide us a glimpse of molting and mating behavior during that time, or is it too late? Just trying to get your rough idea of what might be yielded from this work.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Good question. I don't think so. I think what we need to do here is get this one executed and done. We're not tagging any females. This is a male-oriented project specifically because we're fearful that if we tagged females, they would molt, depending on this timing. I think we would hope that this could set the stage for upcoming continuation of this in some sort of a variant, maybe where we have the ability to use a second gear that would hopefully capture some of the animals that are either in the mating molting grasp or are just about to molt. We don't believe that animals that are either undergoing molt and hardening or just about to molt, they're probably not going to walk into a pot because they won't last. But that's our plan right now.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Goodman, for the update. Appreciate it. I was wondering, since over the last couple of days, the council, well, it was the SSC and the workshop, but and the council itself is certainly continuing to hear encouragement for this type of research, executed by industry and not necessarily always just by management agencies. So my question, I know you can't disclose too much, but how did you decide for this particular charter what vessels were best suited to do this? Were the vessels that submitted interest? Were they similarly situated? I'm just curious what made a vessel suitable for this.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. So we worked all through this so far, and this is pretty fast paced. It's really only about 35 days that we knew this was going to be a reality that we'd push for. So for the vessel selection, and we haven't signed these charters yet, but we're expecting to early next week. The vessel selection, we worked with our ADF&G and NOAA partners to come to a place where we could be comfortable with defining about a dozen requirements that were sort of based on safety, capability, and suitability to do this work. Crabbers are out there during the worst of things, and this is one that we wanted to try and do very well. Vessel breakdowns or things that are out of control happen, but we want to minimize and avoid that as much as possible. So we took a fair amount of effort to put some good requirements together, working with sharing that back and forth with our state and federal partners. Issued a very brief RFP for the charter, which was open for about a 10-day period. And we defined some very simple and straightforward rules to execute a selection in a random basically a name out of a hat manner. And we did that on Saturday with all of the interested parties participating in a virtual call. So that was pretty straightforward. And then we're also deferring to the agencies to kind of make the final call here, because they're the ones that are supporting this work directly. So if we find out something that would lead to a change in the selected boat, we're working closely with that. I think we're there. We're pretty good on these 2 boats out of the 14, and we'll report more later.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions, Ms. Kimball?
Quickly, is it foundation staff that's implementing the charter, or are there NIMS scientists or observers involved?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. So we've had about a team of 10, maybe 12 people that have been putting this together. Dr. Sidden and Dr. Litzo and myself, and then several others from both ADF&G Kodiak and NOAA Kodiak are primarily putting this together. The plan here is to have a fully complemented boat, so a captain and crew ready to go fish crab pots in this manner, and then a science party on board that would be a party of 3 per boat. So in that 3-member science party, there will be 1 NOAA person, 1 ADF&G person, and 1 BSFRF person. And that's consistent with the way that we've done our coordinated charters in the past.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goodman, how are you approaching gear specificity for consistency purposes with the placement? Is it, will you be using the same gear for the different charters, or allowing the vessels to use their own gear?
Through the chair, thank you. Good question. So one of our efforts here is to standardize our gear as much as we possibly can. That's one of the difficulties or challenges with pot surveys, is to make sure that we do everything possible. So we're doing as much as possible prior to understand the dimensions of the pots, because they vary a bit: 7x, 6x7, 8x8s, etc. So our goal is to use 7x pots for all of the standardized control pots really during the survey, which is what we're spending the majority of the effort doing. And then the gear variant, the part of this that is the gear test, will test what we believe to be as close to standard Bristol Bay Red King crab pot against one that has more large mesh, and then we'll test a variant of soak times. But we're controlling bait, we're controlling soak times, so we're kind of documenting as much as we possibly can. And then if there's, in the end, a need to do standardization of the CPUE. If we've got everything measured, we will be able to do that.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. There's no action required of us at this time, but and typically we would defer anything until staff tasking, but want to offer the opportunity for any council members that wish to either flag anything for staff tasking or bring up anything now. Okay. Well, great. That concludes our B items. Let's stand down for just a couple minutes, let staff get set up, and we'll move into snow crab. Stay close. Okay, council, please come back to order. We are ready to move on, and here present is John and Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Sarah Rhinesmith, council staff. With me today is John McCracken, council staff, and we may have Dr. Cody Zawalski joining us just momentarily to be present for questions if there are any. As a reminder, John and I will be walking through the presentation today, and then at the end, I will just jump into the CPT report to provide an update on the outcome of the CPT recommendations for their review following the January CPT meeting. Before we get into the meat of our presentation today, I just wanted to highlight the major changes that were made to the document from December of 2022. And these are found in the executive summary in the document on page 6 as well. Per the SSC requests and council recommendation, analysts added the projected removals based off of the model projections from the timeframe of 1982 to 2017 into the analysis. And these projected removals were used to inform the status of the EBS snow crab stock throughout rebuilding and to evaluate the potential economic effects throughout the rebuilding timeframe as seen in section 3.2 and 3.6 of the document. We also added a preliminary estimate of the gross ex-vessel and first wholesale revenue price data as seen in table 313, and information on CDQ ownership and participation was provided in table 3-35 and table 3-36. Lastly, analysts included the assessment of alternative 1 for all resource components in the expected effects of the alternatives. And so today I'll provide a brief outline of our presentation today, including the introduction where I'll remind council of the alternatives that are in front of us today, as well as the proposed rebuilding parameters that were recommended by the SSC throughout this process. And then John and I will walk through the resource components and any major conclusions that were drawn with the addition of any new information since the December meeting. This is a timeline as a reminder as to where we are and some history of the action moving forward. So on October 19th, 2021, the council was notified that the Bering Sea snow crab status stock was overfished, and therefore per MSA mandate, we were required to implement a rebuilding plan within 2 years of the stock being declared overfished. Since then, the council and SSC has contributed to the analysis, and in June, the purpose and need statement was selected by the council. And in October of 2022, the SSC selected a rebuilding parameters, indicating that the minimum time for rebuilding Team Min was 6 years, and subsequently the maximum time for rebuilding would then be 10 years, with the recruitment and mortality timeframe scenarios from 1982 to 2017. Most recently, at the December 2022 meeting, the council reviewed the initial review analysis and recommended the analysis for final action and selected alternative 2, option 2, as the preliminary preferred alternative. As a reminder, these are the alternatives that are in front of us today. Alternative 1 being no action, and alternative 2 being set the target rebuilding timeframe for the number of years necessary to rebuild the stock to BMSY at a probability of less than or greater than or equal to 50%. And the stock will be considered rebuilt once it reaches BMSY. Under alternative 2, there were 2 options. Option 1, no directed fishing until the stock is rebuilt. And option 2, the preliminary preferred option, to allow the directed fishery open based on the state harvest strategy while the stock is rebuilding. And I will note at this time that in our analysis, we neglected to update the alternatives following the motion that came out of the December 2022 meeting, but the ones on the presentation today are reflective of the motion in December 2022. So as I noted earlier, in October, the rebuilding parameters were selected, setting a T-min or median time for rebuilding at 2029, which is 6 years, and then subsequently setting the T-max or maximum time for rebuilding at 10 years. The 1982 to 2017 timeframe was selected for recruitment and natural mortality. And in December, we discussed in depth that the primary driver of rebuilding is recruitment in current ecosystem conditions that would allow for increased recruitment into the population. In the table, you can visualize the rebuilding projection timing under the various fishing mortality scenarios, and the median rebuilding projection times round to the same integer year. However, I want to highlight that there is a difference between the fishing mortality scenarios, evidenced by the 5th and 95th intersimulation quantiles for uncertainty around biomass trajectories during the projection period. And this just
I'm sorry, Ms. Ryan-Smith. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ryan-Smith, and inspired by some of the input I heard at the workshop yesterday. Can you explain what that means in plain language, what you just said, in terms of the 5th and 95th percentiles?
Yes, Ms. Baker, and thank you for the question and through the chair. The 5th and 95th intersimulation quantiles just act as a range. And note that the 5th is on the lower bound and the 95th would be on the upper bound. And so while 2029 under no fishing mortality is the median time for rebuilding, it may take up to as little as 2027. So that would put us at 4 years, or as maximum at 2034. Does that answer your question and provide some context?
Thank you. Yes, it does. And I think it just, I I asked that question and hoped we could dig into that a little bit more, just to sort of highlight the work that the stock assessment author did on the requested projection scenarios, and just although there may be some similar information in the table, just trying to understand what that really means. So yes, that's a long way of saying thank you.
Right, Ms. Rainsmith.
Okay, thank you. For the remainder of the presentation, John and I will just go through the 5 resource components, and we walked through these in depth in December, but for today's presentation, we'll be providing a very high level overview of the conclusions that were drawn, noting that in the analysis, there is the detail that remains that was seen in December. And so we'll start with the EBS snow crab stock. And as we know, snow crab commercial catches are concentrated in the Bering Sea, and the EBS snow crab stock is managed as a single stock and is distributed across the shelves and common at depths of less than 200 meters. And in the most recent SAFE, the model estimate of mature male biomass for 21 and 22 was below MSST, and the stock remained in an overfished state. And the 2019 and 2020 season was the first time a mass mortality event appeared to have occurred for snow crab since the survey began, and the biomass of important size categories of crab are at historical lows. And I'll note, for the first time in history, the fishery will remain closed for the 22 and 23 fishing season. On this slide, it details the addition of the projected removals. And these are estimated using the model estimate of the state harvest strategy being predicted based off of 40% of the ABC historically. And these removals are a representation of the removals throughout the rebuilding plan under the projected state harvest strategy of what the historical TAC would be set at. I will note that under the alternative 2, option 1, bycatch removals only, and alternative 2, option 2, a directed fishery and bycatch removals, predict low removals for the first 3 to 4 years of the proposed rebuilding time, as seen in figure 310 and table 3-6 in our analysis. However, it's important to note there is substantial uncertainty surrounding these projection removals, as the tax setting process is determined by the state of Alaska and does vary annually, based on numerous factors which may influence the number of removals. Additionally, these values are in no way of a definitive prediction of removals throughout rebuilding. However, they provide some context and evidence of potential fishing activity throughout the rebuilding under alternative 2, option 2. And the predicted removals further exemplify the low recruitment into the population predicted by low removals, as we see in the first 3 to 4 years of the rebuilding timeframe. I will note that following the plan team review, analysts added an addendum to the analysis that modified figure 3-10 and table 3-6 to remove 2022 values, as 2022 is not part of the rebuilding plan, and there was a discrepancy in the values from 22 to 2023 related to the transition from the assessment model to the projection model. The addition of these projected removals did not alter the conclusions that were drawn in the effects of the alternative section that was presented to you all in December. And noting that alternative 2, option 1, implications would be similar to those seen as a result of the 22 and 23 fishery closure. However, given that this is the first closure in the history of the fishery, it's hard to determine at the time what the effects of the no directed fishery would be on the EBS snow crab stock. Similarly, alternative 2, option 2, the major conclusions following the addition of the projected removals for this option were largely the same as seen in December, and that the snow crab stock is likely to have similar rebuilding trajectories under alternative 1 and alternative 2, option 2, due to the nature of the current FMP delegation of tax setting to the state of Alaska. However, with the implementation of a rebuilding plan under alternative 2, constraints on fishing mortality could be made more conservative by further restricting fishery operations if necessary to ensure adequate progress. I do want to highlight again that alternative to option one and alternative to option two. Under these two different scenarios, there's substantial uncertainty in stock growth despite the fishing mortality scenarios. And it's likely related to the delays in the onset of increases in recruitment. We can see that the mature male biomass remains low in all fishing mortality projection scenarios for approximately the first 4 years. And we see that with the addition of the projected removals, the evidence of low recruitment into the population for the first 3 to 4 years as well.
Ms. Ryan Smith, Mr. Dwight has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for being a bit slow here, Ms. Ryan Smith, but on the previous slide, something was really bothering me, partly because I felt like I didn't really see this particular point in the analysis itself, because the last words, if necessary to ensure adequate progress, and yet I didn't see anything in the document that led me to believe that additional fishery restrictions would ensure adequate progress. In fact, I thought the document made it fairly clear that we don't really have a way of ensuring adequate progress because so much of it's environmental. And so I don't mean to make too much out of a word here, but is the use of the word ensure here really the right word? Because I wasn't seeing a background in the document, or maybe I missed something in the document.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Choi, and through the chair. I believe what I was trying to communicate here is that using the biennial assessment of the rebuilding plan, they have to ensure that the rebuilding plan is making that quote adequate progress. And if it is not making that adequate progress, we could reassess the rebuilding plan and potential management measures that are in place to further look into whether the rebuilding plan would then be modified to make that adequate progress. Does that provide some clarification?
I think it does. So what you're suggesting here is that this is really a nod to the language itself in the act and the guidance language for implementing that it's not your conclusion as much as it is the actual language that we have to operate under. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. It's just making sure it's documented within the analysis that we will be monitoring the progress and potential modifications could be made under the language.
Ms. Kimball.
Just thank you. While we're on that point, then is monitoring the progress, doing the stock assessment each year as we would normally do, and then having that come through the SSC and the council, or is there a specific timeline and schedule for us to revisit the rebuilding plan throughout this period?
Thank you for the question through the chair. And I briefly touched on this at the end, but throughout the rebuilding plan, there's already a structure implemented every 2 years. So the Alaska Regional Office will assess whether quote adequate progress is being made on the rebuilding plan, in addition to the annual stock assessments that are going through the process. But there is a specific procedure for assessing the rebuilding plan throughout the duration.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, then in that process, given what we have throughout the initial review and this draft of having recruitment being the main issue and being very dependent on climate and environmental factors, if we're not making sufficient progress in 2 years, do we have the flexibility to look at what might be the primary factors that is delaying, I guess, our set schedule for rebuilding, such that we aren't looped into needing to take more constraints on fishing mortality or modify our directed fishing allowances as a result? Is there an opportunity there, if you're not on schedule, to look at the probable cause of not being on schedule?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, there is. And if the regional office does make the determination that we are not making adequate progress, it would require us to take a deeper look at the rebuilding plan and add potential modifications so that the rebuilding plan would either A, get back on track, or we would modify it so that a rebuilding plan is implemented with the new information that has been gathered since now to when we do our biennial assessment.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this point, and Ms. Watson can correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is for blue king crab, we had to make a determination that we're not there was not inadequate progress or something like that. It's essentially, it is the standard that we have to meet, recognizing that there may be circumstances beyond our control that are affecting progress.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kurland. Ms. Ransmith.
Thank you. I'll just go where I left off. And I think I was right about to transition into my summary slide. And so here I want to highlight, and I noted this in December, but if the speed of rebuilding is the primary metric for benefits to the snow crab stock, alternative to option 1 and alternative to option 2 provide no difference in median rebuilding timeframe metrics. I want to emphasize again that the rebuilding time is heavily influenced by recruitment and ecosystem conditions as detailed in the analysis. And the addition of these estimated removals further emphasize the predicted low removals as a result of low recruitment into the population for the first 3 to 4 years of the rebuilding plan. And with that, that concludes my section on EBS snow crab, and I'll pass it along to John.
Okay, so the next 2 slides speak to impacts of snow crab bycatch. These 2 slides haven't changed from when you saw them in December, so it just highlights our evaluating bycatch and the potential factor in stock recovery using the average of snow crab bycatch for the last 10 years. The median rebuilding time during this period, or this 6 years, was 6 years with or without bycatch, including the projections. And obviously the reasons for the no differences in median rebuilding time with and without bycatch has to do with stock productivity and the ecosystem conditions overwhelming the bycatch effect. And then the second slide with bycatch speaks to the sensitivity of unobserved mortality. So the stock author took a look at using the 10-year average and multiply it times 5 and 100 times to model the sensitivity of unobserved mortality. And we came pretty much the same conclusion that the projected rebuilding times were similar to projections with and without the additional mortality and looking at the 100 and the 5-year. So just a note, though, that the 100-year did add 1 more year to the projected median rebuilding time, though. And obviously, once again, the stock productivity overwhelms the effect of the bycatch. And so that's the quick walkthrough of what you saw in December.
No, I'll move on to the habitat section now, but I want to note that there were no additional analyses performed on the effects of the alternatives on habitat, but I will note that we did analyze alternative 1 here and found that under alternative 1, no additional adverse effects to habitat would be a result of not implementing a rebuilding plan, but that is not in compliance with MSA standards. But under implementing a rebuilding plan, there are likely no effects of habitat as a direct result under the proposed alternatives. However, with our habitat section, I'll note that there is continued monitoring of habitat that will occur throughout the duration of the rebuilding plan, such as the EFH 5-year review and continued use of ESPs and ESRs throughout the rebuilding plan. As you may remember, in December, I noted that there is the potential for some adverse effects on marine mammals due to the decrease in snow crab abundance, as snow crab are a source of prey for marine mammals, and without the snow crab availability, they may have had to switch to other prey items, and it may have resulted in increased resource partitioning. But there were no additional analyses that were performed for assessing the effects on marine mammals. And in summary, there would be no effect on marine mammals under alternative 2 with the intent to implement a rebuilding plan, as it would only provide benefit to marine mammals if there were snow crab present. However, there is a potential for adverse effects under alternative 1 if a rebuilding plan was not to be implemented and there was no intention of rebuilding the stock, as it would result in a loss of prey for marine mammals. I think it's back to John.
Okay, so got economic and social impacts. Again, a lot of the information that is included in that section wasn't changed much from the December, although the council did have a few suggestions and recommendations to include in that. And so we've done our best to include that information in the socioeconomics. One of those was update on price information from the 21-22 season. As I reported in December, that price data is not available, and it's still not available on a official level. So ACFIN actually did a price estimate for us to provide a preliminary price data for ex-vessel gross and first wholesale gross, and you'll see that in that table 3-13. And obviously those price numbers, those preliminary price numbers were integrated into the figures. Looking at the next data request by the council was an update for CDQ ownership of crab allocations. And so the first table or quota share, table 3-35 provides an annual percent of Eastern Bering Sea snow crab quota shares for CP owner shares, CV owner shares, as well as processor shares by all the CDQ groups at an aggregate. And in the next table, 3-36 breaks it out by the individual CDQ programs for 1 year, 2021. Obviously, I had to keep that information confidential. And move on to the next slide. Okay, so moving on to the impacts now section. So this first section looks at harvesters, crew, and shareholders. And again, for option 1, since that hasn't really changed since December, the impacts that we have in the slides are the same. And so I'll just kind of walk you through those real briefly to remind you what those impacts are. But when we get to option 2, as requested by the council, we included projections for alternative 2 of removals. And so staff did its best to provide the impacts of those removals for option 2. So under option 1, the loss of snow crab fishery for the 6 years for vessel owners, crew, and quota shareholders would likely range from substantial to severe. As noted in table 3-20, in 2021, 40 of the 60 vessels that participated in the snow crab fishery received 90 to 100% of their ex-vessel revenue from the snow crab fishery. And therefore, obviously, the vessel owners, the crew, and the quota shareholders will receive no ex-vessel revenue during the 6-year rebuilding. So the impacts to those vessel owners, crew, and quota shareholders obviously is dependent upon how dependent those operations are on the snow crab fishery. So those that are highly dependent on snow crab fishery would obviously have a higher impact as a result of no fishery and no operating revenue coming in from that fishery. This would make it difficult to maintain their credit as well as their debt instruments, and forcing some of them to refinance, and in some cases, business sales, or even in most extreme cases, bankruptcy. When combined with the closure of the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, obviously the impacts would be even more severe that are highly dependent on snow crab as well as red king crab. From the perspective of the communities of vessel owners, crew, and quota shareholders, they would also likely be negatively impacted under option 1 due to the loss of direct expenditures by those participants in the communities in which they work and live, to include indirect and induced expenditures. Communities most impacted under this for harvesters, crew, and shareholders would be Seattle, Kodiak, Homer/Sildovia, and Anchorage, Palmer, and Wasilla. And obviously the impacts to these communities will depend a lot on the economic diversification of those communities. Moving to option 2, we provided a little bit more information in the analysis to adjust for the projections that were included of removals. So option 2 would allow a directed fishery based on the state harvest strategy, which could improve socioeconomic outlook for the industry. Assuming there is a directed fishery, the ex-vessel payments from the snow crab harvested would likely keep vessels and crew active and provide downstream benefits to the owners, the crew, as well as quota shareholders and the communities in which they work and live. Based on these projected removals, much like we saw under option 1, harvesting operations that are highly dependent on snow crab would obviously have higher negative impacts as a result of, say, the small tax for the first 3 to 4 years that are, or the projected removals for the first 3 to 4 years, and obviously not diversifying in other fisheries may have a greater difficulty maintaining those same instruments, financial instruments, that they would under option 1. and may have to be forced to refinance, business sale, or bankruptcy, because in some cases, like for the first 3 to 4 years, there may not be a directed fishery because the tax may be too low. The losses of this the less diversified harvesting operations during this period would likely be crew, vessel positions, and revenue shareholders and communities of those participants. Moving to the impacts to shoreside processors. Under option 1, again, you've seen this information in December and it hasn't changed for option 1. So this would be a loss of operating revenue that could range from minor to severe impacts depending on how dependent the processor is on snow crab deliveries and its ability to adapt and diversify in this 6-year rebuilding period. For processors with little reliance on snow crab, it would be expected that there would be some losses of deliveries to the processors and would experience reduced operating revenue, as well as reduced processor workers and reduced wages, and the subsequent drop in expenditures by processors and workers in the community. For processors that are highly reliant on snow crab, likely the socioeconomic impacts would be severe for processors and plant workers due to no operational revenue from the fishery. Communities that are severely impacted due to the loss of expenditures have goods and services in the community by processors and workers and the associated indirect and induced expenditures. And we'll get a little bit more into that in the next slide. So in table 32, at least one shoreside processor processed 90 to 100% was 90 to 100% dependent on snow crab. Of the 11 processors in that table 3-30, the shoreside processor of St. Paul was likely the one processor that is most impacted under option 1. The socioeconomic relationship between St. Paul and the processor results in a severe consequences under option 1, since both are highly dependent on snow crab fishery. This would include losses of processor purchases of goods and services in the community, loss of purchases by local plant workers in that community, potential loss of processors' ability to process local halibut IFQ landings, loss of tax revenue from the sale of from the local sales tax of sale of seafood, CBSFA's loss of operating revenue from its share of the CDQ crab allocation itself, and its ownership in the snow crab harvesting and processing quota, which flows to the community of St. Paul. And finally, when combined with the Bristol Bay king crab closure, the socioeconomic impacts are even more severe for St. Paul. Looking at option 2 for shoreside processors, again, it's just like harvesters. This would provide opportunity for a directed fishery under the state harvest strategy, which could provide valuable revenue, operating revenue to pay processor worker wages, expenditures by the processor, workers in the community, tax revenues for communities, and operating revenue for CDQ allocations and ownership of snow crab quota. However, based on the projected snow crab removals that are included in the further up in the analysis, there is the potential that the fishery could be closed under those early years in the rebuilding period. Given that there is a potential for lower processor revenue during the first 4 years of the rebuilding plan, again, processors with little dependency on snow crab fishery would likely see some reduced operating revenue and some loss of deliveries due to some loss of deliveries of snow crab, which could result in reduced processor workers and reduced wages, and obviously reduced expenditures in the community. For those processors that are highly dependent on snow crab and limited diversification, again, this would be St. Paul, the low projected removals for snow crab during the first 4 years of rebuilding period could result in these processors not operating during the period, which represents a severe economic impact to the processor as well as the local community and the plant workers. Finally, the last slide speaks to the impacts of the CDQ groups. Again, under option 1, as you saw in December, the loss of revenue from the CDQ snow crab fishery being closed for 6 years would result in some severe impacts to vessel owners, crew, and processors. Additionally, several communities would also be impacted due to the loss of expenditures by the snow crab participants. These would be vessel owners, crew, quota shareholders in the local community, as well as loss in operating revenue from harvesting and processing of the CDQ allocations, and that revenue that flows to the local processor as well as the processor workers and expenditures, and then also flows to the CDQ communities themselves. The CDQ groups with ownership in harvesting vessels as well as quota share would also be negatively impacted under option 1 due to the loss of snow crab revenue, which could impact communities that rely on the revenue from the CDQ groups. Under option 2, we would provide an opportunity, it would provide an opportunity for a directed fishery, again, under the state harvest strategy, which would likely provide valuable earnings for the CDQ allocation of snow crab, as well as CDQ ownership of quota shares, which would allow continued funding of valuable CDQ programs throughout the communities. I think that is a brief walkthrough. I was a little fast, so if there's any questions, we'll move on.
I've just got a few more slides before we wrap up our presentation today. We've already discussed this briefly, but through implementing a rebuilding plan, the secretary must ensure that progress made under the rebuilding plan is adequate. And like I had noted, this is done through a biennial assessment of that rebuilding plan. And this is a regional office determination that's done every 2 years. Additionally, there'll be continued monitoring of stock through the annual stock assessments that are conducted. So we'll be able to continue to monitor recruitment throughout the entirety of the rebuilding plan. For this iteration of the analysis, analysts also included the draft FMP language for snow crab rebuilding. As part of the draft FMP language, we included draft language to remove 3 outdated or inapplicable crab rebuilding plans that are currently in our crab FMP, such as the Bering Sea tanner crab that was declared overfished in 1999, the Bering Sea snow crab that was declared overfished in 1999, and the St. Matthew blue king crab that was declared overfished in 1999. All of these rebuilding plans are no longer needed in the crab FMP since they're either rebuilt, such as tanner crab, being replaced with a new rebuilding plan such as snow crab, or have already been replaced with a new rebuilding plan such as St. Matthew blue king crab. Absent a council motion on the housekeeping update to the crab FMP, it's assumed that the council recommends these updated housekeeping changes.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Rhinesmith, I just want to confirm that this action the council will take is to amend the FMP. There are no regulatory changes that are being proposed, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rhinesmith, for reviewing the housekeeping suggestions that are being suggested. Just in the interest of transparency for the process, would it be helpful if the council actually did recommend the housekeeping change in its action, or what would be the staff's preference? I understand this is something new at final action, and rebuilding is an important action for the council. So I just want to make clear in terms of council's messaging for this, what would be preferred?
Thank you through the chair. I think it would be preferred that it is included in the motion, as it would provide transparency.
Please continue.
Thank you. I'll just end today's presentation, bringing up the timeline again and reminding the council where we're at today's council meeting. Here we are, the council will take final action and select a preferred alternative to recommend to the Secretary of Commerce. And following final action, a rebuilding plan will be implemented. And per MSA guidelines, the rebuilding plan must be implemented prior to October 19th, 2023. And on this slide, it kind of details the history of the action and the timeline as we've moved through this process. And with that, I think John and I will pause for any questions and thank everyone who had contributed to this document.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rhinesmith and Mr. McCracken. Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to appreciate this was a tight turnaround and we received most of this information just at our last meeting, but I just appreciate staff calling out the changes and the highlighting the additions that were requested. So I don't want it to have the optics that we're not interested in this rebuilding plan, but we did just see it a very short several weeks ago. And I think the presentation is very helpful to get us and keep us on track for final action. So I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay. I don't see any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll just have to provide a brief update on the crab plan team report coming out of the January meeting.
Great. Ms. Rhinesmith.
So the plan team was able to review the final action document at their most recent crab plan team meeting in January. And they received a similar presentation to what was presented to the council today. They discussed at this time the changing ratio between the bycatch and directed fishery removals over time. And it was noted that examining projected model output might resolve these concerns. And we saw that in the projected removals that were presented and I had detailed earlier in the presentation today. Additionally, during the presentation of the economic impacts section, it was noted that the estimates focus on the median population projections, but including the range of the 5th and 95th percentiles for population projections may be a better basis for characterizing the full range of the expected variability. So indicating that there does exist significant or substantial, I should say, variability in those projected removals and the economic impacts of those. And lastly, the expected effects of alternative one were discussed as seen in today's presentation. And that concludes the CPT report.
Thanks. Any questions on the CPT report? Great. Thanks again. Okay, for members of the public interested in testifying, please sign up shortly here. Cutoff will be at the conclusion of our advisory panel report, which should be quick. It looks like we might need to stand down in the room and wait for a member of the AP to come and provide that AP report. So let's stick close. Okay. The council can come back to order here. We do have Brian Ritchie and Paul Wilkins here to give the advisory panel report. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the council. This is both of our first time giving a report. So I think what you're looking for, we passed a motion that supported adopting alternative to option 2, and I think the final vote was 18-0. Oh, I think we'll bring it up on the screen.
And for members of the public, it is the AP motions and rationale for C1 are posted on the e-agenda. And yes, it looks like it was a short motion.
It was a short motion.
Was it broadcast for a minute? Okay. All right. So council members, any questions on the AP's motion? Okay, now it's up on the screen as well. Okay, if not, well, thank you.
Great. I hope it's always like this. Thank you.
Okay, that will bring us to public comment. It looks like there are 4 members of the public signed up to testify. First up will be Frank Kelty. Following Mr. Kelty is Jamie Goen, John Ianni, and then last up will be Mateo Pasadon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm representing the city of Unalaska today on C1. I'll be fairly brief. This is about the 3rd time I think we've testified on C1. We are in total support of alternative 2, option 2. We support the AP's motion. We also testified at the AP on this, and I think the council is well aware of the critical situation that has been facing the crab industry the last few years. And we hope that this rebuilding plan doesn't take 10 years. As I recall, in 1999, when we went into rebuilding plan, within 2 or 3 years, the fishery had rebounded. I'm hoping that occurrence happens again, but the situation now on snow crab looks a little bit worse than I think it did in 1999. Unalaska is been impacted greatly by this, not just lost revenues to the city and employment impacts to the community, to the processing sector. The harvesters are in a dire situation with the situation with snow crab, red king crab, and very little tanner crab to fish. So it's a dire situation for the harvesting sector. And in a community such as Unalaska, we were the largest crab processing community in the state. And we have a whole host of support sector businesses that have been impacted by this, that deal with the crab fleet, the fuel distributors, the shipping industry. They're all everywhere across the community are impacted by what's going on with the crab industry. We feel strongly that we need to increase our work on research. Unalaska has been a charter member of the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and a dues-paying member since its inception. We are heavily supportive of the research work that the BSFRF is doing, and we hope that the council's input on increased research on this crab, on all our crab fisheries, is warranted and desperately needed. So I think I'll just wrap up with that. Total support of alternative 2, option 2, and hope we can get a miracle out of this situation to get the crab industry back on its feet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Are there questions? Thanks. Next up is Jamie Goen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I'd like to direct your attention to our comment letter under this agenda item for more detail. Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers appreciates the analyst's work toward developing a rebuilding plan for snow crab, and I want to congratulate John on his upcoming retirement. We support the AP recommendation and support alternative 2, option 2 as the preferred alternative for final action. It would maintain the flexibility to have a directed crab fishery during rebuilding if permitted under the state harvest strategy and federal thresholds. And it best balances the need to rebuild as fast as possible with the needs of fishermen and fishing communities. We continue to urge the council to do more to rebuild snow crab in a comprehensive and meaningful way. Alaska Department of Fish and Game warned that efforts must focus on protecting what is left in the population as the only hope for a future fishery in 4 to 6 years. And yet this rebuilding plan provides no new management measures to protect what's left of the population that is at critical low levels with high uncertainty. All of the alternatives under this rebuilding plan are causing grave economic harm to the crab industry and associated fishing communities. We appreciate the crab plan team's recent comments that removing the PSC limit floor, lowering PSC limits, and aligning management boundaries would have positive benefits on crab stocks. And we encourage further work on important habitats for snow crab by life stage and how best to protect those. We also encourage managers to move toward dynamic closed areas like those proposed in Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers' letter to be more responsive to changing conditions and move toward better policy. These are incredibly challenging issues and not the time to accept business as usual. We need to rethink how crab stocks are managed in the Bering Sea by protecting vulnerable molting and mating crab, finding and protecting important areas for crab from fishing impacts, and protecting crab habitat, all while maximizing predator removal like Pacific cod and other groundfish. In addition, as we heard at the recent SSC workshop, which I have to say was an incredible workshop and very timely, so thank you for that. The management system needs to move toward actionable items based on the science available at the time to address growing uncertainty and climate pressures. And for snow crab, we are experiencing climate impacts and high uncertainty now. Providing an opportunity for this council to be proactive and rebuild snow crab while also creating a more climate resilient fishery. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cohen. Any questions, Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Cohen. I've read your letter and I'm glad you brought the council's attention to your letter. It's 14 pages. There's a lot of stuff there and a lot of really good work. So I commend you on that. My question is just to clarify, you're not asking for anything additional under this action. What you're doing is pointing out that there's still a lot more work to be done. You have red king crab stuff, you got EFH stuff, you got protection measures and protected areas around the Pribilofs. I mean, there's a lot there. Those are all things when I went through the bullet points that I think are underway in some aspect somewhere, whether it's the crab plan team, we've asked them to identify, but is that right? You're not asking for anything more under this action. You're directing our attention to the fact that this action shouldn't be conclusive. There's a lot more work to be done. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, that's correct. I think right now we've got a lot of actions in the works. A lot of information is coming forward, as we saw in the SSC workshop recently. And some of that is going to affect snow crab. I think right now we need to be looking at all of this and kind of deciding what the best path forward is in the future, but we are not asking for anything additional at this meeting other than supporting alternative 2, option 2.
Further questions for Ms. Cohen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is John Yanni testifying remotely. Looks like he is not online. So then Mateo Pasadon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasadon. I'm here on behalf of 2 organizations, CBSFA, the Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the local CDQ group for St. Paul, and the city of St. Paul. CBSFA's written comments on this matter are posted in the agenda. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. McCracken and Mrs. Ryan Smith for pulling this analysis together and also for their outreach. Both the city and CBSFA appreciated the improvements and additions made to the social and economic impact section, which starts on section 3.63, page 81. These are improvements that were made from the last iteration, which include additional information regarding individual and overall CDQ ownership of snow crab, CV, CP, and processor shares. This information provides useful data that is responsive to community dependence considerations, which, as you know, is an important element in rebuilding plans under section 304 to guide the council's decision-making, as well as under National Standard 8. All this said, the city and CBSFA support alternative 2, option 2. The analysis indicates that neither alternative will make a big difference in rebuilding of the snow crab stock. However, clearly adoption of alternative 2, option 2 could make a big difference for small crab dependent communities such as St. Paul and other stakeholders. Some of the tables in the analysis show small tack snow crab fisheries can produce sufficient revenues and associated taxes, perhaps even enough to keep crab dependent communities afloat. And to conclude, like Mr. Kelty said before me, St. Paul is also hoping for a miracle to bring back snow crab, but also looks forward to meaningful actions on other fronts to restore this key fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadon. Are there questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
And so we can circle back to John Yanni, who is not online. Okay. What'd you say? Okay, looks like Mr. Yanni's not online. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Come back in about 20 minutes here and we'll take action. So back in 20 minutes. Council, please come back to order. We are ready for action on agenda item C1. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that has been sent to staff. I'll wait for a moment for that to be displayed. The motion is the council recommends alternative 2, option 2, as the preferred alternative for final action as indicated below. Changes from the December motion are indicated in strike through and underline. Alternative 2, adopt a rebuilding plan and set a target rebuilding time frame of 6 years. The stock will be considered rebuilt once it reaches BMSY. Option 2, allow bycatch removals in the directed fishery to open based on the state harvest strategy while the stock is rebuilding. The council recommends removing from the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands fishery management plan for king and tanner crabs rebuilding programs that have since been rebuilt or replaced. These include Bering Sea tanner crab, declared overfished March 3rd, 1999, Bering Sea snow crab, declared overfished September 24th, 1999, and St. Matthew blue king crab, declared overfished September 24th, 1999. That's the motion, Mr. Chair. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. The rapid and significant decline of the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab stock, as we've been discussing, resulted in an overfish determination by NPFMC. And in addition to being a source of great concern to the state of Alaska and the council, as discussed previously around this table, that determination also requires the council to develop a rebuilding plan consistent with the requirements of Section 304 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the National Standard Guidelines. And Mr. Chair, my motion recommends alternative 2, option 2, as the council's preferred alternative. Under this alternative, the target timeframe for rebuilding is 6 years, which is the same as the estimated minimum time for rebuilding and takes into account the biology of the stock and current environmental conditions. Under the National Standard 1 guidelines, the maximum time for rebuilding is 10 years. So the target time for rebuilding set by the council is consistent with those guidelines. And just a reminder, and as stated in the motion, the stock will be considered rebuilt when it reaches BMSY in 1 year. And just noting, this motion makes a slight change to the language in the alternatives in the December 2022 motion, in which the council identified the preliminary preferred alternative. Just to be really clear, since this is final action on a rebuilding plan, my motion adds back in the phrase adopt a rebuilding plan and alternative 2 to be clear about what the action is. And my motion sets a target time frame for rebuilding of 6 years, which is consistent with my understanding of the National Standard Guideline requirements for the council to set a target time frame. The target time frame I'm proposing in the motion is consistent with the SSC recommended rebuilding parameters of a minimum time of 6 years and a maximum time of 10 years. Also consistent with being clear about this action and the council's intent for this action, to option 2, I've added allow bycatch removals. To be clear about other sources of snow crab removals are expected to occur during the rebuilding plan. We've had a lot of discussion today through the staff presentation and in testimony that while option 2 does provide an opportunity for a directed fishery, it also allows bycatch removals. The projected rebuilding time is based on the best available information consistent with National Standard 2. And I'll just note that in developing recommendations for the rebuilding options, the crab plan team and SSC considered 2 potential recruitment and mortality scenarios, along with 5 fishing scenarios. And the recruitment and mortality scenario recommended by the SSC was used to inform the rebuilding time frame, frames considered under alternative 2. And as noted today in the staff presentation, alternative 2, options 1 and 2 provide no difference in rebuilding timeframe metrics. Staff were quite clear that the main driver and speed of rebuilding is likely related to recruitment and the conditions that allow for increased recruitment into the population. And throughout the development of this rebuilding plan, we've had a fair bit of discussion, and staff reiterated again today that uncertainty surrounding snow crab recruitment and mortality under the current ecosystem conditions are likely to heavily influence the rate at which the stock is able to rebuild under the proposed projection parameters, regardless of fishing mortality. And that's important to keep in mind in terms of this rebuilding plan. The proposed preferred alternative in my motion maintains the current state federal management structure during the snow crab rebuilding plan as outlined in the FMP, and continues to defer tax setting for snow crab to the state of Alaska. And just noting, as we heard in the staff presentation today, and many of us are aware, the directed snow crab fishery was closed this season under the current state harvest strategy. And as staff noted, because the state considers additional factors when setting the snow crab tax, it is difficult to predict what future removals or tax may be during the rebuilding plan. But the proposed preferred alternative provides an opportunity for a directed fishery under the state harvest strategy. And as we heard in public comment, we heard strong support for alternative 2, option 2, because of that potential opportunity. And so I'm recommending that in my motion today. We heard and have heard, and as reflected in the analysis, that maintaining economic opportunity for a limited directed commercial fishery under the state of Alaska harvest strategy is important for harvesters, processors, and communities, particularly at this time when key Bering Sea commercial crab stocks are at low levels and future fishery conditions are uncertain. And just to be clear and note, I have more extensive comments perhaps than usual, Mr. Chair, but since this is final action for rebuilding, I just want to be clear that the analysis points out that even with the possibility of a directed fishery under alternative 2, option 2, should this motion pass, the directed fishery may be closed in some years during rebuilding. And the analysis points out that these fishery closures have significant negative impacts on crab harvesters, processors, and communities, again, as we have seen in recent years. My proposed motion is consistent with National Standard 1 and the Magnuson-Stevens Act mandate to establish a rebuilding plan. It allows some directed fishing potentially to help meet the needs of fishing communities consistent with National Standard 8, while the stock rebuilds to a level that achieves optimum yield. The proposed action is also consistent with National Standard 4, as all residents of various states, including Alaska, participate in the crab fishery, and nothing in the proposed preferred alternative considers residency as a criterion for the council decision. And this action is consistent with National Standard 9 to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. As staff noted today, the analysis indicates that bycatch rates in non-target fisheries showed no substantial effect on rebuilding time, which is the key metric we're tracking here. Additionally, the time for stock recovery was minimally affected in projections that used 5 times and 100 times the level of observed bycatch seen in the rebuilding projections. Therefore, the analysis pretty clearly concludes that the recovery of the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab stock is likely not to be affected by current or predicted bycatch levels based on average historical bycatch. However, it is important to note that current measures to minimize snow crab bycatch to the extent practicable, such as snow crab PSC limits in groundfish fisheries and the Apelio bycatch limitation zone, will remain in place during the rebuilding plan. And Mr. Chair, I was going to mention the National Standard 1 guidelines requiring the secretary to ensure that progress is made under a rebuilding plan is adequate, and the plan may need to be revisited if if NIMS determines the stock is not making adequate progress. But as we had a fairly thorough discussion earlier during the staff presentation, through the proposed preferred alternative rebuilding plan for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, assessment surveys and biological data collection will be continued and help facilitate the determination of adequate progress as required by the national standards. The other new language that I'm proposing in this motion, Mr. Chair, is the housekeeping language that staff alerted us to at the end of the presentation. As they said, there are 3 rebuilding plans in the current crab FMP for stocks that were declared overfished in 1999. And these rebuilding plans are no longer relevant or have been replaced by more recent plans and should be removed from the FMP to avoid confusion. These include the rebuilding plan for Bering Sea Tanner crab and previous rebuilding plans for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab and St. Matthew Island blue king crab. I appreciate the staff catching that and pointing that out. And so I'd like to just be clear that the council intends for those changes to be made in conjunction with this rebuilding plan amendment. And finally, just want to thank all of the staff involved in this process, particularly the snow crab assessment author, the analysts, and all of the other staff participating in this process. This is one of the most time constrained and important types of actions we take at the council. And so I recognize it was a difficult task to get these analyses completed within the time frame. And I would just like to extend my appreciation for that work, as well as to the fishery participants and all of the public commenters who've contributed to the council's development of this rebuilding plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And I would note that the motion has been posted to our e-agenda. Are there any questions on Ms. Baker's motion? Any amendments? Sorry. Oh, Mr. Witherell.
Just a question, because I'm going to ask you a question that I think will help our analyst better describe why this alternative and option was chosen over perhaps others when we send it to the secretary. You've chosen 6 years, which is really the minimum amount of time, and you could have chosen up to 10 years. So you had kind of a range, and you've chosen the most aggressive strategy. And typically under rebuilding plans, I've seen the council generally adopts a longer term one to allow the harvest to occur during the rebuilding time. So the higher probability of allowing harvest to occur during rebuilding if you have a longer time period. So it might help you to explain the rationale so that we can include it in the analysis.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell, for the question. I do appreciate that. And that question did come up as I was developing this motion. And my understanding, Mr. Witherell, is that to date, the council has not previously actually identified a target rebuilding timeline. And so we were advised that the council do so in this particular motion consistent with the National Standard 1 guidelines. And it was pointed out that we would have the option to have a target rebuilding timeframe of 10 years. Nevertheless, the analysis, as you say, essentially pointed out that alternative 2, option 1 versus 2, really allowing for the potential for a directed fishery did not affect the rebuilding time one way or other. And so it seemed like the way the analysis was structured, that the general understanding was that based on the best available information, the preferred alternative could result in rebuilding in 6 years, understanding the large amount of uncertainty associated with that. And so that was the target timeframe that we selected.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell and Ms. Baker. Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Okay. Ms. Kimball?
I will comment that I thank Ms. Baker for the motion and support it. I was actually going to get to some of what Mr. Witherall mentioned, and that it is, well, our alternative 2 says we're selecting 6 years. I hope it's clear that to everyone that that is the minimum time to rebuild the stock. It is the absolute T-min in our analysis based on the projections that we've seen using the recruitment scenarios that were chosen by the SSC. So we are selecting the shortest time possible to rebuild, given those projections, and having a directed fishery and bycatch doesn't affect that time to rebuild. So I thought that was a very strong rationale by Ms. Baker. I guess overall, this, I appreciate the economic analysis. It is significant and dramatic for harvesters, processors, and those communities. I look forward to the survey in the next year, and I know that we see that on an annual basis, and then NIM's assessment of how well we are making progress on the rebuilding plan and opportunity for adjustment if necessary. But I support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Let's see, any other comments? We can go to a vote. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll to amend the FMP with a rebuilding plan for Eastern Bering Sea snow crab with as described by alternative 2, option 2, as modified, including housekeeping changes. Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down, Ms. Drobnika,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Curlin,
Yes.
Mr. Mesro,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Seaborn,
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell, and thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything further under agenda item C1? Okay. Great. Well, thanks again. And thanks again to staff for all the work on this. Let's move right along here. We can move into agenda item C2. We get Sarah Ryan-Smith and Katie Paloff. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, members of the council. For the record, my name is Sarah Ryan-Smith, council staff, and while admin pulls up our presentation today, I'll just give you all a brief overview of what you'll be receiving. And so Katie Paloff, Crab Plan Team Co-Chair, is with me, and online we have Dr. Mike Litzow, Crab Plan Team Co-Chair as well. And Katie Paloff is going to be presenting the Norton Sound Red King crab proposed specifications. And action at this time is to set the specs for Norton Sound Red King crab for the 2023 fishery. In addition to that, a brief presentation of the balance of the Crab Plan Team report and items that were reviewed during their January meeting will be provided. I will note that at this time, Katie will be summarizing the discussion that came out of the Crab Plan Team surrounding crab conservation prioritization, and that is following the December 2022 motion that came out of the Crab Conservation Work Plan. So as a note, the link to the Crab Plan Team e-agenda is also on the council e-agenda for reference on any of those documents. And with that, I'll pass it off to Katie to get started today. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the council. Sarah already introduced me, but my name is Katie Paloff. I'm co-chair of the Crab Plan Team, and I'm here to give out our report. So just we usually provide this slide as just background information for where we are in our annual cycle of crab assessments. So as Sarah already stated, we'll set final specifications for Norton Sound Red King crab at this meeting. In our next meeting, or in the May-June assessment cycle, May is when our plan team is, and the June meeting for you all, we look at Aleutian Island Golden King crab on an annual basis. And then some of the other stocks are either bi or triannual. Pribilof Island Golden King crab and Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab, Red King crab, sorry, are on a triannual cycle, and they will be up for review in this coming May. So just to keep you aware of that. This slide here is our agenda that we had in January. We held our meeting actually at the council offices in Anchorage, which was a great location to have our meeting. We really liked that. In addition to Norton Sound specifications, we covered these other topics. We also did have a modeling workshop where we talked a lot about progress on GMAX, which is our generalized model for crustacean stocks, specifically for our Alaskan stocks. And we also saw some research updates. So all the items here that I have in blue font, we won't cover in our oral report. They are detailed in our written report. But when we get to the balance and I finish my presentation, if you guys have any questions on anything that I didn't cover in the oral report, feel free and I can address those. So with that, I'll jump into Norton Sound Red King Crab. This is a male-only assessment model, and it's currently in tier 4 for our crab stocks, which means that we have some life history information and we have a model for the stock, but not quite as advanced of, not quite as much information or advanced as a model as we have for our top 3 Bering Sea stocks, which are Tanner Snow and Bristol Bay Red King Crab. So some anecdotes here. The figure on the left is summer commercial catch and CPUE. You can see the summer fishery commercial fishery has been closed in 2020 and 21. It was open in 22 with a summer commercial catch here, as you see as the bar graph in orange, and then the standardized CPUE here in gray. The standardized CPUE reached levels that were about what we saw in 2011, so greater than what we've seen since then, which is a good sign for this stock that is in a recovery phase. We also do have a new survey data point for this stock. The NMFS Northern Bering Sea survey occurred in 2022, so we do have that new survey data point going into the model. This is just a overview looking at trends here for abundance of male crab in Norton Sound, just focusing on the solid lines at the top. That's total male abundance. And you can see that recovery that we've seen. You know, there was some concerns for the stock in the 2019, 2020, and then the stock the model has predicted, as we saw in the survey and in the fishery, that the stock is recovering from that low point. And then specifically, as far as specifications of the CPT set, we endorsed the base model, which is the same modeling framework we've had for the last 2 years or so. We endorsed a 30% buffer on the ABC from the OFL, and then a length independent OFL calculation, which is just some conversations that we've had. This model has a higher natural mortality on the top few length bins, just to deal with the fact that we don't see with those crab in the fishery or in the survey. So the assumption is either those crab have a higher natural mortality, which is what the model assumes, or that they are potentially leaving the stock area. So with that, we had some discussion at the plan team and with the SSC as to whether the way we calculate our fishing mortality on the stock, if that should be more reliant on that information. And we decided to stick with our status quo way of doing that, which is to use the natural mortality for the majority of the crab, which is 0.18 for the stock. In addition, as part of our conversation, the last 2 years, we've had a 40% buffer on the stock. And a lot of that has to do with many of the concerns we've had for the stock. The females that were receiving on the survey had potentially poor clutches, had a poor condition of eggs. We're not seeing those in 2022. We're seeing much improvement of the stock status, and the uncertainty that was going into our buffer is considerably less. In addition to some of the concerns we had with the modeling process have been improved. So we felt it was appropriate to reduce that buffer from that higher level of 40%. In addition, a couple of the other things that we discussed about Norton Sound, and you'll probably see this in the SSC report on this too, is this is currently a stock that the last 2 years we decided to try to move to a total catch OFL. So previous to that, we had a retained catch OFL, and that was due to the fact that we do not have current observer coverage in this fishery. There's not pretty much any bycatch of Norton Sound Red King Crab in any of the other fisheries. So pretty much the only discards that are not part of the retained catch would be regulatory discards in the directed fishery. There has been observer data collected for about a time period of about 6 years that is incorporated into the modeling process to get an idea of the retention probabilities of different size categories of crab. However, we don't have a current observer program for the stock. It's just logistically pretty hard to observe. Most of the fleet has boats that can't hold an observer. And it's just pretty cost and personnel and then just logistically prohibitive. So the CPT had recommended because of that to potentially go back to a retained catch OFL for 2023. The SSC in the meeting earlier this week recommended keeping with the total catch OFL and just using, so one of the other discussions we had is if we have a total catch OFL, how do we count for discards without an active observer program? And they felt it was appropriate to use the discards that the model estimates as an estimate of total catch. So using the information we do have from when we have observer data in the model to give us an idea of what we potentially should see as discards this year. That's how we set the total catch OFL. And then we would basically say, take that same estimate and add it to our retained catch to estimate the total catch for the stock. So that was actually what most of our discussion at CPT and SSC focused on, was that component of the stock. But I think the SSC did differ from the CPT recommendations, but I think the CPT did acknowledge that if the SSC wanted to keep recommending total catch, that we felt it was appropriate to, use that model estimated discard rate if they decided that. So with that, I can pause to see if there's any questions on this.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. How recent is the observer data that you do have in that 6-year period? Is that fairly recent or old?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm trying to recall the years. Maybe Sarah can look it up while we're chatting, but I have to get back to you on that. It's a few years old. I want to say it's at least back in like around 2010 or so, or if not a little before that. And so when that was collected in the 6 years, they were able to collect observer data. We do have there are still some concerns of that data because it was on most of the larger vessels in this fleet, which is not the majority of vessels. So there is still some concern over that, but some information is better than just not having any estimates of that observer data. Anyway, Sarah might have a better answer.
Thank you. If I may follow up, I just got notified that we had observer data collected up until 2018. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Paloff before we move on? Please continue.
All right, great. Thank you. So the next two slides will just briefly go over. You'll see Aleutian Island Golden King Crab and Pribilof Island Golden King Crab models in May. But just to kind of update you guys on, we saw proposed models for these at our January meeting. For Aleutian Island Golden King Crab, the author made a great effort to address a lot of the concerns that the CPT and SSC had. But in general, the models that we'll see coming forward in May are pretty similar to the base models we've had in the past with some small adjustments. One of the things that I will point out to the council, just if you followed this stock over the many years, Sadiq, who's a fish and game biometrician, is retiring this spring. So we'll have a change in authorship with this model. So just to be aware of that going forward. And the other thing to highlight for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab for you is that we did approve and the SSC concurred to move this model to the GMAX modeling framework, which is great for our progress towards moving more crab models to the GMAX modeling framework. Right now we have Bristol Bay Red King Crab, Pribilof Island Golden King Crab, St. Matthews Blue King Crab, Snow Crab, and now Aleutian Island Golden King Crab. So we're making progress. It's been a long journey for this, but we're making progress. And that's very important for us to have a similar modeling frameworks allows for more intensive review, more intensive collaboration among assessment authors, and also makes transitions in authorship a lot easier. So that's helpful with, people retiring, new people coming in, potentially having more of a team approach to these assessment models so that there's more than one assessment author that can really get eyes on the details there. So Pribilof Island Golden King Crab is a tier 5 stock currently. There has been some look at potentially moving this to a tier 4 classification using slope survey data. And the CPT had a good discussion on that, but also felt that we don't have to make this final decision until May, but felt that without the certainty of knowing when the slope survey might occur again and hasn't occurred since 2016, it'd be hard to move this stock to a tier 4 using that data. So we will, I'm sure, address that again at our May meeting because there was some discussion at the SSC over potentially where we should go with the stock. So with that, that's all I have on the different crab stocks. And I'll pause for 1 second before I get into the work plan, which is the next topic here, in case there's any questions.
Don't see any.
Great. So if you back in December, the council asked the crab plan team under the crab conservation work plan to discuss the following items at our CPT schedule and provide feedback on the relative prioritization of these issues and their ability to improve stock condition. So that's the 5 topics here. And then what we did at our meeting is our approach was maybe not exactly what you were looking for, but we tried to approach it the best we could. It was slightly hard because we saw some of these actions, specifically a lot of the PSC actions, as kind of a little bit more in the policy realm, and we try to stay in our lane as far as providing feedback on the best available science and the best scientific approach. So what we did is we evaluated the directional impact potentially of an action, whether we felt like it would have a positive or negative effect on the stock in general, and then tried to give some information on the magnitude of that effect if we felt like we had an idea of what that would be. And in some of these, when we didn't know the direction and magnitude or one or the other, if we had any insight on, research that could be done to help determine the likely consequence. So in addition to the topics that I'll get into, the 5 that were asked of us, we also kind of had a side discussion of PSC, is that the best measure to monitor the impacts that other fisheries may have on how they interact with crab. And so that's I know you guys are taking up EFH at this meeting. So some of the other tools that we thought about is potentially, are there interactions of crab with other fleets that we're just not seeing because they're not being caught as bycatch, and potentially other ways to look at that. So that wasn't in one of the 5 things that you had asked us to prioritize, but it was part of our discussion and potentially something to think about as you review EFH and fishing effects through this meeting. So what I'm going to do is step through each of these. The first one, everything but the first one has to do with PSC. So some of the comments are similar. So I may just summarize that a little bit at a higher level here. So the first one was to consider identifying areas for closures to protect snow crab. So this was difficult because for this one, we felt that the direction and magnitude of this effects, both of which are unknown. So this came up that you would think that decreasing bycatch would have a positive effect on the stock. But it's hard that when you decrease bycatch, you also potentially could increase predation on the stock in that area. And we don't have a good handle on either of those necessarily in the data that we currently have. So we focused our conversation on what would we need to understand that, better understanding of the distribution of juveniles and multi-mating crab, specifically outside of the summer survey, which is when we have that information right now. Modeling of existing information may improve our understanding of that. So there may be some information from fisheries bycatch currently, potentially from either EFH and fishing effects that might help our understanding of where crab are outside of that summer season. In addition, and this is something that we have brought up, and I think the council has also, but under increasing analysis of groundfish stomach contents to really get a better understanding of predation effects and consequences. And then the other thing that did come up in this analysis is potentially if we could look at current closure areas that we have in place for crab, whether it be snow crab, Tanner crab, or Bristol Bay, and try to better understand the benefit of those current closure areas might help us to understand what the benefit of future closure areas might be. So that's what we had for this particular topic. The next few, as I said, I'll retain to the PSC limits. The second one was to align PSC limit boundaries with the crab stock management area boundaries, specifically for snow crab. The CPT, we said this would likely have a positive effect, that they were both on the same boundaries. The magnitude's likely low. Bycatch, as you already have seen through the snow crab rebuilding process, bycatch has really little impact on the modeled population. On the population model we have, we've shown through simulations that even increasing that bycatch level doesn't have a measurable effect on the crab ability to rebuild. We did, through all these PSC actions, did discuss that some of these, like what we see as a little bit more of housekeeping items would be best under best scientific practice. Like if we were to put PSC limits, if there weren't any in place and we would put them into place today, it would make sense that they would align with the stock management boundaries. Like, so that's kind of what some of our conversation relied on. And for most of the PSC points that you've asked us to look at, we felt that there was adequate information, potentially either from previous analysis or discussion papers, or that the data was available. So that was the other thing that Sarah did briefly mention prior to us discussing these. Sarah Reinsmith, our council staff liaison, provided a very thorough review of all the discussion papers and motions that you guys have taken on PSC in the past. That's in a presentation on our e-agenda from our CRAB plan team meeting. So I didn't provide that background here, but if you want to go and look at that presentation that Sarah put together, it was a really good summary for me. I've seen a lot of these things over my time as co-chair, but it's good. It was good to see it all in one place to remember what we have looked at. The third point here was to remove or revise trawl crab PSC limit floors for Bristol Bay and for snow crab. And similar comments to the last one, best scientific advice for management of crab populations would indicate that even at low abundances, we would still continue to reduce PSC proportional to the status of the stock. So a floor right now means that potentially at really low stock statuses, the PSC limit doesn't continue to decrease. So potentially the fishing mortality that you are, if you caught all of the PSC that you would be putting on the stock, could potentially be higher than what you really intended in that sense. So not necessarily getting, not the PSC would never go to zero. It would just continue to decrease proportionally as the stock decreased. So removing that limit we felt would likely have a positive impact. Once again, there's no way, just the way that the bycatch is in both of these models, we're not seeing a impact right now at the current bycatch level. So it's hard to know what magnitude this type of action would have on the stock, but likely would be positive in the sense that you would be removing less crab when the stock was at a really low status. Similar to last one, we didn't really think there was any further research that was necessary. The data already exists for this particular action. So number 4 was a little bit, I think this already does occur. There already are levels of trawl, crab, PSC limits based on the status of the stock. So we felt this was very similar to the last, it makes sense that as the crab stock decreases, our level of bycatch would also decrease so that exploitation rates would not increase at a really low stock status. Same thing as far as research is available. And then the last one was to establish non-trawl crab PSC limits. Similarly to most of these bycatch measures, the effect is likely positive. Magnitude is really uncertain. There's not, when the authors looked at the simulations, I think back in 2011 discussion paper of PSC and increased bycatch levels, even increased bycatch of non-PSC crab, we didn't see a measurable effect in the modeled population, with increased levels. So we don't have a way to really judge the magnitude of any of these effects, but accounting better for all crab removals would fall in line with scientific best practices. However, there was a good discussion at the CPT about the fact that PSC and pot gear is extremely variable from year to year. So it might be difficult to actually have an ability to put a good limit on that. And some of the other considerations that came up during this is potentially things like adequate observer coverage, standardization of approaches across stocks. There's some other things that can be considered in putting a PSC for non-trawl crab limits. I think for all of these PSC limit or adjustments, we don't have a good, and it's a little bit unsatisfying in the sense that we don't have a good way to determine the magnitude of their effect. So part of the struggle there is that the effect of either fishing on habitat or on removals or disturbance of juvenile or nursery grounds are not things that we can directly measure in our models. We only have crab in the models to the lowest that we catch them on the survey. So anything that happens in their early life history is just lumped into kind of that, oh, we're seeing poor recruitment, but it's hard for us to differentiate what might be the cause of poor recruitment in some of these stocks, whether it be the environment. I mean, when we say environment or ecosystem, that's pretty broad, and it could be, anything in the environment, and that could include some potential, fishing interactions of other fleets of the direct, there's a lot of unknowns there. So it's a little unsatisfying, I think, for what you guys had asked us to do, but we really tried our best to try to be objective in our reasoning for this and provide you with the best knowledge that we currently have as a group, and with the hope that that can at least help continue your conversation. And if there's more that you want to bring back to us for us to talk about in May, we're open to that too. Or if you have any questions on that. I think that with that, I only have one more slide, so I'm just going to run through this real quick, and then I think Scott Goodman already came up during the B reports public testimony and briefed you guys on the winter survey that they have going on in conjunction with ADF&G and NOAA. But just wanted to point out that since October, even prior to that, but especially since October, ADF&G scientists, NOAA scientists, and BSFRF and the crab industry, we've spent a lot of time, meeting, collaborating, thinking, prioritizing, trying to put into action research and, collaboration so that we can start addressing some of these questions that we don't have answers to as quickly as possible. So I just want to commend all the different people that are part of that. In really, we're all stepping up to try to do the best we can for our crab stocks right now. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Paloff. Looks like there's some questions. Ms. Van Hoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Paloff. Thinking about some of the PSC measures that we had asked you to prioritize, and we just talked about snow crab and that bycatch isn't having any measurable impact there. How does something like lowering a PSC floor or limit have a positive impact if all of the bycatch is not having a significant impact?
Through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Yeah, so I think what we meant by a positive is that in theory, any reduction of removals of snow crab would have a positive impact on the population. But we don't have any way to measure what that positive impact would be. And so I think that's getting to your question, is that the magnitude of that positive impact may be something that we're never able to measure. It may be so low because, the removals aren't that great through the process. So what we tried to do with the directional impact was just to give some, likely that would be positive, but we weren't able to really answer the magnitude of those impacts for any of these PSC limit specific actions.
Right. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'm on the first item, the efficacy and ability to identify areas for closures to protect snow crab. And I just wondered if you could provide any kind of context between those bullets. I see in this one, there's not even a definitive directional impact, positive or negative, but was there anything in the discussion that crab scientists really thought would be useful or, get more bang for the buck in terms of research that would help us identify these areas? Or are we just running into the same limitations as we had in Bristol Bay Red King crab, where we don't have a winter survey? We don't have maybe have a more patchy distribution thing. I'm trying to get whether this was something to pursue or not. When you ask at the end of your presentation, whether there are things that council would like you to continue to look at. Is there anything further you can share on this one?
Through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. That's a great question. I felt like our conversation on this particular topic did kind of talk about a lot of different things associated with that. I think that right now, from what I remember about our CPT conversation, some of what we had suggested, and this came from, we saw some research updates, is potentially what could we do with the data we currently have that doesn't involve us going back out into, ideally, we'd love to have surveys in different times of the year where we can understand more about where the crab are, where they're moving, where juveniles are. But potentially, do we have information from bycatch on size distributions that we could look at spatially, where they are throughout the season? We know we have the fishing effects model, I believe from what I've been told, can be broken down on a month by month basis. So potentially looking at what time of year most of the fishing effects maybe are occurring for snow crab might help to determine maybe what might be the time of year to prioritize having another survey if we had funds for that. In addition, the question of are closure areas positive or negative for crab stocks? Can we use any of the data that we have on our current closure areas? There's some closure areas around the Pribilof. We saw a lot about the savings area for red king crab or for Bristol Bay red king crab already, but are there any analysis that we can do of the current closure areas to help us to better understand the positive or negative potential benefits of closures? So I think that's what we see as like the biggest, what can we do right now? We have data right now through those different sources that potentially we could be doing at least some initial analysis of that data that we have in hand of the spatial and life history representation of bycatch data specifically throughout the year. So as far as other information, one of the things that has been mentioned with snow crab is the fact that we do see a small pulse of juveniles in the survey this year and trying to ensure that they continue on. But it's just hard to know. We find those juveniles in the survey. Those juveniles aren't targeted in the directed fishery. So I don't think we have a lot of catch of juveniles in the directed fishery in past years. There's no directed fishery this year, of course. So it's hard to know between the summer surveys where those juveniles are found to do closure areas. And I think that's one of the big questions if you wanted to protect juveniles is, where are they in the winter months that they might potentially be interacting with other gears, other fisheries, and also how much they move with it between the summer surveys, between one summer to the other. If you had a closure area, I think that's one of the struggles with closure areas is that if they are specifically for an aspect of the population, trying to ensure that that part of the population is actually going to stay in the closure area versus habitat closure areas, which is different. And I think that's one of the things with snow crab is we don't have a good handle on necessarily important habitats for the nursery and juvenile time period. So that's a kind of a different question as far as if there's potential habitat considerations that could be important. And that would have to be more research. I don't think we have adequate information on that right now. So I know I kind of went around your question, but I tried to answer it as best I could with what we do know.
Maybe just a follow up, Mr. Chair, if I could. So if for snow crab, are we able to find, like we are in red king crab, at least kind of the center of distribution of those crab on an annual basis? And does that look similar each year? I hear you in saying those crab, and we see those in the summer survey, and then in the winter, they may be somewhere else and we don't know. So if you close this area, you might be not helping at all. But at least for Bristol Bay red king crab, at least we've seen some kind of year to year less variation, I guess, in where those, maybe I'm not saying that correctly, but for snow crab, is it that same thing where we see a center of distribution that doesn't change way too much year to year, or is that variable?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. From what I recall, and I'd have to go back to our some of the plan team presentations we've had in the past, the center of yes, we can get a center of distribution in our survey. I mean, we have all the different, if length bins for all the crab we catch in a survey in addition to sex information. So we can get at a center of distribution for immature, mature females or males. But from what I recall is that center of distribution in our summer survey is dependent upon if the Bering Sea is having cold year or warm year. So it does, snow crab are pretty cold, as we saw with the increased temperatures in 18 and 19 and their effect on snow crab, that is more related to kind of for having cold or warm years in the Bering Sea. So probably some combination of some similarities from year to year if the temperature profiles are similar from year to year. So I would think that if you were looking at predicting potentially where they might be, having some environment or temperature prediction part of it would be important for that.
And then to get to the point of looking at whether the summer survey data would be indicative of where they would be in the winter, this is just my naivety. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about tagging snow crab. Is that not possible?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah. So right now that the tags that we're using in the big tagging effort that we're doing for Bristol Bay, the greater we are doing for Bristol Bay red king crab with the satellite tags, those are really too large for us to put on snow crab. So there have been some work done with movement and tagging kind of with smaller tags, but you would have to recapture the crab potentially in a fishery. And then you really only have information as to far where you released it and potentially where you recaptured. And those aren't always retained through the molt, such as like a T-bar tag or some other type of tag. But the satellite tags that we have for red king crab, where it really gives us information on where the crab are and where they're moving, those are really too large for us to use for snow crab. I know, and Scott Goodman can probably address that question better than I can, but I know there is work with the companies that provide these tags to try to work towards developing a smaller tag that we could put on snow crab. And I think there have been some trials and work with his group and with the Kodiak lab on that. But right now they're really too large for us to do those type of tagging efforts.
Any further questions? Okay. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate everything that you do for the crab plan team and all of the work that you've done with industry and all the people that you mentioned. And I wanted to tell you, I'm really impressed with the speed at which this came back, because we just made this motion in December and here we are in February and we've got really good feedback on it. So I'm just curious as to your expectations. You spoke that maybe if there was something more, the council could ask you for that, but is there, are these topics kind of complete, or will these topics continue to be discussed at crab plan team meetings? And I'll ask that, and then I have a follow-up question as well.
Through the chair, Mr. Down. Right now, we don't have any plans to go back and address these. I think some of the topics that were addressed under the first point, which is like closure areas. And we at Crab Plan Team do talk about research priorities for crab. We get research updates, and some of what we were talking about, with Ms. Kimball, that those are all things that are on our radar as far as research, potential research, that's ongoing or could be ongoing. So I think in that way that some of that might come up through research prioritization, which we are scheduled to, I think, tasked with doing for you guys next January. So that's where they may come up in how we put forward our research priorities. But I would think that as far as the specific things you asked to us here, unless you ask us for more, and I don't know what that more would look like, we don't plan on, discussing them again at our May meeting.
Yeah. So my next question is that I'm looking at the 5 bullet points, and with the exception of number 1, which you just addressed, I appreciate that very much. And I think that's a real confounding problem with this whole issue, is the widespread nature of snow crab and how do we identify, and certainly the crab plan team will have to rely on that for answers in the future on that. So I'm glad to hear those discussions will continue. The other 4 were all things that you felt might have a positive effect, and then we'd asked you to prioritize those issues. And as the maker of that motion, I wanted to let you know that I'm fine that didn't end up being prioritized, because I see the difficulty now in doing that. Had I made that motion now, I probably wouldn't have asked for the prioritization, because what was really much more interesting, and Mr. Chairman, I do have a good question here. So is excuse me one second here. So, is their ability, I just want to make sure I was doing the right language. So I wanted to get to the motion here is their ability to improve the stock condition. That was really the question. You've answered all those, that there's a likelihood that 4 out of the 5 would help in that direction, although the magnitude can't be measured. So we should, I, as a council member, take that as a suggestion that the council should consider moving forward in those directions, because it's something that's a positive thing. And I think I'm just looking for if that's how I should take that, or I should just take this. Okay, this is information and it's up to each council member. So thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunn. Yeah, so that was a struggle for us because we felt that that's why we kind of made our comments for the PSC option topics much more just directional, and we don't know the magnitude. And the reason for that is we felt that much of the PSC limits, it was kind of more in the policy realm of things. And so we were trying to not, we have enough scientific information, we feel, to make those adjustments to PSC, and that most of them fall in line with what we would categorize as probably scientific best practice, as far as to have levels going down relative to how the stock is going down and have them match the stock boundaries. But we didn't feel it was appropriate to direct you guys in what you would do next. We just felt that it would be good to give you that information, and then you can decide what you want to do with that. So that's kind of, we struggled with this a little bit at our meeting, but we really just trying to make sure that we are providing you the best scientific information to move forward with these things.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate hanging in there with me on this. So, the issue then becomes, that you've got 4 out of these 5 items. I think you'd addressed. I'm asking you this question because I don't want to put words in your mouth at some later time. And so it's a good opportunity now is from a scientifically sound perspective, it would the crab plant team's opinion is that these issues, boundaries being aligned, PSC limits that are much higher than anything that would be considered an incentive should be lowered, and the boundaries could be changed. That would be a better scientifically sound result than what we have now. That's the opinion of the crab plant team. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Down. Yeah, I think that is a good way to summarize what we had said. Yes, I agree with your statement there. That's what the CPT did discuss. And one of the reasons for just one point, I think one of our members made during our discussion is, that the purpose with PSC is that, if other fishing fleets are encountering crab, the incentive for PSC is that they potentially would move elsewhere to not encounter crab, right? That's the kind of way that we would use this type of prohibitive species catch to hopefully reduce interactions with crab. And then that we're not seeing effect of that, of PSC in our bycatch and our models, but maybe, evaluating, it's hard to evaluate where the limit should be, but all the things that were suggested here are ways that potentially could just at least help better do that with the current limits that are in place. So, aligning the stock boundaries and having reductions at lower stock sizes, and not having that floor being two of the ones that would increase the purpose of the PSC and better align with that purpose.
Thank you, Dr. Paloff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Ms. Van Roven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Paloff, that your response to Mr. Down's question, I wasn't able to listen to the whole crab plan team, and I'm guessing that you probably did not have a conversation, but I guess I'm looking to clarify that while it could have some incremental or potentially significant or meaningful impact, I'm assuming that the crab plan team did not discuss potential impacts to like other PSC species, right? Like halibut or, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Van. Yeah, we, that's kind of outside of our area of expertise, or, that would be, I think that, understanding more about the council process, I think that would be part of initial action or discussion paper. And that would be where that would be addressed by council staff or agency staff. But yeah, that wasn't anything that I mean, we did acknowledge during our discussion that, that it's a struggle for the council because without having a good idea of the magnitude of these effects, these are resource allocation issues that you guys have to deal with, and that we can't really weigh in on that. Yeah.
Right. Any further questions for Ms. Paloff? Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the staff presentation. A reminder to members of the public who wish to testify, please sign up prior to the end of our, we'll take the AP report first and then the SSC report second. So please sign up prior to the end of the SSC reports. So with that, I believe we have Mr. Ritchie here again. Round two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Wait for it to get on screen. The AP motion reads, the AP acknowledges the receipt of the crab plan team report and safe document. The AP recommends the council approve the 2023 OFL and ABC for Norton Sound Red King crab as recommended by the SSC. The motion passed 17-0.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Are there any questions on the motion, the AP report? Okay.
Thank you.
And that will bring us to our SSC report. Good afternoon, Dr. Dressel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel and I'm a co-chair of the SSC, here to give the SSC report on C2. I will make a note. You'll see that this report is going to be a bit rougher than what you normally see from us. I will note that when we downloaded, everything that had been deleted and everything that had been replaced are both in your copy. So you'll see a number of issues with it, and we are going to clean that up. And when we post the final version, we will have the actual version that you'll see. Not sure what else I can say about that at the moment. I will tell you that, so we also don't have a slide presentation, but I'll work through our minutes. First, we had some general comments. We wanted to congratulate Sharif Siddiq from ADF&G on his upcoming retirement and thank him for all of his work. He's done extensive work on Aleutian Island golden king crab for years, and he's really made progress on that one. He's also co-authored other reports, and he's spent time on the crab plan team, and we wanted to acknowledge his contributions and wish him well. The first topic we took up was specifications for Norton Sound Red King crab. The author brought forward a single model this year, and the SSC recommends that it agrees with the CPT and the author to use this model, which is 21.0, for setting harvest specifications. And the SSC also supported reducing the buffer for Norton Sound Red King crab from 40% last year to 30% this year. And the crab plan team had a nice table outlining the different issues that went into the risk table into creating the buffer. And we supported their explanation for that. The stock is in tier 4A. One thing, the SSC did disagree, however, with the CPT's recommendation to use retained catch for the OFL, and we recommended that you continue to use total catch. Total catch is a new, Norton Sound was one of, I believe it's the only stock that was using a retained catch OFL. And for a number of years, we had recommended that move to total catch like other species. And they did develop that, but there's right now, ADF&G doesn't have an observer program, so to estimate discards. And so it's a little bit, I don't know how much Dr. Palov talked about it, but it's a little bit circular. So but we recommended staying with a total catch OFL, given that this is the best practice for assessing stocks. There were a couple of recommendations that the SSC had for the future, and that was, we recommended that there be a variant on this model in next year's assessment with a single estimated value of natural mortality for all sizes, and probably using a prior with some literature versions. So in other words, this Norton Sound red king crab uses a natural mortality right now of 0.18, but the older crab, they use a higher natural mortality. And we're suggesting just having an average across all length categories, but having it higher than 0.018. We also prioritize on transitioning the this model to GMAX. That's been something they've been working on, and of our research recommendations, that would be one of the top. That's a summary for Norton Sound red king crab.
Okay, any questions on that portion? Don't see any.
Great. There were 2 stocks that came in front of the SSC planning model runs for their final assessments that'll come forward to the SSC in June. The first one of those is Pribilof Island golden king crab, and the SSC commended the authors for this work. It's currently a tier 5 stock, and the OFL is determined by average catch over time. And this assessment is conducted every 3 years. And so the SSC has asked in the past, in addition to this tier 5 assessment, they asked for a tier 4 version and a combined tier 4-5. And the author did bring forward all of those. The CPT recommended that the focus in their May, our June meeting be only on the tier 5 portion. The SSC actually recommended that the author continue to bring forward all 3 for consideration for this final assessment in June. The results of all 3, we actually saw results of all 3, and they're very similar. It's just going to be a question of how to treat the variance. And that'll be sort of the difference between the tiers, which we'll discuss in June. That's all I had on Pribilof Island golden king crab.
Don't see any questions.
Great. The next one we took up was Aleutian Island golden king crab. For this one, the author did a whole number of different runs. This is the one that Sadiq had been working on, and he will, since he's going to be retiring, we'll have a new author coming up and doing the final version of this. And so we actually did cut the models down, recognizing that it's going to be sort of a big task for the new author. And so we prioritized the same 2 that the crab plan team did. It's model, I don't know if you want this detail, model 21.1E2 and model 21.1F. Essentially, it's base model from before, and the second one adds standardized CPUE. We also did say if the big thing for this stock was that they had put it into GMAX, the generalized program coding for crab stocks. And we supported that all the models that come forward in June are in that framework. So the new author only has to deal with one framework. So that was the big advancement at this point. So the author will bring those forward. We asked for those, the two models that I mentioned for sure. And then if there's time permits, the SSC asked for a modification of the model with standardized CPUE, and that is to include the cooperative survey that's been done in the Aleutian Islands. The only other thing for Aleutian Islands that I wanted to mention is that the author used a recruitment period from 1987 to 2017, and the SSC supports using that for this current assessment, but in future assessments recommends that the author explore other methods that are similar to other crab stocks, and like using everything except for the final year of recruitment instead of having just this one fixed period, so it can be updated to the most current data that we have. And that's all I have for Aleutian Island Golden King crab. All right. The crab plan team had a GMAX modeling workshop, and the SSC has always supported these workshops. They make great progress on getting the standardized format, which really helps reviewing, and it helps transition from author to author. And so I'm not going to mention any particular thing other than the SSC continues to support this workshop and really appreciates the time of the authors and the plan team in working on that. There were a couple of other workshops that I wanted to mention. One is the SSC received an update on the criteria. We asked about changing the start dates of assessment models. There have been a couple of models for a couple of different crab stocks that have come forward and have shortened the time series. And the SSC had asked for recommendations from the crab plan team on, if you're going to shorten this time series, is there a standardized way that you can do this so that it's similar across all stocks? Or can you provide advice and guidelines for the authors so at least there's a consistent approach? And so anyway, the crab plan team came back and reported on their recommendations for that. And the SSC generally agreed with the crab plan team recommendations on when to take data off, when not. So in other words, so particularly like supported removing data if the data quality is suspect or deemed inappropriate, if there are inconsistencies between the current data and historic data that cause convergence issues in models, or if there are ecosystem or regime changes that the author documents. So we supported those, recognize it may be different by stock. As for diagnostics, if changes are made for a stock, and finally recommended that that the authors continue to report on the entire time series of data that's available, even if it wasn't all modeled. And the goal of that was to maintain a historical perspective so that we don't lose, right? If there's big changes in the time series, we don't lose the perspective completely out of these reports. The SSC had also asked in October, we asked the crab plan team, and I'm moving on to the model complexity working group. The SSC asked the crab plan team to so this is the model complexity working group, and we recognize that crab models have been getting more and more complex over time. And I mean, there's good reason for that. We've been working hard and making stepwise improvements. But we also recognize that we run into situations like snow crab, where a model is really complex and sometimes it'll have trouble converging. And so one of the recommendations that the SSC had is we thought it would be useful to get a group of people together, and this is between the plan team and the SSC and state authors, to look at simpler versions of these models not necessarily to change the models. I mean, the models that we have, for the most part, if they're fitting well and running well, that's great. But sometimes coming up with simpler versions can give you insights into what's really driving these models and what's causing some of the changes. And so that was our goal in making that recommendation. The other thing was that we recognized that the state sometimes uses different metrics to set the tax than we do within this federal process to set the ABCs and OFLs, and for good reason. But we wondered if simpler models could provide some information to sort of translate from one to the other. And so we recommended this workshop. The CPT was responsive, and a number of members said that they would be willing to participate. It came to the SSC, and a number of our members are willing to participate. And so right now it's tentatively set for March 27th and 28th. And it's quite clear that we're going to have to define exactly what the goal of this group is first. It's one thing to say this out loud, and it's another thing to put it into practice. And so I think that's going to take us a bit to figure out, are we really asking for simple models? Are we just looking for simple models to understand things better? How can you align the two processes? I think it's going to take us a bit, but I'm excited that people are willing to participate in it. So the final thing on here that we have is research updates, and I believe that Ms. Paloff presented those to you, and we were really excited to see the advancements and the progress that's being made. And I think that the only real recommendation we had in this was, we did hear about Emily Reisner, sorry if I messed that name up, presented recent work on Bristol Bay Red King crab distribution models to better understand the distribution of legal size crab in non-summer months within the yellowfin sole and northern rock sole fisheries. And the SSC encourages the author to work with groundfish trawl and pot care participants as appropriate to be in contact with them. And that, Mr. Chair, is the end of the SSC report.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel, for working through that with us. Understand we put you on the spot a lot earlier than you thought you'd be up. So appreciate you giving us the report.
Thanks.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel, for the report. I was a little slow, and so I wanted hopefully to take us back to Norton Sound Red King crab and just confirm that I understood what I believe you told us. You mentioned, you mentioned the SSC recommendations for the author for this particular stock. And I think I heard you say I'm saying there are a number of recommendations here. But the SSC prioritized, as it says in the draft report here, transitioning the model to GMAX. And so really overall, am I understanding that correctly, that of all those recommendations, that is the primary recommendation from the SSC?
Yes, I think I would probably say that there are two. And so one of it is in the bullet that's bolded. The other one is actually, we were going to move this, hadn't done it yet, is actually 2 paragraphs above that. And it talks about using an average natural mortality across all length classes. I would say that that's the other priority one. And the reason for that is because in Tier 4, you use the natural mortality to calculate specifications. And the way it is right now, the model has 2 different natural mortalities. And so the crab planting had to decide which or an average to use for specifications. And our recommendation will lead to sort of a clearer translation between what is in the model and what should be used for harvest specifications in the tier system, because there's only one in the tier system, you only use 1 natural mortality. And we're suggesting an average rather than the lower one. And that's for future work. So those would be the 2 things that I think would be the priority. I think that GMAX is a little bit out yet, so it'll take a while.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. My question is on the crab planting report. I had to go back quickly to the SSC agenda and make sure that you took the crab planting report in its entirety, which it looked like you did. And there were there was a council motion and some bullet points on that, and yet I don't see anything in your report here that tied that in. I don't know if you just accepted that report and you had no comments on it, or if there was any discussion on those issues that dealt with mostly boundary lines and PSC limits and that kind of thing. And so I was just curious. I didn't hear you or noted in your written report that those were absent. So I was just gonna ask you about if that meant that you just didn't have any discussion on that. You just accepted the crab plan team report, if that's should be my assumption.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I'm glad you asked that. We need to put in our report that is the one section we did not take up. The council asked the CPT and the SSC did not take, that's the only section of the report that we did not take up.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions for Dr. Dressel? Okay, thanks again. All right, that brings us to public comment, and it looks like there are 0 signed up. So are we ready for action? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that I believe has been sent to staff. The motion is the council accepts the Norton Sound Red King Crab Safe Report and adopts the SSC's recommended total catch OFL of 0.31 thousand metric tons or 0.68 million pounds and ABC of 0.22 thousand metric tons or 0.48 million pounds for Norton Sound Red King Crab.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Baker, if you'd like to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These final harvest specifications that I'm proposing were recommended by the SSC and based on the best scientific information available. I might just like to comment on this particular stock that the council may recall that in recent years, we have received public comments related to concerns about the Norton Sound Red King crab stock being at low levels and requesting a closure of the fishery. And so I appreciated having the crab plan team and SSC reports today, which captured the pretty in-depth discussions that both of those groups had on uncertainty related to the stock assessment and really for providing the rationale in terms of decreasing the buffer from last year due to less uncertainty in the assessment model. And so I just appreciated that discussion. I'd like to thank the assessment author for hard work and both the crab plan team and the SSC for considering the best available information as they always do. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions on the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions? Okay. Any amendments or comments on the motion? Looks like there are none. I'll just say I appreciate you making this motion, Ms. Baker, and addressing some of the issues that you brought up, such as the decrease in buffer. I tracked along with that and agreed, and I'm going to support your motion. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on Norton Sound Red King Crab catch specifications. Mr. Down.
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Seaborn.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
And Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell, and thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything further under agenda item C2? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any motions or anything on under C2, but I just had a couple of comments I wanted to mention. So we did take a crab plan team report and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into that. And I just wanted to signal to the council. I don't have any follow-up on that as far as a motion, or do I plan to bring anything at this meeting under staff tasking to follow up on any of those. But I do think that we've and the reason for that is I don't whether it's lowering the PSC caps or changing the boundaries. I think that would take up considerable council time, and I'm not sure that either one of those issues would really have much of an effect on the rebuilding of the snow crab that we took up under the previous agenda item, nor should we seek to head down that path at this time. And then the difficulty with looking at closed areas for snow crab. And I'm making these comments because we just took the crab plan team report. So these are comments on the crab plan team report. Is that, that there's difficulties that exist with the widespread nature of the snow crab in the Bering Sea. So my intention really is to work closer with industry participants. And I mean, all industry participants, including the trawl sector and the crab sector participants and crab plan team members and folks here on the council, to really try to determine what's going to be the best bang for our buck here when it comes to trying to find some conservation things that would maybe contribute to what is a dire situation. And I think, some people may say, well, Jesus, is kind of an odd time to kind of hit the pause button when we're in this situation where we've got a really terrible situation with snow crab. But so I don't want to signal this as a long-term pause, but I just think that we've done a lot of work. We've addressed a lot of issues that were important. Now I think it's time for people to really consider what is it really the council can do that's going to get the best bang for the buck on some of this stuff, and bring that back to the crab plan team and the council at some later date. I think it's quite clear that if the council had fairly flexible agenda coming up, which we don't, that from scientifically sound principles, we would take up PSC caps and boundary issues and some of these things, but I'm not convinced that those things are at this time. I'm unconvinced that that's really going to be the best use of our time when it comes to. I think we should explore maybe if there's things that are better. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that, and I wanted to make that clear to all council members that I'm not intending to bring anything under this agenda item or anything under staff tasking, at least at this moment in time. That's my intention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just, this might be risky, but just to follow up on Mr. Down's comment in terms of working, your intention to perhaps work with industry, I guess, on the management agency side. I've had similar thoughts in terms of understanding the difficulty the crab plan team had with what we asked them to do, but also noting in the crab plan team recommendations for the items we asked them to look at, and thinking back to the October 2022 SSC recommendations on potential conservation actions, management actions for Bristol Bay Red King crab. They're just even setting aside space in the council agenda for those bodies to talk about potential ideas in terms of what data do we have available, what data would help us determine what management actions might actually have a a bigger bang for the buck than the ones we've identified. But the step I am having trouble with is those ideas have been identified. I think I'm thinking back to Ms. Paloff's presentation. There's some existing fishing effects model data that perhaps could be looked at differently to help get at some of those questions. There's been a recommendation to analyze current closure areas or perhaps some aspects of those to help evaluate if there are useful aspects of those closures that we can identify and thinking about moving forward in a different action. But what I'm struggling with, and I guess I'm putting on the record more for myself than anything, is a commitment to work with the co-chairs of the crab plan team and the SSC and try to find the space of who might do that work, because we have ongoing capacity concerns. Neither the SSC nor the CPT does research, whether it's desk research or field research, and just making sure those ideas don't get lost to help provide information in support of perhaps those discussions that you intend to have, Mr. Down. I just wanted to take this opportunity, since you'd made your comments, that on the agency side of things, I had in mind that I would commit to having those discussions as well.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Yeah, just in response, that the couple of things that I was talking about, but I didn't identify particular voluntary measures in the bycatch, the trawl fleet and the pot cod fleet that may help, and research prioritization, that kind of thing. So I think that I don't want to signal that to anybody that I'm not committed to doing everything I can to bring to the attention of the council and do what I can for snow crab. But I think there's some of those things too that we didn't identify that you mentioned. So.
Okay. Any further comment? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this discussion. And I hadn't planned on saying anything, but I do think, even though we just got kind of directional impacts from the crab plan team, even in the discussion with the chair, we got more about what they think they would need in order to move forward on any of those tools. I mean, and one of the things we have coming forward in the next meeting or two is an evaluation of closing the Bristol Bay Red King crab savings area and sub area to all gear types under certain conditions. And I heard, Dr. Paloff mentioned maybe looking at how we evaluate whether closure areas are effective would be helpful for future actions in snow crab. Clearly, we got some discussion about some of the limitations of establishing a fixed or a dynamic closure area for snow crab, but I think it's a thread that we can still follow if we found, and I could identify those folks that could do the research to answer those questions. And I guess that's a thread I'm not willing to close the door on yet. So I'm with Mr. Down in some respects that still want to pursue some of those ideas, and specifically that one, if we can find the space and the time and the research to fill the gaps that are needed. I think some of that is ongoing with just our evaluation of Bristol Bay Red King crab, and some will need to be new research, but just putting a marker there that I'm also interested. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Okay, great. Good discussion. Thank you for kicking that off, Mr. Down. All right, let's go ahead and break for the day. Come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we won't be ready for the SSC report in full yet. So we'll start up with agenda item D1 at 8 a.m.